Okay, colleagues, I'm going to call the meeting to order. I appreciate having an extra couple of minutes there to respond to a colleague who had some questions that will assist them in their debate today. I'm going to start by rereading the statement. I know this is one continuous meeting, but I think it's important for us to read the statement at the start of each meeting. That the City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for council, standing, or advisory committee meetings and information upon request. To make a request for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact sppc@london.ca. I would also like to just ask colleagues if there are any additional disclosures of interest. You don't need to repeat your disclosures from before, but I thought it would be good to check in and ensure that no one, as they read through the budget, has anything additional to disclose at this time. No? Seeing none. Then where we are in the agenda is we've completed the cultural and economic prosperity sections. We pulled a couple of the reduction business cases into the cultural section, and we're now starting the environmental services section of the budget, which is 4.3. As before, this has 3 sections, and my intent is to deal with them separately. With respect to the conservation authorities, I do know colleagues have at least a couple of colleagues have let me know that they want the provincial impacts portion of the conservation authority budgets dealt with separately, and our treasurer asked to provide a little bit more information about this section before we proceeded with the debate. And so what I'd like to do is have the treasurer provide that general direction. Then I will seek further advice from colleagues about things that they want voted on separately, and we'll proceed with getting motions on the floor and then having the debate. So I'll turn it over to the treasurer.
Thank you. Through the chair. So I think just to add on and hopefully bring a little bit of additional clarity to some of the comments that I made yesterday. So notwithstanding how this was categorized as recommended versus for consideration, there are arguments on both sides as potential which column it should go into. The reason it was put into for consideration was specifically because it is mandatory today. These programs that provincial downloading has been passed on to the municipalities, those programs are mandatory for the municipality to pay for at this time in terms of the Conservation Authority's budget. However, in 2021, there is the consultation that is currently undergoing right now that may potentially change what programs overall that the Conservation Authority may be required to deliver. So that is why we put it there. So what I don't want you to focus on is what column it's necessarily put into. We had committed up front to put all of the provincial impacts, notwithstanding whatever they are, as separate decisions. So when you look at your agenda, every single one is broken out separately for council to vote on, given that there is not as much choice in this one as you might say for some of the others. So I just wanted to be clear on that and hopefully resolve some of the confusion on those ones.
Okay, thank you for that extra information. We appreciate it. Would any, I do know that colleagues want the provincial impacts of the 3 Conservation Authority budgets dealt with separately. Would anybody like the actual non-provincial related impacts of the Conservation Authority budgets dealt with separately, or would you like to deal with all of the Conservation Authority's regular budgets without provincial impacts together? I'm going to try to do them all together unless someone objects to that. I don't see anybody objecting to doing all 3 together. I see Councillor Salee wants to move it. Councillor Kayabaga it will second. So what we have on the floor is the Kettle Creek Conservation Authority, the Lower Thames and the Upper Thames Conservation Authorities, all of their budgets excluding the provincial impacts. Any discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, we will open those motions or that motion for a vote. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Sorry, maybe I'm a bit slow on the uptake, but I do have a question about the Upper Thames one. I don't think it needs to be pulled separately, but I do want to know the answer.
Okay. Yeah, given this, we're in the middle of the vote, but we're going to stop the vote because colleagues have questions about the budget. I certainly don't want to get into a reconsideration situation. I know some people were trying to line that up, so we're going to cancel this vote as it stands and get the question that Deputy Mayor Helmer had answered, and I think Councillor Hopkins also wants that. I may have proceeded a little bit quick on the moving to the vote since there are a couple of questions. So Deputy Mayor Helmer, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, specifically around the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, there's two line items in the budget that are a bit unusual, and I wonder if the Conservation Authority staff want to just speak to those directly. One is the deferral of the strategic targets, so that shows up as a separate line item. The other is the reorganizational costs, $200,000 in each of 2 years, and I wonder if you could speak to what's going on with both of those.
Okay, and we have our Conservation Authority support here, so you can go ahead. Should be on. We'll let you know. No, 1 sec. Oh, wait, our microphone expert is not in his station. No one can talk without his support. All right, try now.
Okay, good. All right.
All right, perfect.
Through the chair to Councillor Helmer, the first question is about the Upper Thames Environmental Target Strategic Plan. So those members of council who have been here for a few years should know that the Conservation Authority has been guided and our budget strongly impacted by this strategic plan that was approved in 2016. It's all about trying to make measurable improvements to our local watershed health. That's water quality, natural cover, flood risk, as well as public opportunities to enjoy the out of doors. All of that's motivated by 50 years of data that says we're not making improvements. We have poor local quality. We have potential to do more. So part of that plan for the past 3 years, 3 budget years for you, the Upper Thames had requested some additional investment from municipalities as well as other sources of revenue. This isn't all municipal, but it's a 4-year phase-in of that municipal investment. So for the past 3 years, the city supported that and invested in Upper Thames. 2020 was to be the final year of new investment, but our board debated this strongly, very aware of financial pressures on municipalities. And not just London, we have 16 other municipalities we deal with in our watershed. So the decision of the board at this point in trying to balance what we feel is an urgent environmental need, addresses climate change, addresses local issues with financial responsibility is for 2020, they backed off on that final request by 75%. So we're only asking for a quarter of what the plan called for this final year of investment. Now, because you're doing a 4-year budget, we as staff made the assumption that the balance would be shifted to 2021. It would just be a deferral. That's an assumption. Our board has not provided clear direction about that because our board only does 1 budget year at a time, not 4. So, but I can state clearly for 2020, we have reduced the ask by 75%. So that's my clarity on the first part of your question. The second part was reorganization costs, about $200,000. The challenge for Upper Thames as part of our strategic plan is trying to deliver the organizational structure that we have in place, which really influences how we deal with you, how we provide services to municipalities and landowners. That structure is 25 years old. We're a very different organization. Our responsibilities are very different. The complexity of the issues we deal with, the regulatory obligations are very, very different. We need to change how we're put together so that we provide better service to you and to ratepayers through the watershed. That also includes a review of the salary grid. Our salary grid hasn't changed in many, many years, since 2006. We know we're behind. It's one of those questions as an administrator, you have to ask, and you anticipate the answer and not sure how we deal with it. We put the $200,000 in anticipation of reorganizing our structure for better service, but also anticipating, if we ask the question about a salary grid, we got to be prepared to start understanding the implications. So the 200,000 was anticipated as a municipal share, but keep in mind, municipalities only pay a third of the budget to the Upper Thames. So this would also impact, user fees, campground fees, us hustling contracts from others, and our revenue sources too. So it's a placeholder, Councillor Helmer. Hope that answers your questions.
Deputy Mayor Helmer, good. Councillor Hopkins, were you looking to speak?
Yes, I did want to say to my colleagues that there are staff here from the Upper Thames Conservation Authority. If there's any questions that they may have, they are here. And also there was a question and answer fact sheet also sent to everyone here as well.
Great, thank you. Anything further from colleagues? Councillor Van Holst?
Yes, Mr. Wilcox talked about the water quality not improving, and I'm just wondering if I could get a little more clarification on what exactly is it about our water quality that we need to work on?
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Holst. So part of the responsibility of conservation authorities is monitoring environmental health over time. Water quality is a key issue. We have a number of stations throughout the watershed. We work with your staff because you as well monitor water quality through the city, through Kelly's group, and compare those results. And we try and publish that information every 5 years. We amalgamate it. It's called our State of the Watershed report cards. If we look at the last 50 years of data, so from 1970 till now, and we look at things like, if you want to know the details, phosphorus, bacteria, we look at benthic invertebrates, we look at fisheries data, it is very clear water quality is static. It's poor, it ranks poorly. If the scoring is a D, if you think of your kid's report card, a D is a D, and it's not great. That's the quality we have. The efforts of the city through your own staff around water quality, through sewage treatment, our work with landowners, rural landowners trying to reduce phosphorus, bacteria contributions, they've all been very effective. But across the watershed, the best they've been able to do is maintain water quality at its current level, which is a form of success because during the last 50 years, we've had a lot more growth, a lot more development, a lot more stress. Even the changing, what we would call changing climate. We have elevated temperatures, we have more intense storms, more erosion, more delivery of nutrients and contaminants to the water courses. So that's what the data says, is that things are static. And for our organization and our board, that's not acceptable. Strategically, we're about making measurable improvements to water quality in the future. And that's what our strategic plan is all about, working with you as municipalities and private landowners and other interest groups to collectively try over the next 20 years to have measurable improvement in health.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, London, it just shares this watershed, and I think we've tried to make we as a city have made some gains and certainly spent a great deal of money trying to improve our portion of it. But I think in terms of phosphorus, those kinds of things are coming from outside, which may be a huge challenge or a moderate challenge. So my question is, what is it going to take specifically, and maybe more quantitatively, to get us from a D to a C? Is that an attainable thing? What will be required to do that?
Through the chair, excellent question. The answer is difficult. Our quantification of what level of effort is, from our conservation authority's point of view, basically double what we're doing now. So the efforts that have been in place over the last 50 years have all been effective, but it's the adequacy. Are we doing enough? And the analogy I use is we're putting out a house fire with a garden hose. The water's the right idea. We just need a lot more of it. So our attempt is to mobilize, again, assist municipalities where we can, but mobilize private individuals, private landowners to take action on their own property to make a difference. As the councillors noted, our watershed, the Upper Thames, is almost 3/4 agricultural. You could argue most of the phosphorus contributions come from those sources. There's urban sources as well. The unique position for London is you're at the downstream end of our watershed. So frankly, any investment any upstream municipality or landowner makes benefits London. And it is a shared cost. Those municipalities and those landowners pay as well. But frankly, our estimate is if we double the effort that we have in place now over the next 20 years, we will see what we're calling a letter grade improvement in water quality. So hopefully 20 years from now, it won't be me, but someone will be standing here saying water quality in the watershed is a B average or a C average instead of the Ds.
Great, thank you. Councillor Van Holst, are you good?
Okay, maybe just one more question if I can. And to motivate us, can you tell us what a C or a B would be like? What would we see? How do we experience the watershed?
Yeah, again, a great question. The Thames, as you know, through this area, swimming has not really been an option. So we're not talking about drinking or swimming in the water necessarily. If we had a B or a C letter grade, probably the biggest difference would be visual. And people will often talk about the forks, about August water conditions, stagnant water, you see algae blooms. Those would be far less prevalent because that's often driven by phosphorus concentrations. So visually it would be improved, but biologically, which may not be so visible if you're just walking past the river, this is one of the most diverse rivers for fish in the country. There's 90 species of fish supported by the Thames River and its tributaries. The anglers in this area know it. It's a very valued local resource, local recreation, and for the health of the river, it's phenomenal. The health of those communities would definitely be improved. The ability of the river to adapt to what we know is changing climate, more intense storms, it would be enhanced, it would be more resilient. But probably for the average Londoner walking through the city, on the bike paths through the city, it will be a visual improvement that you're not going to walk past in August and be disgusted by the algae, by the floating mats that we hear complaints about now.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. I don't have any other speakers except for Councillor Pelosa and Councillor Hopkins.
So close, Mr. Chair, so close. It's just more of a question of clarity. Our representative on the Upper Thames is Councillor Hopkins. Myself, I serve on the board of Kettle Creek for Conservation Authority. On the Lower Thames CA, we have appointed Mr. Kimball Ainsley. Just wondering, with that person not being an elected official, how that CA's budget and conversations flows back into the city and to our staff for consideration as we do contribute levy money into the CA.
So I don't know if our staff wanted to answer, and then we'll go to the upper deck.
Through the chair, we have business administrators that work closely with the representatives on the board and the civic administration of those boards. So we do have a close connection. We understand what they're doing, and it does flow through the finance area in terms of what their requests are from the financial side. And we have regular conversations with them to understand what their budget submissions are.
And any further context you'd like to add to that?
Mr. Chair, no, that's correct.
Great. Councillor Pelosa? Good. Councillor Hopkins?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd just like to follow up on a few comments made by staff. I thank them for being here. One of the things I learned, this is my 5th year on Upper Thames, is that the work that Upper Thames does sometimes goes unnoticed because everything seems to be fine down here in the city. And so they're doing their job protecting the watershed system. And I know it is starting to become more of a challenge as we start getting into, a changing climate. But I think it's really important that we as a council understand how the budget of Upper Thames works, which is the municipal levy is about 37%. It's about 58 of that is self-generated, and there's about 5% that comes from the province. Within the municipal levy, there's 17 municipalities. You heard from staff that we're downstream, and it's really important to have all the municipalities on board dealing with the watershed system. It's also I know that we, as a board, have struggled for the past couple months dealing with the budget, the downloading, and where do we go from here, and what are the priorities? And you heard that the strategic plan, the targets that we set back a number of years ago, we've reduced that by 75%. That was a really tough conversation to have at the board, because what are we saying? That they don't mean anything? They do mean something. They're important to meet. But we came to a compromise decision that we would reduce it by 75%. I think that's really, really important that everyone understand the work that went behind these numbers. And they just didn't happen last month. They happened from month to month to month. So I think I'll leave you just with that. The other thing I've learned by being on the board is how experienced they are when it comes to funding and taking advantage of different funds and budgeting. I think I would encourage each and every one of you to see and how they are able to reach out and take advantage of other funding opportunities. 37% of their budget is municipal levy. So I'm hoping that if there are any other questions that we may have, that we do ask. We've got staff here, and it's a great opportunity to learn more about the Upper Thames Conservation Authority.
Thank you. I have Councillor Cassidy next.
Thank you, and sort of on topic, but veering a little bit in a different direction. So the river flows down, and eventually the things that are in our river end up in Lake Erie. And I know that there's a group in Lake Erie that has sought remedy through the courts for greater protection of Lake Erie. And I wonder, given where environmental groups are heading, seeking greater protections, I wonder if there's any thought, either through the conservation authorities or with our city staff, if there is risk foreseen for either the Conservation Authority, for the City of London, for the province, and I wonder if that's on people's radar, if there is any possible risk to the city if we don't look after the water quality in the Thames River.
I think that was a question. You made eye contact with me, and Mr. Stafford will tell you that that's how you get noticed. So,
Thanks for that instruction. Councillor, through the chair to Councillor Cassidy, if you're implying, is there legal risk to the Conservation Authority and others? That hasn't really been a concern of ours in any way. I'd say it's more of a moral obligation for our organization. It's absolutely our mandate is to try and I mean, not Lake Erie specifically, but everything is connected. And the only way to clean up Lake Erie is to deal with tributary supplies, which the Thames is the main source of nutrients on the Canadian side into Lake Erie. So we are a significant contributor. It's a binational effort to clean it up. So morally, I believe we have an obligation. I will say, perhaps not for my colleagues, but I think we're of the same opinion that we understand the urgency. I think you do. The government, senior government professes to the urgency, and yet we're not seeing the action funded, which is a frustration. And but I, as far as legal risk, that I don't think that's been a concern of ours at this point.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to very quickly pick up on something that Councillor Hopkins was saying.
I know that the Upper Thames takes every opportunity to leverage dollars from senior levels of government. Prior to coming here, I worked with those senior levels of government, the federal one at least, and know that whether it's Canada Summer Jobs for summer programming, or whether it's Natural Resources Canada for studies and work on water quality, they have leveraged federal dollars. And they have, although we're not where we'd like to be, I think that they have made a really important difference in the quality of the water that's flowing through the Thames and ultimately into the Great Lakes water system. So I just want to reinforce what Councillor Hopkins said, because I've experienced it up front. I've been able to call Mr. Wilcox and give the good news about federal funding being delivered to them. So I know that they don't come to us asking for our help without having investigated other avenues to fill in the need. So I appreciate that they put in that kind of work. Mayor Holder.
Thanks very much, Chair. Perhaps I'd like to direct it to our colleague in the gallery, but I recall an experience not that long ago. I had a senior business official from China come to the office, and as part of the ceremony, he brought a bottle of water from his river, and the representatives, the London representatives, brought a bottle of water from the Thames. I thought I was going to die. The smell from ours was embarrassingly bad. My question to our colleague in the gallery is, over the last several years, you've given our river a D. Based on your involvement and the Upper Thames Conservation Authority's involvement, how would you grade past performance to current in terms of your efforts to assist in improving the quality of the Thames?
Go ahead.
Okay, through the chair to the mayor. The Upper Thames has been involved in water quality issues since the early 1970s. The Upper Thames was formed initially in 1947, partly in response to water quality issues, more in the rural areas. So it's always been part of our effort, part of our mandate to address local water quality issues. I think the performance of the Conservation Authority within, and again, I don't mean to speak for my colleagues, I think within the resources we've been provided, the legislated mandate that we've been given, I believe we have done the best that could be expected. We have tried to leverage, as was very eloquently explained, leverage every opportunity to try and maximize the dollars to maximize the work. And frankly, if you don't have the money, you can't do the work. Most of our focus over the last 50 years, I will say, has been more directed in the rural areas, working with individual landowners. It's soil conservation, it's cover crops, it's buffers along water courses. And as I said, I think all of those programs have been effective. And I would say that with the resources we had, we have done all that could be expected. I'll give ourselves a B+ to an A-. There's always room for improvement. But I'm standing before you today with the budget that we have saying, even though what's been promoted and the actions that have been taken have been effective, they're not adequate because the resources have not been there to address the scale of the issue that we have in the Upper Thames. 2/3 of the water courses themselves in this watershed have been modified. They've been straightened, they've been widened, they have lost their own natural capacity to attenuate nutrients, to repair themselves, to clean themselves up. So we're so far behind as a starting point that the work ahead of us is way bigger than the work that we've completed. So, you know, I don't want to brag too much, but I would say we have done a very effective job, but we've been handcuffed by the resources we have to do the work.
Listen, we're not putting the Upper Thames into a big Q&A. I'm just trying to understand. I tend to base things on results. And I mean, the stark comment you made at the very front end was that you rated the river quality a D. And so I'm trying to put a correlation in there in terms of the Upper Thames involvement with it, and I appreciate you've been involved in a number of things, but I'm just trying to, I don't know if there's any correlation there or not. I'm not trying to judge. I'm just trying to get a sense of the correlation between Upper Thames involvement in making this the major focus and the fact that today, 50 plus years later, it's a DI. I'm a bit overwhelmed by that as a comment, and maybe maybe it would have been worse. I don't know. So I'm just trying to absorb that as well. But I appreciate the work that you do, and I'm not trying to disrespect it. I'm just trying to understand it a little bit better. No question there.
Councillor Squire.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Listening to this, and I've listened to you for 5 years, and the common message that I hear is we need more resources, they're not available to us, and we're slipping behind. I hear that every single year, and I think the people around this table sit here and go, wow, that's terrible, and then we go on to what we do next. It seems to me, and you can agree with me or not, that this is not the appropriate model that we have for you to get the resources you need. What you're doing is you're going cap in hand to all these different municipalities that are cash strapped saying, can you please find some money in your budget to do this, when you've got a system that's really interconnected. Any environmental system, I know this much, that all of these bodies of water, rivers, lakes, are interconnected. Is it your intention when you speak to the provincial government to say, we need a different model. We need a model where the higher levels of government are looking at these targets and the funding that has to take place? Because I have to be frank with you, I think you'll probably be coming to municipalities for another 100 years saying, please give us money, but we're still falling behind.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, to Councillor Squire, yeah, you've opened the door for me. Thank you. The provincial government, certainly we believe, has a very strong responsibility to fund, I'll pick on the water quality work specifically, and you're correct. The cap in hand model is exactly what we've had to pursue. As Councillor Hopkins said, 2/3 of our funding is self-generated. That's us writing proposals, hustling contracts. We do over 100 funding applications every year to try and get the work done. That's mainly where our provincial funding comes from. There is no transfer payment from the province of Ontario for this work. The only transfer payment we get is for flood control. So the provincial money comes in 1 year and 2 year spurts, and it only comes based on us competing for the money and then all the administrative inefficiencies that go with having to do interim reports, final reports, specific audited statements to support it. So it's a difficult way to get the job done. Agree 100% the model is ineffective. When it comes to municipalities, from a conservation authority point of view, again, we deal with 17 municipalities, have been fantastic supporters of conservation authority work for more than 70 years. We do come to you individually to try and explain and rationalize and justify the budgets we put before you. Up until now, the only way the model has worked is, and whether it's been made explicit or not, it was mentioned yesterday, conservation authorities have levying powers. So even if there was a few municipalities who weren't so excited about paying us an increase, if the board approved the budget, at least there was adequate funding throughout the whole watershed to continue the work. I need to flag for you that through Bill 108, legislatively, conservation authorities have been reviewed, how we're structured, what our core mandate is, but one of the most significant changes is a reduction or removal of some of those levying powers. So in the future, Councillor Squire, my understanding, and this still requires clarity from the province, is every municipality will have the ability to opt out of certain programs. There'll be core business like flood control that is business as usual that everybody pays for, but the water quality work in particular, our interpretation is if town of St. Mary's or Stratford or Zora Township doesn't want to pay for that work anymore, they can opt out and that work is no longer done. So what has worked, the reason it's worked is because it's been a systems approach for 70 years. We're very concerned that now it'll become a patchwork of program delivery and it'll change year to year based on fiscal priorities. So, that's my little bit of pushback. My concern is the structure is inadequate, but it seems to be going the wrong way.
Just to follow up on that, and you mentioned one thing, which is the province views your work as flood control work. And I think that's important because that's certainly the message that I received when I've been listening to the province. I don't want to say which government, but this one, a prior one, I think but it's consistently been, we expect conservation authorities to do flood control work. That's their job. And the environmental part of it, I don't see the emphasis on that from a funding point of view. And that seems to be a bit of a reality to me. And that's why I think there's so many difficulties, because there's different points of view on what a conservation authority does. And I just want to be clear that as you move forward, the environmental aspect of what you do should be stressed, because that's part of what everyone here is talking about and what you need funding for.
Okay, I don't have any other, I have Councillor Turner.
He just never looked left. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wilcox, for coming today. I think it's really important that, one, we recognize, and the statements from Mr. Wilcox clearly identify the challenges that that an organization like the Upper Thames has in being able to maintain the natural environment within the watershed, and not only the terrestrial but also the aquatic. And the aquatic is clearly stressed when we see that it would be graded as a D, for example. There's two sides to that. I mean, one of the reasons why it's a D and not an F is because of the yeoman's work that conservation authorities play. The other side of it is what the inputs into the river are. As we heard, about 75% of the phosphorus loading is likely from agricultural sources. The other 25%, right here. We talked about our wastewater management and how quickly we would be able to separate our infrastructure so that we didn't have bypasses into the Thames River. There's a lot of policy pieces. In fact, right now the provincial government is looking to pass legislation that would reduce the amount of time required to do drainage in farms, to get approvals for drainage and irrigation in farms, which could lead to a significant increase in the inputs of adverse elements into the watershed. So while we are putting a lot of money into supporting the response to that, there's also the other side, is the policy side, is making sure that those inputs into the river and our ecosystems are avoided in the first place. And I think this is a good opportunity for us to flag that a little bit and say that it's important, because without those inputs at the other side, without the policy inputs to say let's reduce those impacts, we're left trying to put a lot of money into response rather than prevention. And I think the way that conservation authorities are structured makes it very challenging for, and you just heard about the challenges on the day-to-day level of funding, because they're special purpose bodies that follow watersheds, not political borders. And I can't imagine what it would be like to operate an organization that's that required on funding and contracts on a day-to-day basis, and not have that that political boundary alignment such as a border. Instead, just where a drop of water falls and where it goes. So I'm very supportive of the budget. I'm very concerned about the potential reductions in these areas, especially the provincial ones, as we get to talking about those as well. But right now, I'd encourage you to support what's put forward here.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And because we're talking about different models, we're talking about how climate change is linked to the work that the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority does. I think this would be an appropriate time to introduce an idea that might give us a little more hope and encourage people to support this. Let me read a very short interaction I had with a resident who wrote me and said they're concerned about the climate change and that we invest in these things. I said to her, we're very limited as to the amount we can raise taxes. The fastest way for us to get to net zero is if residents voluntarily purchase carbon offsets, which they can do at a site like less.ca. Having a site where we sell our own offsets or let people crowdfund projects would give us millions in potential funding. The average amount for Canadians is 22 tons of carbon. At $20 a ton, that's $440 to be net zero. So I asked her, would you buy $440 worth of credits on City of London projects if a mechanism were available? She wrote back, dear Councillor Van Holst, that's a very interesting suggestion. Yes, I would be happy to buy London's own carbon offsets or participate in crowdfunding for worthwhile City of London climate disaster projects. Participating in something that's my own city is doing has a lot of emotional appeal compared to sending money off into the ether.
Councillor.
I note that,
Councillor
just
Van
one
Holst.
more sentence if I may.
one more sentence.
I note that the amount you're suggesting is a lot more than 10% of my normal city property tax bill, which is in turn is a small fraction of my total taxes. It's not outrageous amount to be motivated citizens to contribute towards direct action on an enormously important issue. So a little later, when it's appropriate, I'd like to flesh out a plan for us to actually use this kind of method that's being used, but our city could be a leader in promoting this, and it's be a way to get people who want to voluntarily contribute to these kinds of things where we can't just take the money from taxpayers who are already too stretched. I think we established yesterday that it's difficult for us to raise taxes for the people who just don't have the wherewithal. But there are other ways, there are other models, as was suggested by Councillor Squire. This may be one of them. So I'll speak about that a little more later.
That was the longest sentence I've ever heard, but.
Yes, yeah, thank you. I did stretch that out.
So I will look around, but I don't have any other speakers on the list. I will say we were about to vote, and then we proceeded to have 8 speakers, 8 members of council speak for 35 minutes and some twice. All on very important topics, but I would ask colleagues, because a couple have asked me, at the end of yesterday, how many days do you think we'll need? My answer is all of them, because at the pace we're going, that's what it's going to take. And that's okay. Everybody needs to see their piece. Everybody has to ask the questions to make the decisions on the budget, but your expectations should be, we're going to use all the days, and it's okay that we have to ask questions. I'm not going to cut off people's ability to ask questions that will help them with their votes. I'll just ask for people to be succinct and try not to repeat what someone said before them, and we'll keep moving along. So is there anybody else who wants to speak on this, or can I open the vote for the, okay, we're going to open the vote again for the 3 conservation authorities. And this is the vote on their budgets without the provincial impact pieces included in them.
I'll vote yay.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, great. If there are no objections, then I will look for them in a second. Perhaps we could deal with the provincial impacts of all 3 conservation authorities at the same time. Councillor Sali is willing to move that. Councillor Kaibaga is willing to second that. So this is the provincial impacts for all 3 conservation authorities as one motion. Speakers on this. Councillor Squire.
This is something I welcome the opportunity to speak about. As I mentioned earlier, I think this is the model that we're using for conservation authorities is not the correct model. When I became a councillor, I was frankly surprised that municipalities were being asked to carry such a large amount of burden of conservation authorities. They are not restricted to one municipality, and I think it's unfair to ask them to seek funding one after the other from municipalities. I think it should be a provincial responsibility, and I think those discussions should take place at that level. We don't have an environment ministry in this building. That's in Toronto, and I think it's incumbent on them to deal with this. Now, I understand, because Mr. Wilcox has mentioned it to me a couple of times, that he could demand that we pay the money even if we didn't. And I understand that, but the corollary of that is a conservation authority could send us a bill for any amount and we would have to pay it without question. So in these particular circumstances, I'm going to say that I expect the province to pay these amounts or not pay these amounts. If they choose not to pay these amounts, and it appears they haven't, then people should be knocking on their door saying, province, you're not making a contribution to conservation authorities. But I think at this point in time, I will be voting against us funding provincial impacts. If I continue to make the vote that we're going to fund conservation authorities in this way, Mr. Wilcox will continue to come here, be up at that microphone and say, we're falling behind. And for me, it's time to get a grip on this problem, get it in the right place, and have the right body funding it. And I'm looking forward to the discussions that you're going to have with the province and municipalities to get to that point. The other thing is, discussion is a good thing. I think not voting for this will lead to those discussions being more urgent and more fruitful. So I'm prepared to do that today and move this matter along in what I think will be a more urgent manner.
Any other speakers? Mr. Mayor, and then Councillor Van Holst.
This is to our treasurer. Knowing that there are the provincial impacts that are put in place, and mindful of Councillor Squire's comment, what would the impact be if the provincial impacts were voted down, but we're compelled to pay them, but we haven't budgeted for them? I'm trying to get a sense of the practical reality of this.
Ms. Barron.
Thank you, through the chair. If the conservation authorities, when they pass their budgets, choose to pass on these costs to the municipalities as they have suggested, then we would have a deficit in year because we would not have a funding source to pay those. So that would go through our and impact our annual surplus by the amount of the billing that we do not have money set aside for.
And further to that, would then you bring forward something in the annual budget update to restore the funding? Or I'm just curious on the further process beyond the surplus impact.
So in year, for the year that we may potentially have any deficit of any program, we would need to fund that through, and that is one of the reasons why we have contingencies and reserves to fund those potential shortfalls. Then obviously in this case, there is some uncertainty because in 2021, there may be some potential changes through the consultation that is occurring. If it is a requirement for the municipalities to pay, we would likely bring that forward as a budget amendment to restore that, and that impact would then be added to the tax rate in future years.
Sorry, Mayor, I don't know if you were done or not.
So are we in a position what if we didn't pay the bill? I mean, I'm not trying to be otherwise, but I'm just would like to get your perspective on that.
Ms. Barbon.
Through the chair, I believe then we would be utilizing the mechanisms that Ms. Anderson had spoke of yesterday in terms of our ability under the Act to challenge the costs, and there may be a legal challenge at that point that we would have to follow through with.
What are through your chair to the treasurer? What are the benefits or impacts of waiting until the province's review of conservation authorities is complete, and then if that's 2021, we have some sense of what it is that we're actually required, compelled, expected to pay? Could you give us some insight into that?
I think, through the chair, I believe there's two ways you can approach this. You can leave the amounts in the budget at this time, and then you would be covered for 2020, and then noting if there are changes in 2021, that those would come through a budget update, and if there were reductions at that time, then council could remove it, and there would be a savings in the budgeted tax levy rate that we were anticipating. The alternative would be the opposite, is if you take that out, you would have a deficit in year that we would need to fund on a one-time basis. And then depending on what the consultation is, you may either have potentially 2 years of increases to fund, or at that point, you'd be adding on to the tax rate, whatever the change might be. So it may be easier for council to remove an amount out of the budget as opposed to having a liability that you'd then have to fund that would depend on potentially 2 years.
Well, through the chair, it may be easier from a mathematical standpoint, but from a political standpoint, in my experience, once you put it in, it becomes very challenging to take it away. So appreciating your comments. Mathematically, you're correct. Politically, I'm not so sure.
I think our treasurer was just giving facts. I don't think she was weighing in on political commentary.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to imply that she was giving a political, that's our job, but I appreciate your thoughts.
So people know who I've got on the speakers list in case I missed someone. Councillor Van Holst, Councillor Hopkins, and Councillor Helmer so far, and Councillor Cassidy, and Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. I'd like to pursue this line of reasoning. I think Councillor Squire and the mayor have brought up a good point. We're in a position where paying is difficult for us, and I think that we need to stand up and say something. And by saying we're not going to pay, even if we budget this and prepare to do so, knowing that it can just be demanded of us, I think we're making a right step. And I want to assure the Upper Thames Conservation Authority that we're certainly supportive, but I believe that maybe we can go through this process together as a way of sending a message to the province. So if I can, by approving this in the budget, are we automatically saying that we approve these transfers? Do we need to do something different if we're going to say in this that we're not going to pay? Does it have to look differently through you to our treasurer? Do we need to put this in a reserve or something like that in order to object in this way?
Ms. Barmon?
So through the chair, if you put the money into the budget for the tax levy, the increase will be, from a financial perspective, you will have the money to pay for that. So from that perspective, if you approve, obviously we're looking at 4 years right now. If there is a change, we have an annual update process that we would come back and you can alter it up or down. It just depends on, I guess, what you might anticipate might come out of the consultations as to how great a risk that might be in terms of setting aside funds for that. So from a council perspective, there's an update process and you absolutely don't have any commitments for 2021 to 2023 because through that update process, you can amend that. And certainly one of the key areas we have as part of the update is for provincial changes. And that's what happened last multi-year budget. We had a number of provincial changes that took place that we needed to add things to the budget. In this case, we might be taken away if the consultation were to suggest a number of programs were no longer mandatory, or it could go vice versa to stay status quo. I don't know what the likelihood of that will be. That will obviously depend on the consultations that are starting to take place in the next coming weeks. So I think it depends on council's willingness to take the risk of whether you want to have that funding set aside to pay for it, or whether you want to use it on a one-time source to cover the deficit for 2020, should that occur, and then you would reassess in 2021. So either you're going to set that money aside to pay for it and then remove it potentially, or you have the option of leaving it out and then having to add it should you require and fund it through a one-time source. So the risk is up to council. You can see the amounts that are there and what the potential liability would be should that occur.
Right, and of course the challenge for anyone who doesn't understand it is the province has withdrawn some funding to the conservation authorities for programs that they're mandated to perform. So they have to perform these programs, they have to get the money for it, and if we say no, we're going to give it, then they have no other choice but to force the levy upon us. So, but perhaps we have to go through this drama to get to something better. So I'll leave my colleagues to discuss how we go about this, but I believe that I'm going to vote against this motion, or at least somehow vote against providing those funds.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Hopkins next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the more I listen, the more questions I have, so I may have to come back again. But for now, I want to follow up with a few comments that I kind of think we generally agree that the province is reviewing. The model may not be perfect. I think there's an agreement with that. And the province is undertaking that review right now through Bill 108. And when I hear comments that what is the message that we are saying here by moving the money, by not paying for it, but we will be paying for it because we know we are legislated to pay for it, coming through our surplus, I would like further clarification on what are we trying to say here. But I'm going to stick to my question through you, Mr. Chair, that I originally had about the results and the risks as a municipality. What is the liability risk that if we start playing around with numbers here, and I think that's kind of what we're doing here, because I would think we all know we have to pay for it. Are there any concerns of liability of risk as we do this from a municipality's risk?
Ms. Barbone.
So through the chair, if you refer to page 81 in your property tax budget, Sir Locks, on page 81, what it clearly shows is the broken out for the provincial funding cuts for the hazard program. So the amounts in 2020 for Kettle Creek, Lower Thames, and Upper Thames amount to $148,000. That is specifically with respect to this motion that would be passed on to us potentially through the down provincial impacts. So that is the amount of the exposure that if we were billed that we would face from a financial perspective.
Councillor Hopkins.
So if it could be explained to me why we are doing this. We know the province is reviewing at the moment. We know that 2020, we're going to have to take on this download. So I'm trying to understand that if we're making decisions, should we not be waiting to see what the province is going to be deciding on what is mandatory, what is non-mandatory? I'm trying to get to understand why we would not do what's recommended here. You either support it or not, but I'm not sure what we're trying to say if we start pulling from the surplus. I'm hoping I can get more clarification from my colleagues that would support something like this. I'm just asking the question, and to you.
At this time, I'm not going to get into having colleagues respond for the reasons for their vote. I think anybody who wants to do that can stand up and speak. We have several who have said they're going to take an approach and have stated why, and then there are others who have said they're going to take a different approach, and I think that's part of the debate. So I understand what you're asking, and I think I will leave the answering of that question to anybody who chooses to participate and explain their reason in the debate. At the end of the day, all that's on the floor is these portions of the budget. There is no statement, there's no direction to the mayor to do anything attached to that. It's just the budgets. Councillor Hopkins?
Thank you for recognizing me again, but my question was, and I appreciate your comments as the chair, but there was a comment here about sending a message. by doing what they may be doing, and I'm still trying to get clarification on that. And I think it's okay to ask, what message, as a council, are we saying here? I think it's fair to ask that question.
Okay, so I'm going to proceed with the speakers list, and people want to engage in that, they can, but someone wants to answer that, get on the speakers list. So next I have Councillor Helmer.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wonder if Mr. Wilcox or any other representatives from the CAs who might be here could tell us about what the hazard program funding covers and what the impact would be if you didn't receive the funding.
Mr. Wilcox.
Through the chair, Councillor Helmer. So hazard program, this is our flood control program. So for the Upper Thames, this is the operation of Fanshawe Dam, Wildwood Dam, and Pittock Dam and Reservoir, which directly protect the City of London from flood events. It's the repair and maintenance of your dike systems, Brofdale, West London Dike. It's all the flood forecasting and warning network that goes throughout the watershed that allows us to predict and operate those flood control structures appropriately. It includes preventative measures. Councillor Turner mentioned that approach. Certainly our floodplain regulations, our work with your staff around planning to have people avoid the hazards. So these are the delegated responsibilities the province has imposed on us. We believe we have to continue to deliver at that capacity. Bill 108 affirmed that. The recent flood advisors report that the province commissioned confirmed that. Then the province said, and by the way, we're cutting you by 50%. So certainly the discussion, and again, I won't speak for my colleagues, but from our point of view, I find it very frustrating and very uncomfortable that I feel like it's us in front of council requesting funding that we do not agree with. We believe the province should be funding this. And just for context, the model for decades was this program was cost shared between municipalities in the province 50-50. Over the last 25 years and with this recent decision, I believe the ratio now is 94-6. And I would argue the 6 is not guaranteed. If that is clear.
If you could just stay at the mic, I do have one other question. So in terms of your overall budget for the Conservation Authority, what percentage is being covered by the province?
Of our overall budget, I would say 4%, and I would say that's a very generous interpretation.
Okay, thank you. So colleagues, I think this is a critically important program. I mean, I think you have to look at all these impacts and say, okay, what is this actually doing and what's the real world impact if it's not funded? So I think this one is really, really important. Like, it's actually a very small amount of money. That's what we're discussing, you know, $110,000 for the Upper Thames, for example. But I mean, it wasn't that long ago that I looked over at the West London Dike and it was almost overtopping the thing. I don't know how short it was, a couple feet? Like, we had huge flooding just this month. This is a really important thing in terms of public services that are provided in our municipality. I mean, I'm not cutting it. There's no way I'm going to support cutting it. I actually think substantially more money needs to be going into this area. I do support the province paying for more of it, but in the meantime, the question is, are we going to cut it? Because I don't want to do that. This is the situation where the municipality is covering most of the costs, either us or Thames Centre or any of the other municipalities in the watershed. And it's really our obligation to cover these costs. That's the way it's set up. We can talk about changing the model and all that stuff, and if the province wants to cover more things, great, but it doesn't seem like that's very likely. They just cut it. So I think we need to cover this one. I think it's a very important program. I think it's critical from a public safety perspective in the very short term. Like, it's not like some long-term risk thing. It's a very pressing issue. I wouldn't cut it. I hope other people will not vote to cut it.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So having heard the comment that, you know, politically, it would be more difficult to claw back funding that we had already committed to, because obviously if another level of government sees someone else paying for it, it's easy for them to let that funder keep on paying for it. but I want to ask through you to the treasurer or to whoever else can answer this. So Mr. Wilcox mentioned, or no, the treasurer mentioned possible legal repercussions if we not only don't put it in the budget, but actually don't pay it. So there could be legal repercussions. So who would Upper Thames, as an example, or any of the conservation authorities, and their only recourse is a legal avenue, who would they go to? Would they go to the province or would they go to the municipal funders?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, in my view, these are actually almost two different conversations. You're deciding whether or not to set money aside in the budget for a service that we know is mandatory and will be charged to us regardless. So the Act provides that the service will be provided in accordance with the plan. We will be billed. And then if we don't pay it, that will be enforced against us. So the conservation authorities would have the ability to enforce the debt on the municipality.
Thank you for that. So we would embroil ourselves in a great big brouhaha. You know, we would be the ones that would be subject to any kind of fight from the conservation authorities. And then we would be in a very big public argument with the provincial government, who we rely on for a whole bunch of different funding programs. This isn't the only one. So I think going down that road is extremely dangerous, and I will not support that. I'm glad Deputy Mayor Helmer asked the questions that he asked about the program itself, because I had those questions also. So going a little bit further, I have another question for Mr. Wilcox is, if the funding were to stop, let's say hypothetically the funding stopped, there is no hazard control funding at all. Let's say back in January, if this program did not exist, what would have happened realistically in London during that flood event in January?
Through the chair, it's speculation, but certainly the flood control, Fanshawe Dam, Wildwood, Pittock, West London Dyke, all worked in concert. It was a significant event to prevent flooding. Without those facilities being managed or even in place, definitely there would have been homes inundated in parts of the city, and probably the most vulnerable area, if West London Dyke was not functional, is Blackfriars, is the former West London area. So yes, there would have been damages, and historically, London experienced that stuff. There was loss of life. There was significant, not just flooding of homes, but loss of homes. But that's all gone from public memory because the system has worked for a long time. So I can't speculate beyond that, but definitely there would have been flood damages, and it would have been much more prevalent in everyone's mind.
Thank you. So I view not funding this as a symbolic move, regardless of what the review is going to show us in the end. We need these programs, and there are very real, tangible repercussions for the City of London and the citizens of London without these programs in place.
Councillor Pelosa. Okay, Councillor Squire.
You know, I always like it when I raise something like this, because by the time it gets back to me, it's a different sort of story. So let's be really clear here. My position is the province should be paying this money. Now, the questions are being asked about, well, where does this particular lump of money go? Well, it goes to the dam, and it goes to this. So the authority's still going to get money, and the concept that they're going to, if they get less money, the first thing they're going to abandon is all of their flood control measures. If you're going to make that assumption, that's fine. But again, I think to try to say, well, you know, if we don't give them this amount of money, then people in London are going to be flooded out of their homes. I just want people to exercise a little bit of caution in what they're saying. The second thing is, there seems to be this idea that we're going to go right from we didn't budget this money to the conservation authorities are going to be suing us or taking us to court or something like that. I'm sorry, I don't think that's where things are going to start. But here we go, and this is something we're going to eventually have to, or municipalities are going to eventually have to decide, because this debate's going to keep going on for about a week, where somebody like me says, you know, the province should fund this, and so I'm not going to step in and take over for the province. Then other people are going to say, well, is this a valuable service? And the answer is going to be, yeah, absolutely, it's a valuable service. And then the argument's going to be, well, then we got to take it over and pay for it. I mean, where does that end? Eventually, if the province says, well, we're not going to fund a certain amount of healthcare in the City of London, are we going to say, well, we'll jump in and fund that, we'll fund that gap, we'll get involved in the healthcare business. We'll get involved in that business. And the provincial government says, that's great. Look what London did. Let's pull out of it a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, and they'll fund it. So I think this is an area where they're looking to make changes. I think we should be less alarmist, as I said yesterday, in budget debates. I think we should look at what it really means. But I think this is going to go on for for another week, and I'm going to be arguing one point of view, which is we have to be prudent and we have to be careful. And then another point of view of this is a really great thing, so we have to fund it even though the province doesn't. And that argument's going to be ongoing, and that's fine, because I think it's a really important argument. Because I would argue that as we move along, we are more and more moving into areas that are not municipal jurisdiction. And while we move more into those areas, we are dropping the ball on the areas we're responsible for. Clearly, the government of Ontario, when I talked to them, said flood control is the key thing that conservation authorities do, and that needs to be funded. And look what they're doing. They're backing right out of it. They're backing out of it. But the idea, and I just want to be really clear about this, because the idea that the Conservation Authority, if it doesn't get as much funding as it wants, is going to stop operating dams. I think that's a really dangerous step to take. So I want us to be really careful in what we say. In terms of delivering a message, I'm not looking to deliver anything except what is prudent management of our resources and prudent management of our responsibilities. And somewhere, you have to draw a line. You have to draw a line and say, this is not something that the municipality is responsible for. I would argue that the municipality shouldn't be responsible at all for conservation authorities. But I'm certainly prepared to draw a line here. And again, it's not because I don't think these programs are valuable. They're not cuts to get rid of something that's valuable. And am I prepared to do something that will flood people and kill people in the City of London? No, absolutely not.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Squire. You two are making very compelling arguments on both sides, and it's making this decision even more difficult for me, because I said at the outset yesterday, I really don't want to fund anything that's a provincial cut. I don't want to backfill those things. The province is absolutely entitled to make changes as they see fit, and I realize that they're struggling with some financial challenges as well. I also see this, but I also said the exception to that rule for me would be where it's an absolute matter of public safety. And I do see flooding and flood control as an absolute matter of public safety. So I struggle, because I also agree with Councillor Squire. The province should be funding this, not us. So through you, Chair, we have a new chair. Welcome, Your Worship. Through you, Chair, if I could ask Mr. Wilcox, because I do agree that if we don't approve this, the dam operations, the flood control measures are not going to be the first thing that they drop, but there are other valuable things that they do. So, and I know I'm asking for a little bit of speculation, but if there could perhaps be a for example, what would the trade-off in the other services you provide have to be if this funding didn't flow through?
Go ahead, please.
Through the chair, again, I can't presuppose what the decision of our board of directors would be, but I will tell you this cut to our transfer payment actually occurred in 2019, mid-year. So we did not receive the funding in 2019, and we also consciously decided to not approach municipalities mid-year to say, please cover this. 2019 we covered through reserves. Long-term, that is not a feasible option. But if there was a decision on the part of our municipalities to not pay or to refuse payment, we'd have to speculate on how to deal with that. It could be a cut in service in other areas, but I've also stood here and told you our strategic plan is about doing more, not about doing less. So the board's debate would either be to take from somewhere else or to again look to our reserves to try and backfill for one more year, recognizing that that becomes a short-sighted decision too for future flexibility. So that's the best I can clarify.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to weigh in on this debate because it's one of those ones that I think has become an important one because of the way that the context of how it's being discussed. And I want to pull this back to my perception of the reality of what's happening here. Mr. Wilcox stood up earlier, and he said very clearly, and I appreciate what he said, he doesn't really want to be here asking for money from the municipality for a decision that was made at the provincial level. He also made very clear that he's got mandated programs that he's required to provide, and they're going to be provided. So we're not going to not have flood control in the City of London, irrespective of what we decide. The most likely outcome of voting down these increases is that they go back to the boards, they have a discussion on whether they're going to take from reserves again for a year and see how the consultations go, or whether they're going to build a municipality. The consequences on the City of London side is, do we have the money to cover that in our budget or not? And then we're either going to, the treasurer is going to say, we're going to use surplus to deal with it this year, and I'm bringing back a budget amendment in the next year's multi-year budget update, or there's a change in provincial consultation and she's not. So we're not talking about, at the end of the day, funding a specific program of the Conservation Authority or not. We're talking about whether or not we're going to set the money aside in our budget to deal with that consequence or not, and when we're going to do it. So I appreciate that some of my colleagues feel that there is something to be said about requiring the conservation authorities to go through the process of actually billing us, and for us to actually make the decision to not put the money in the budget. I think that is actually a statement on the part of the municipality. We have to be comfortable with the consequences of that. We have to be comfortable with the potential to have tax pressure increases in the next year should we be required to pay this in the long term. But I respect that some of my colleagues want to take that route because it supports the statement that they want to make about the place of municipalities in filling in for spaces that were vacated by other levels of government. So I wanted to share my thoughts on how I perceive this going. I do not see this needing to be a debate about flood protection in the City of London. This is a debate about whether or not we put money aside that we're very likely going to have to pay in the municipal budget for our next year.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick comment on all of this. I think Councillor Squire is correct in saying that this doesn't manifest in floods happening automatically because these funds aren't withdrawn. But how it does manifest is in a lot of services that could be seen as marginally discretionary. And by marginally discretionary, there's services that the Conservation Authority provides to us on an ongoing basis, such as planning file reviews and floodplain mapping. Perhaps those are the things that get reduced. Also, the question of enforcement on environmental regulations that are within the purview of the Conservation Authority. Those things are challenging to do at best, and with a reduction in funding, those may not happen. So it's not a question of we just open up the gates at Fanshawe Dam and walk away. That's not what's going to happen. But what might happen is a question of perhaps in one of our planning files, not as much of a robust review of that file gets done. To take a look at it from a floodplain mapping perspective. Are the flood maps up to date? Are they appropriate? We're taking a look at an entire area in the south of the city to determine whether those flood maps are appropriate for current standards and current environmental conditions. Indications are that they're not. So if that kind of mapping and that kind of review is not done, and we go ahead and permit development in those areas, then in the future, we may see fairly significant damages associated with those properties that built on areas that were flood vulnerable. And I would hazard a guess that it would probably be more than $110,000 in 1 year in terms of damage or value. So I think we've got to tread carefully on this. There are services, absolutely, there's a principal component to whether we get into areas that the province got out of. But the fact is that they were actually downloaded to us. Let's be clear about that. It was downloaded to us. There's not a lot of discretion on whether these activities are done or not. It's a question of whether we pay for them. And it's not even a question either. At the end of the day, we will have to pay for them. So we can have the round and round argument here, but these are essential services. There will be an erosion of service provided to the city. It is absolutely in our interest to ensure the protection and proper land use planning and environmental support and mitigations are all in place. And I think this is nominal. It's really disappointing. I certainly don't expect that that provincial taxpayers will see a reduction in their rates as a result of this download. And it keeps being said, there's only one taxpayer. I totally agree with that. But there are some obligations that we have in this municipality, and I think this is one of them. I hope you support it.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Cautious of not drawing things out unnecessarily, but I do want to say that the way I look at conservation authorities is essentially these are like a joint venture between all the municipalities and the watershed. The province is really kicking in a very small amount of the money. All of the board members are appointed by municipalities. This is a municipal service that's delivered through a special purpose body, the Conservation Authority. And so we're all coming together to work in the watershed geography to deal with these issues around flooding and other environmental concerns. The province is really very, other than setting all the legislation, which is, I think, part of the problem that we're talking about here, they're not really that involved. They're not appointing any of the board members. They're not really putting in a lot of money to cover the Conservation Authority's programs. This is a municipal issue, and it's a municipal responsibility. That's the way it's set up in the province of Ontario. So, I think this program is an important one. I think it's a municipal responsibility. I think we need to cover the bill. I look forward to hearing everyone advocating to the province that they need to be putting more money into conservation authorities.
Mayor Holder.
Just a simple question, Mr. Wilcox. I heard you indicate that in 2019, the Conservation Authority paid for half of the amount associated with the lack of provincial support. You mentioned that came out of reserves. May I ask what's the reserve amounts currently in the Conservation Authority? I don't know that number. I'd appreciate having a sense of that, please.
So there's 3 conservation authorities, so I see some coordinating.
Yeah.
If others need to speak on this, we can go to all 3 if necessary, but go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, the cut, we covered 100% of the cut last year was $170,000 watershed-wide. Our flood control reserve that funded that is about $3.2 million, but keep in mind that it's called reserves, but really it's intended for future spending on capital enhancements and repairs. So that's our scale. I'm not sure if Elizabeth or Mark.
Through the chair, our provincial cut was $57,000. The increase that I'm asking you for today is just $6,000. We've absorbed that provincial transfer payment cut within our budget by losing 1 full-time staff person, looking at shared services and making sure that we're as efficient as possible in all our other services. So the overall increase I'm asking of the council today is just $6,000. We've absorbed the provincial funding cut in 2019 and 2020.
And your reserve amounts are?
I believe around 400.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, in the Lower Thames, we have absorbed the cut, the provincial cut, which is around $77,000. The amount in the budget, the $5,000, is actually money that was moved from other services into the flood services, and that would be the total amount. Our reserves in this area are around $300,000, but most of those reserves are actually dedicated to asset management of existing dams.
Thank you, Chair.
Perhaps I could go to Ms. Barbone. The numbers that were referenced in the gallery do not align with the numbers that are proposed in our budget. I don't know if you can reconcile that with the what was being asked for this particular program.
Through the chair, the discrepancy relates to the timing of when the submissions come and when they pass their exact budgets. So since these are the initial estimates that were provided for the asks at that time. Since then, they've had some minor modifications to their budgets before they actually go to pass them at the board level. So their budgets are typically passed after ours in a lot of cases, so we're doing them in advance. So at the end of the day, these are some of the future things are all adjusted based on to make sure that we have everything covered, but that's what the discrepancies they're referring to, specifically their budgets and what they've passed, and this is early on the submissions that were provided to us based on those estimates initially put in place.
Okay, thank you. Any further speakers? Oh, Councillor Lehman and then Councillor Hopkins.
So my understanding is we're not voting today whether to cut services for the Conservation Authority or flooding. What we're voting today on is whether we should set aside money in the budget to cover anticipated bills that we're mandated to pay from the conservation authorities. And so I'd like to ask staff, my understanding is that the province is still, they haven't come to terms yet with what their future plans are for the next 4 years. Can you give me a little more update on where things stand with that?
My apologies, I missed the question, so I don't know who to direct it to.
I'm trying, as I said, I'll repeat myself. We're not voting today whether we're going to cut funding to the conservation authorities. What we're doing is we're voting to budget monies in anticipation of what we are mandated to pay. And the question is, the conservation authorities don't know what that's going to be because negotiations and discussions with the province are happening right now. And we're planning for 4 years ahead. Can you tell me again where those discussions are with the province?
Ms. Provon.
So two things through the chair. So this, you're absolutely correct. This is the financial, with respect to the budget, this is setting aside the money that the City of London will pay for. The billing process and what they actually provide to us in terms of what we have to provide to them will come through a separate process, but this is setting aside the financial obligation. With respect to the consultation, we understand that there is a consultation that is beginning in February. The City of London has been invited to participate, and we will have representatives attending on February the 14th when those consultations begin. So right now, based on 2020, it is status quo. There have not been any changes yet. The consultation is occurring for what may impact our budgets and commitments between what they may deliver and what the city is obligated to pay for that will likely impact future budgets starting likely 2021.
And just to confirm, we're mandated to pay those. Once we get it from the conservation, we're mandated to pay that.
Through the chair, I believe Ms. Ainsley has answered that, and yes, we are obligated to pay the bill when that comes through from the conservation authorities based on the legislation as it stands today.
Councillor Hopkins and Mayor Holder are on my list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just follow up on staff's comments there. First of all, because we know we are going to be mandated to pay for these provincial impacts. Regardless where we put the money or where it comes from, we will have to pay for these. It's clear, and I really would encourage all my colleagues here to support conservation authorities in paying for the provincial impacts to their budget. We know that Bill 108 is under review. We know changes in the future will come about. There will for sure be changes as the province looks at mandatory, non-mandatory. But my concern here is that we may risk greater cost to the municipality as we go through this process. And I would caution each and every one of us to understand we will be paying for this and to support conservation authorities, I think, as we go through this process. We know there will be changes, without a doubt, but let's wait and see what those changes look like before we start taking on greater risk. I'd like to go back, because I do appreciate the conversation we had, but I had some concerns about what is the message that we're sending out here, because I'm not sure what our message is as a council here through this conversation. So I would really be cautious, understanding this is hazard protection, protecting people, property. It's what the Conservation Authority is mandated to do. And I don't want to exaggerate anything here, but supporting conservation authorities is important to this municipality.
Mayor Holder.
Thanks. This will be my last comment on this. And it was prompted by Councillor Lehman's questions and Councillor Hopkins' questions about the importance of conservation authorities and all. But I heard the question from Councillor Lehman talk about mandate, and we heard that as well. I asked the question earlier about reserves, and we have amongst the three some $3.9 million in reserves for various things, capital requirements, and I'm not sure if it said programming, although I suppose if that's future programming, that would be could be in a reserve. But the Conservation Authority determined when they were challenged with extra costs to take that out of their reserves at the time. And if we're presented with a bill, this is to Ms. Barbone, please. If we said, let's just say we said, please take it out of reserves again. It's a question I'm asking for this year until the provincial government got its clarification about purpose and the like and its perspective. Are we able to, do we just pay the bill because they chose not to, by whatever reason, to send us a bill? We heard that through Mr. Wilcox, but can we just say, no thanks, take it out of reserves, or are we compelled to pay it directly?
Ms. Barbone.
Through the chair, so I think further to some of the legal advice you've received, the paying the bill is something potentially different, but legally you're required to pay the bill, although you could challenge it and then there'd be more complexities related to that. From the City of London's perspective, if we didn't put the money in the budget and we still had to pay the bill and we would proceed to just pay it on a one-time basis through our surplus deficit, then we would be funding it on a one-time basis through our reserves if the bill came in and we chose to pay it and not pursue the legal route. Then we would be using a one-time source on our end, should that come through. I think that is what you were looking for. If I'm mistaken, let me know.
Kind of, and we're mostly there, but my question is, we can't direct the Conservation Authority to use their reserves. Should we say, we'd rather you do that than us pay the bill this year until that gets sorted out?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's an option open to us, but I don't think we can speculate as to whether or not the Conservation Authority would accept that. And ultimately, there is an appeal mechanism on every levy that is asked of us, so we could challenge it through that route as well.
And Chair, through you, I'm not trying to be punitive to conservation authorities. I'm just trying to understand what our process could look like and what our options could be through this as well. So that was helpful. Thank you.
Okay, that exhausts the Councillor Van Meerbergen and Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Chair. So as I understand it, from Ms. Barbone, the consultations will take place in February with the province in this, with regard to this matter?
There's a consultation on February 14th.
Okay, so I guess what I'm thinking is, what we do today, we're not setting anything in concrete. We're still meeting as a committee. We could very well have pertinent information before we set this budget in March. So my view is, let's keep that in mind, that we can proceed as we see fit, each of us, knowing that if absolutely necessary, it can be modified. And I guess I just wanted to make that point.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you. Obviously, there's two things being considered here in the discussions. One, should we put this money aside? I think we should. The other question is it worth going through the motions of having the Conservation Authority demand the money from us? So we can simply say, they can ask, will you give us $600,000? We can say yes, or we can say no, and then they can say, well, you have to give us the money, and then we'll say, okay, here it is. Is there a value for us in doing that? So it's a drama. Should we mount this production because there's some value? And are we sending, and this is the message to the province, is that we're trying to say we don't want to pay this. Now, maybe we should. Maybe this should be and certainly this particular program probably is a municipal one. Maybe municipalities have to look after their own flood protection. Maybe not. Perhaps some smaller municipalities have bigger flood protection challenges, and that needs to be a provincial thing. We're looking at in the larger budget, the water quality issues that aren't alone ours. There are other ones. Do those things need to be shared? So that's the other question. Do we object? Or do we become conscientious objectors by saying, no, we're not going to pay, and then have the Upper Thames forced to levy on us? So my question then to you, Mr. Chair, is that second question doesn't have to be answered now. When would a good time to discuss that be?
Yes, we just need clarification on what you want to discuss. Is it, you're talking about sending it, just repeat what you want. Tell me what you want to do.
We can put this in the budget, but we can also not send the money to the Upper Thames, to the conservation authorities. And then they will have to come back and either, as the mayor suggested, put on their reserves, or just come back to us and formally say, yes, you have to pay this money.
So right
and
now,
we'll do that.
So right now, we're having a budget discussion, as the treasurer emphasized, on what we're going to put in our budgets to cover expected obligations that will come forward through a billing process. If you're talking about what we do when that billing process happens, that doesn't necessarily have to be done now. At this point, the treasurer is going to pay the obligated bills unless she receives any sort of different direction from council. We are talking about whether or not we're putting money in the budget to cover what obligations she is anticipating in her tabled budget documents. So.
Well, thank you. I'm becoming fatigued about this point. So, but nevertheless, maybe I'll ask you. I'll probably just give up and vote for this. Maybe it's not worth sending that message at all. But it's one that we could send. And so through you to Ms. Barbone, when could we have a discussion like that if council wanted to have it? I see there's a couple members who may like to.
Well, I'm going to suggest not right now so that we can proceed through the budget, but at an appropriate time at a standing committee, you could provide some sort of direction on Conservation Authority budgets if you'd like. But I think right now we need to focus the conversation on what monies we're going to set in our municipal budget to fulfill our obligations.
Yes, okay, obviously, but that, I was simply hoping by that question to find a place to put this off to, so it didn't need to be discussed further.
Okay, I appreciate it. I have only Councillor Hopkins left on the list so far.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate your patience here with us. I do have a question through you to staff based on, I'd like clarification. Councillor, there was a suggestion that we may have more information by March as we go through our budget process. But the province, as I understand, is going through a consultation on Bill 108, and I would like to know if staff have any idea if we would have further information by March when we set the budget for if you would have further information.
Ms. Barbone.
Thank you. At this point, we're only aware of the one date, so through the chair, I'm not sure if after that date, we will have sufficient information in time for March the 2nd. We possibly might after that, but certainly we might have more information that we have today or possibly just a sense of what comes from that consultation. So unfortunately, I'm not able to confirm whether or not that's going to be enough. Certainly, that's the start. The process could be ongoing for a number of months, so there may be very little based on that consultation that you might know. The only other point that I might wish to add, if I might, is just to confirm that of the three conservation authorities, they are all in a little bit of a different position. Just to clarify the point that Kettle Creek was referring to, their entire budget ask is approximately $6,000 over the previous years. Their actual Kettle Creek increase related to the provincial downloads, and Lower Thames is in the same route. They have actually mitigated a large portion of the provincial impacts. So what we have segregated is actually larger than what the increase they are asking for as a whole. Just in case people hadn't realized that point, this is just that portion related to the flood control, but in those two cases, it is larger than the actual total increase they are asking from the municipalities if you look at page 81.
Councilor Lehman.
Yeah, I've been wrestling with this one. I just want to make a comment that, as we're mandated to pay this, I'm not looking into disputing this amount because the Thames or the conservation authorities do necessary important work. But I think, after having thought it through, based on what I've heard, it's prudent that we set aside this money now. Because we are mandated to pay it. However, that being said, if provincial negotiations prove to provide us with some relief on this aspect, I will look to seeing that the tax rate for those years where it affects it be reduced and we don't lose this money into the black hole of city government.
Okay, that exhausts the speaker's list. So I'm going to open the motion for voting. And again, this motion is to fund what is articulated as the provincial impacts of the Conservation Authority's budget, but the Treasurer provided a little bit of clarification to that just now too. So I will open that motion, which is moved and seconded for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 12-3.
Okay, next, there's two items left in the environmental services budget. There's environmental action programs and reporting and garbage recycling and composting. Does anybody want that dealt with separately? No? Yes. So we'll deal with them separately. So first, I'll look for a mover for the environmental action programs and reporting section. Councillor Sali, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Discussion on that? No one? Okay. We will open that one for voting then. We gave you lots of time on the last one and not so much time on this one.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
I'll look for a mover for garbage, recycling, and composting sections of the budget. Councillor Salih, Councillor Pelosa. Discussion on this. Councillor Helmer, or Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. It's quite a significant increase in the purchases service line for recycling. And I wanted to ask about that, just from last year to this year, we're talking about $2 million more. I imagine it's because of the unit costs, like the salaries to pay the contractors are going up, but I wanted our staff to just speak to that because there's this big one-time hit in 2020, which I'm having a lot of trouble with.
Mr. Stanford.
Through the chair, the $2 million hit is roughly divided between two reasons. As the deputy mayor noted, collection contract prices have gone up dramatically, not only here in London, but across Ontario. Price of trucks, price of fuel, labor costs, insurance costs have just all skyrocketed. A lot of that information was provided when we went forward to have Civic Works and Council approve the new recycling cost for collection. At the same time, we highlighted as well too the ongoing struggle with material revenues. And those have been dropping dramatically over the last 2 years. And in fact, we're fundamentally short upwards of $2 million. We do get half of that back from industry, who funds half of the program. So it's about $1 million shortfall. So that makes up your $2 million, roughly about $1 million on the collection side and at roughly $1 million on the material revenue side.
Any further questions? Okay, any other questions on this particular item from other colleagues? Okay, it's moved and seconded. We'll open this one for voting. Garbage, recycling, and composting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
Okay, 4.3B is the capital budgets for 3 separate service areas. 2 of them have amounts associated with them. Can I move them all together? Is there any objections to that? There is objections to that. All of them separate?
I have specific questions about specific capital projects. So one's in service improvement, one's in life cycle. They're all lumped together in the amounts. So I think just dealing with the amounts separately is probably fine.
Okay, so we'll deal with each of the items separately then. So we'll do 4.3B1, which is the life cycle renewal capital budget. Mover for that. Moved by Councillor Salih, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Discussion. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Stanford, you might be busy for a couple minutes. I want to ask about the new cell construction. So we've got this project, this SW 602120, $4.6 million. There's nothing out in the forecast, beyond this year. Obviously, creation of one cell is very expensive. And I think the construction actually happens in 2021, but I want to understand what the long-term future looks like for landfill expansion. This is where I would expect to see, out in 2030 or somewhere, more cells being created. But I wonder if you could just speak to that and what's going on in the longer-term capital forecast for this kind of project.
Mr. Stanford.
Through the chair, this represents the 4.6 million, the last cell in the existing approved landfill site. And that will basically take us for about another 4 years. So that's the capacity we have. On page 83 of your budget document, you see there's also a project called SW 6080, long-term disposal capacity. And there you actually see the values associated with what we believe will be the approved landfill site by the provincial government, and then the creation of the next cell and all the other operating costs associated with the initial expansion. And you see an amount up there in the range of about It's about 19 million over a 3-year period in 22, 23, and 24 is when all that new work goes in, and then you see the long range for the next 10 years, where we're still doing on pace about a new cell about every 4 years, and a new cell typically is in the range of between $4 and $5 million.
Okay, well, that's a perfect segue, because my next question was about SW 6080, so we didn't arrange this in advance, I swear. Okay, so this is a very large capital project over many, many years, and the total is $87 million. So I do have some questions about it, and I'm glad you explained sort of, we're closing out basically the last W12A one in the life cycle side there. That's gonna be the last cell. Because these things are so expensive to create, I think it's worth discussing in these multi-year budgets, you know, what we're actually doing with waste and how we're disposing of it and all the capital costs that show up for that. So in terms of the timing, the construction of 14 million in 2023 for this SW 6080, the long-term disposal capacity, can you just expand like what exactly is planned to happen there? Is it actually happening in 2023 or is it happening slightly after 2023 and the capital budget is really just hitting in 2023?
Through the chair, we will be subject to final approval from the province on our environmental assessment. That is the year that we'll actually be doing the expansion. And the expansion will take in not only just the cell development, it'll be all the other requirements come with operating a very modern landfill site. So at that point, that amount also includes landfill gas collection, that also includes the leachate treatment, as well as building the new cell. So we've actually combined all the numbers together. So that's why in that one period, you actually see a higher amount. It's more than just cell expansion. Then after that, we do lay out our long-term plan. And the beauty of a landfill site is you build it as you need it. We typically anticipate 2 years in advance our waste flows. If in fact waste diversion is operating at a very advanced level and less waste is coming to our landfill site, then of course those times get pushed out. Those are all things that we basically do every couple of years. We look at that type of prediction and we report back at that point in time. But at this point right now, we're basing it on reasonable expectations of higher waste diversion as what is before you as part of your business case discussion later in the process. But we put forward very logical timeframes for investments.
Thank you. So in 2027 in the forecast, there's a $5 million budget for design. And it's not totally clear to me what that is for. That seems like a lot of money for design in this budget. I wonder if you could speak to what that is intended to cover.
Through the chair, I just point of clarification, are we still talking about 6080 at that point in time? So that would eventually be the actual design of the landfill cell and then the construction of that cell. So it's not just consulting work. It is actually probably about 10 to 15% for the design component. Then after that, you get into construction. So you're now paying for your leachate pipe, you're paying for your gravel that has to be brought in, you're paying for your containment systems, and all those different aspects.
Okay, this is a very small thing, but it seems to me like that should maybe be a smaller amount for design and then some amount for construction as we have with the other life cycle project. I mean, not a big deal, the total amount is fine. For the construction cost for the future cells, $63 million, 2030 and beyond, how many years are we talking about? Like, what is that supposed to be covering? 2030 and beyond is kind of an unbounded time frame, and I'm just wondering how many actual cells you have planned in there.
Based on what we have in our environmental assessment, we're predicting out to the year 2050. So we basically laid out our cash flow for that period of time for about 25 years.
Okay, that's it for that one. I want to switch to SW 6050. This is the service improvement capital, the new and emerging technologies, $35.5 million. This is budgeted for this year, and I wonder if you could just talk about when exactly those capital expenditures are going to happen and on what the business, like the actual project record is a little bit sparse when you're talking about information. It's a lot of money.
Through the chair, there are two items that are assigned to that particular category. One of them is the capital costs associated with the green bin program. And that is an amount in the range of about $16 to $17 million. That'll be part of your business case number one. Those costs are identified there. The other amount is actually currently assigned, subject to final council approval and decision on what we're going to do with our landfill gas and our renewable natural gas project. As part of those earlier reports to committee and council, there is potential consideration of a facility being built at the landfill site. We have not determined yet who is going to be building that site. That'll be subject of all final discussions on that matter. Sometimes there's an advantage for the city to be actually building the facility with its own dollars and having it operated by the private sector. Sometimes there's a financial advantage to actually having it left entirely in the private sector's hands. Those decisions have not been made, but the amount in the budget right now is for that particular project. If that project does not proceed, then that money just remains in the budget for council to do as it sees fit.
My last question, thank you very much for that, is about 60/20. So this is a growth project. This is organic waste diversion out further in the future, $20 million. And my question there is making sure that that's a sufficient amount of money for what we're talking about building. Having spent some time looking at what other municipalities have done on this front, it seems like a low estimate. And I just want to make sure that we're budgeting enough money out in the future to cover what we're actually going to need to do.
Through the chair, the deputy mayor is correct that that amount is low. It is low on purpose. It is part of the DC studies. And the DC study basically earmarked a certain amount for that particular project and assigned it for the year 2027. Our report has not been complete internally, and that will come to committee and council probably early next year. That will actually outline the future of what that facility may cost. Initial estimates have it coming in the order of $100 million. That is consistent with what other jurisdictions in Canada, Ontario in particular, are for a community of our size. It's still the same idea that would just be money as a placeholder. The decision on final who builds, who owns, that type of thing is all to be determined in the future. But as we look at what other jurisdictions are doing, we're looking at the provincial government and how rules are changing over the period of time. The long-term goal where people are talking about 60% waste diversion into the future is likely to be increased across the map. And facilities of this type will be required either in public sector hands or private sector hands or a combination of a public-private partnership.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are with respect to the Environmental Action Program's EV 6020 Active Transportation. Is it classified as a life cycle? And I've looked in the capital more detail. I don't get too much more. So also a lot of the active transportation components specifically around cycling infrastructure seem to be in the transportation services. By indicating it in life cycle in this section in the environmental action programs, the environmental action program is, correct me if I'm wrong, my sense of it is the environmental action programs are new programs in response to the environmental action plan that was passed by council at the end of the year. So I'm surprised to see life cycle move in there because there's life cycling something that hasn't been done yet. I'm guessing that this is probably life cycle maintenance of the TVP or something like that. I'm not sure. So perhaps on the active transportation side, I'm not seeing much in terms of service improvement funds associated with active transportation.
Go ahead. Oh.
Through the chair, this was a program that was assigned by council when the cycling master plan came through back in 2016. And in fact, it's a program that deals with things that are not on the road allowance in the way of bike lanes, in the way of protected bike lanes. It is more in line with items such as bike parking facilities, more in lines with wayfinding signage, items such as a bike share. If there was any capital investment, this is the fund that would pay for that. Those types of projects. It's an annual program of $300,000 that comes in. It does roll over each year. and those amounts stay in the particular fund, and it is funded by federal gas tax. It was deemed at that time to be an appropriate investment. At this point in time, the only amount that has been withdrawn from that particular account is a small amount associated with the work on the Bike Share project to date. And as committee and council knows, that should there be an investment in that program in the future, an amount of $750,000 was initially earmarked as an appropriate amount to work with bike parking and bike stations, should a bike share system go forward in this community.
Ms. Chair.
If I may add to that, Mr. Chair, the projects that are related to new cycling infrastructure, new active transportation infrastructure will be reviewed as part of the transportation budget later in this process, either as standalone projects, life cycle renewal or new, or as part of corridor improvement projects.
Thank you, Mr. Stanford and Ms. Chair. Those are both helpful. It sounds interesting on that because life cycle tends, in my head, is replacing or keep maintaining the things that exist right now, but it sounds like there's opportunities to augment the existing inventory of atypical or non-road allowance infrastructure and items to support those things. There's no growth in this. This is exactly what it was in the previous year. It was 300,000 in 2019. It's flatlined 300,000 through all the subsequent years. I took a look and tried to find out the transportation services one, so we will, as Mr. Chair identified, talk about those later. But in all of these areas, I think it's important to note there's not a lot of growth in active transportation investment in capital, notwithstanding the climate emergency declaration and the climate action plan that was passed by council. So I look forward to talking more about that when we get to the transportation budget.
Any further? Councillor Van Holst?
Thank you. I'd like to go to the sources of funding, non-tax supported. For 2020, there's $13 million. Can you describe where that comes from? Is that the gas tax rebate? Through you to our staff, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Barbone.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, what exactly, if the councillor could repeat exactly what program and what year he's referring to?
Could you
so we can look
identify
that
where
up?
you're looking in the budget?
Yeah, I'm looking at the capital overview of environmental services. I'm on page 82, and in the third column under 2020 proposed, there's that $35 million service improvement. Mr. Stanford described a bit of what that was. The sources of funding for that, $16 million from reserves funding. We're taking another $11 million or $12 million from debt, and then there's $13,383,000 from non-tax supported. So just asking about that, some more details on that.
Through the chair, we're just looking that up. We believe that refers specifically to the project SW 6080. So we're just, give us a moment, please.
Just be a moment to confirm, Councillor.
Through the chair, we can confirm that is federal gas tax to support that project.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Since we're discussing the capital costs for the green bin program, Mr. Chair, I'm going to tell you that I'm more interested in a different strategy for green bins. And I think we're in a position I described earlier. We can be selling carbon offsets and raising funds for green projects. If 10% of Londoners participated in something like that, that'd be $17 million of revenue. I think that's pretty achievable. And I think there's ways for us to have green pay for green. And I say that not because green should pay for green or any moral argument about that. It's simply, I think we can do it. And I'd like to I'll tell you why I think that's important. One is if we pursue the green bin program as it is, we know that the uptake is 50 or 60%. So we'll be buying green bins for people that won't use it. And maybe $3 million we'd be spending on buying green bins for people that aren't going to make use of the program. And that's money we could be spending somewhere else. And I think if we look at a different model, we could do well. I'm going to read you another very short, and I'll say shorter, interaction I had with a resident who was asking about green bins. I said, thanks for your email. I brought forward a plan for a paid green bin service last year. It would cost $150 a year. It would include a bin and same-day weekly service throughout the year. The program would be self-sustaining if 15% of households were to participate and cost less if the numbers increased. Would you participate in such a program? And the response was, I would certainly be willing to pay $150 a year for composting. And when I have this conversation whenever someone is asking about green bin, and they seem happy to do that. This is a situation where people are demanding it. They're demanding a green bin. And I think if we as a council approach demands in the way that an entrepreneur might, they would realize, hey, there's a demand. We can figure out how to get people to pay for this. All of a sudden now, we don't have to hit the tax levy with this. So this would save us, if we did this kind of a program, save us $5 million a year off the tax levy, because people are willing to cover this cost. So I think this idea would fit better into the waste diversion argument, but I bring it up here, and it's for this reason I'm going to vote against this for now. So that's the direction I want to go. I think we've got an opportunity for green to pay for green. I have another program where that would work as well. So let's start thinking along those lines and realizing that there may be some room in this 4.5% budget that we're asking. If we go in this direction, we could cut that down and make this a little easier on our citizens.
All right, thanks. I don't have anybody else on the speakers list. All that is on the floor at this moment is 4.3B1, which is the life cycle renewal and capital budgets. That's what's moved and seconded. I'm going to open the vote on that. Okay, we'll do that.
Councillor Helmer? Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
Okay, colleagues, I'm just going to ask, we have two more components in this section, and then there's the forecasts. Is anybody looking to speak on any of those items? No? Okay, I'd like to just proceed to finish those, and then we'll do our recess for lunch. So we'll bring them up in two separate votes. The first vote will be the other two items in the capital budget, and then we'll do the forecast as a separate vote. So who would like to move the two remaining items in the capital budget? Councillor Selly, Mayor Holder. This is why I need lunch, sorry. Any discussion on that, despite what I just asked? Okay, no? Okay, that'll be up for voting in a second.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
Okay, and we're going to look for a motion to move the three items in the 2024 to 2029 capital forecast for environmental services. Councillor Lewis, Councillor Turner, any discussion on that? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 14 to 1.
Okay, I'm going to look for a motion to recess until 12:20. Councillor Van Holst, Councillor Van Meerbergen, all those in favor? All right, we're recessed until 12:20. Thank you.
Okay.
He will, don't. Next Thursday's budget meeting. Three-piece too. Wearing the bench cloth.
Just trying to blend in. But he's punching back his lunch before he has us.
Capital, so they might dig in. Capital.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah,
That's what we expect. We don't have any surprises.
yeah, that's what Scott said. I said, it's all Andrews. I don't think that is.
Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Our clerk had somewhere to be that was planned, so we have one of our deputy clerks up at the front with me. He saw all the procedural fun we had yesterday and decided this was the chair that he wanted. So, we're still well supported, but we're going to call this back to order. And we're into Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services now. Now, colleagues, I did ask the clerk to distribute a sheet before you that I hope you have at your table. It's basically, this section has a number of conflicts that our colleagues have declared. And so what you'll see articulated in the sheet is a couple of things pulled out of the Neighborhood Recreation Services budget, including children's services to be dealt with separately and golf to be dealt with separately as per requested through the conflicts. So I'll be working off of this particular sheet, and really that's the only difference from our budget. And there's one just error on the sheet there that needs to be corrected if you pull out your pens. Near the bottom, there's an A that has an amount related to it that says 1.206 million. That number should be 300,000.
Person supplying the number.
Okay, one other important detail on the note, and again, we just printed this because I thought it was valuable. The A at the bottom, which is Neighborhood and Recreation Services recommended provincial impacts. These are the recommended provincial impacts that are not related to children's services. So there are no children's services in that $300,000 number for those who need to know that detail. So sorry about just having to make a couple of corrections. I do think it was valuable to have the sheet in front of you rather than navigating it through the screens, but we will also put all these motions up on the screen. So with that being said, because of the conflicts, I am going to deal with portions of this particular item separately. And so the first thing I would like to put on the floor is 4.4A I, and then the new A, which is Neighborhood and Recreation Services, excluding provincial impacts, so no provincial impacts, and excluding provincial impacts and children's services and golf. So this is, no one should have a conflict on this one, and there are no provincial impacts on this one. So this is everything in the budget with the exception of those three things. No provincial impacts, no children's services, no golf. Who would like to move that one? Councillor Sali, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Discussion on this section. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Helmer, and then Councillor Lewis.
Thank you. I have a question about the aquatics budget. There's a note there that says there's going to be a decrease in staff because we're going to close wading pools, 2 wading pools per year until 2023, starting in 2021. So I'm not very keen on that idea. I wonder if our staff could speak to us about what's going on there, and if we were to do that, sort of how the wading pools would be identified for closure.
Through the chair. Wading pools are something that were identified in previous master plans as a phase-out process. We intend to carry on with that in the new Parks and Recreation master plan. Some of the strategies involved with that are replacing with spray pads. So spray pads that are going into neighborhoods, you'll see in the budget document that there is placeholders there for spray pads to be added throughout the 10-year period. That's really the strategy. We will involve public engagement and community engagement as we go through this process. And some of them are also because of life cycle repairs and just weighing in those as far as the life of when they are occurring, along with participation. We do anticipate Springbank staying, but we are moving along that continuum, and we will be further involvement in reporting out what the plan is and where it goes, but it will be planning to start in 2021. And we have removed some and gone to spray pad route as well as things like the new Byron pool, where it's got beach access is the term used to enter some of the outdoor public pools as well. So we've gone with that strategy as well.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand the scope of what's being proposed here. So if we start in 2021 and that's 2 wading pools, then 2022 another 2 wading pools, and then we also talking about another 2 in 2023, or is it stopping after 2022?
The plan will be to eliminate most, if not all, of the wading pools at this point, but as we say, there'll be further engagement as we go.
Thank you. Through the chair, are all of these wading pools going to be replaced with spray pads, or only some?
It's not a direct correlation or direct location as far as spray pad replacing wading pools. So again, that'll be with the demographics and the park planning and the engagement that we have along the way.
For colleagues who are not on council, last term, you'll recall when we couldn't staff wading pools and they got closed for short term, we ended up fixing that problem, which was good, but I can tell you it went over very, very badly, that the wading pools were not available in the short time that they were closed. And I do think, generally speaking, that spray pads provide a lot of the benefits of wading pools at a slightly lower operating cost, and I think in some ways they're superior for what people are looking for. So the idea of replacing wading pools with spray pads, I think is fine. I'm particularly keen on this because there's this timeline where, for example, we're going to build a temporary road basically right through a wading pool in McMahon Park, and then we'll have to replace it with something. After we take the temporary road out and finish the underpass on Adelaide, we'll have to put some new infrastructure back there. And so people in the community in Ward 4 are using the wading pool now, and in a broader area are very interested to know what's going to happen there. So when we see things like this, like, oh, we're going to reduce wading pools, I think this would be an easy one where you say, well, it's been disrupted by the construction, and maybe there's nothing that replaces it, and that would be of a significant concern. So I realize that's a bit broader discussion and in some way more specific than what we're dealing with in the budget, but I did want to ask about that in the aquatics budget specifically. I'm not sure I'm going to support it.
Okay. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to preface this by saying I appreciate all the good work that our staff do, as well as some of our partner organizations out there in the community. I am, however, going to propose an amendment to this, and the clerk has assisted me with some wording on this, and I'll ask her to bring that up for us. I raised this back in December when the report from the review committee came to SPPC, and this is with regard to the London Community Grants Program. And I raised a concern then that we are doling out a lot of grants from our public budget. So I also took into consideration the comments that I heard from colleagues at that point. So what I'd like to propose is that the London Community Grants Program, in order to reduce the overall tax levy and keep public spending focused on the areas of municipality, do a few things here. That we go ahead and approve the funding for the 2020 and the 2021 multi-year stream as set out in the budget. That we then, though, start to reduce, and this would be part B of the motion, the funding set out for 2022 and 2023, reduce that program spending by half. That we go ahead and fund the capital that has been approved for this year. These organizations made their applications, they were told that they were approved, but that we discontinue the capital funding after 2020, and then that we direct our civic administration to undertake a review of both the capital and the multi-year funding streams. And do that in consideration of the municipality's responsibilities and sources of funding available from other levels of government. And I reference in the motion the Enabling Accessibility Fund and the New Horizons for Seniors Fund, something that when the approved or the recommended grants came forward, we heard staff say, no, we didn't ask if they had approved or approached the Enabling Accessibility Fund, for example. And we have several capital expenses in here that are approved for washroom expansions for accessibility. And this is actually exactly what the federal fund is for, is those accessibility features, the upgrades that buildings need. So I'm asking staff to, review this and report back to us so that they can make recommendations for consideration in the next multi-year budget cycle. Council can revisit these, take a look at whether or not we feel that the value for money is appropriate for the levels that we're handing out. And I just want it to be noted that, if we do this, we're giving the organizations in the multi-year stream 2 years lead time to start seeking out some additional funds. With the capital fund, there's no applications in for 2021. We've only had applications for 2020. So we're not telling somebody who's expecting money, sorry, you're not going to get it now. We're just saying we're not going to entertain any more capital funding grants for the duration of this multi-year budget. So that's the motion that I'd like to put forward, and I believe Councillor Lehman's indicated that he'd be willing to second that.
Okay, and I appreciate that you provided the wording of your motion to the clerks ahead of time, so if colleagues click refresh, it'll be up there. You indicated, Councillor Lehman just confirmed he would second it, so we'll add him as the seconder. And we will start debate on this amendment to this section of the budget. So we'll keep the debate to this and the components of this motion, and then pending the outcome of this decision, we'll move back to the main component of the neighborhood and recreation budgets. I'll look for a speakers list on this item. Councillor Lehman. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm supporting this motion. As we go farther into the budget process, hopefully we'll be supporting rather substantial amounts to address our big identified needs that the public and ourselves are aware of in housing, waste diversion, and helping those that are suffering from addiction and mental health. However, we also hear, as has been mentioned a number of times, from those that are really relying us to keep their property tax rate to a reasonable level for those on, fixed income. It doesn't seem like a lot of money every year, but you add that up over 4 years, it's a substantial hunk out of people's disposable income. So we need help from our community partners on here. We need them to seek fundraising from other sources that Councillor Lewis touched on there. I believe that this gives them a suitable amount of time to prepare for that. We'd all like to do everything for everybody, so choices have to be made, and I think this is one area that I ask Council to seriously consider as a potential offset to some of the big asks that are coming ahead. Thank you.
Also, I checked with our treasurer and our team. If anyone would like to see this modeled in any sort of way, since it was provided ahead of time, staff actually built a model into the magic budget spreadsheet, which we have really yet to use. So if anybody'd like to see that, just request it and we'll put that up for you. Oh, you'd like to see that? Yeah. Okay. We have a colleague who'd like to see that. So if you flip your screens, maybe Mr. Murray, since this is the first time we've used this, do you just want to just provide a little explanation about what it is and how it works and what you're displaying?
Sure, through the chair. So what you have on screen is an illustration of the tax levy increase broken down by year, as well as an indication of what the 4-year average is sitting at. So the red dotted line reflects the 4-year average where it currently stands at 2.2%. And right now, the blue and the green lines are identical, but once we start going through the business cases, the decisions that are made on those business cases will be reflected in the blue line. The blue line will move. So let me just illustrate the impact of the decision being considered right now. So right now, we're at a 2.2% average annual increase. This would lower it slightly, but it would still remain at 2.2 on average. The impact of this change is approximately 0.06% on average, so a little less than 0.1.
Okay. Is there any questions about the model? And I know we want to debate the thing, but I just know we've seen this the first time Mr. Murray has put it on display. Councillor Squire, do you have questions about this model?
Yeah, just in terms of model, can you give me a dollar amount rather than a percentage? That would help me just knowing how much the reduction actually is for those 2 years.
Sure, through the chair. So that would reduce it by approximately $1 rounded. So on average, it's $1 per year, roughly, rounded.
I meant the total amount. $1 I can handle. It's the bigger number. It's a bigger number. Yeah.
Through the chair, the reduction is 0 in 2020, approximately 500,000 in 2021, and then growing to approximately 1.65 million in both 2022 and 2023.
Councillor Salee? Just model questions. Everybody's good with the model? I mean, we can flip it up, talk about it more. I just wanted to make sure everyone was comfortable with it. Do you have a model question? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Lewis.
Yeah, I would just, through you to our staff, like some clarification on the percentages that are up there. Those are percentages based on decisions without provincial impacts, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. That is based on the decisions that have been made so far. To the extent that we have not reached certain decision points in the budget as it relates to provincial impacts or land ambulance, those are not yet reflected in that average.
So the way Mr. Murray's built the model is this is kind of everything we've decided to date as we proceed through the budget process. Correct, Mr. Murray?
Through the chair, while they're chatting, just to reference you back to your page, that decision tree that lays out all of this is the base budget. So we're still working on decision point 1A. The 2.3% is what this is basically reflecting. And then as we add on the provincial impacts and the land ambulance, we are building up from that initial starting point, and that is what is reflected right before you today.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Okay, well, I'm not in support of the idea that Councillor Lewis has suggested, but I do have some questions in case it were to go through, what the sort of impacts of that would be. So back in November, we had a report to SPPC, which gave us indication of the multi-year allocations that have come out of the community grant process for 2020 to 2023. So I have that chart up in front of me. There's a bunch of organizations that have been told that they're going to have grants in 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. Councillor Lewis, in his motion, if I understand it correctly, is saying cut the multi-year funding after the first 2 years. So in 2022 and 2023, like half of this money is going to disappear. So as a practical matter, how will we be deciding which organizations are losing out? Will it be Big Brothers, Big Sisters, the Boys and Girls Club, Canadian Mental Health Association? Like, how are we going to decide which of these organizations is going to be out the money that we told them they were getting in the community grants program?
Ms. Smith.
Through the chair, there are a couple options. We could look at each organization we funded and the total and cut them by 50%. So each organization would receive half the funding in 22 or 2023. We could go back to the community review panel who originally made these decisions based on 2.3 million and reevaluate all applications with the difference, 1.15 million. So those are the two options that we could look at, probably with consultation with our community partners.
Okay, so just to put that in perspective, so right now, under the allocations, the Boys and Girls Club of London is getting $369,750, so we cut that in half a couple of years from now. That's one way of accommodating what's being proposed. And the other is, you know, go through and some of these people just lose probably all the funding that they got through this program, but that wouldn't happen to everybody. I think this is an important conversation to have. I'm not surprised that Councillor Lewis is bringing it up. He's been agitating about this kind of change for a while. I do think giving a bit of advance notice about it would probably have been a good idea. Some people seem to know about it, which is great. I was kind of prepared for this sort of thing, so I'm not really surprised, I have to say. I think it's a really bad idea, and people are talking about drawing lines in the sand around the provincial impacts. I think we have to look at, you know, what are these programs that we're providing in the community and how valuable are they? When provincial levels of government and federal levels of government start making changes, there's a ripple effect on nonprofit organizations in the community. So they're used to dealing with that. People are good at raising money. They're trying to find all the different sources of financing that they can to deliver their really important programs in the community. But what we're seeing on the municipal side in terms of provincial impacts, that's also happening in the nonprofit world. When we were looking at those Ontario Arts Council impacts on the museum, those were not limited to just the museum. So there's a ripple effect when other levels of government start cutting. I don't think it's helpful for the municipality to also start cutting. Right? At a certain point, we have to say, are these programs that are being delivered important, and do we think they should be in the community? And I look over what's being supported through these grants. This is critically important work. We're talking about, well, we should do the Core Area Action Plan. It's like, and then we also will take this money away from the Canadian Mental Health Association. I just don't think that that's productive. You know, I think there's lots of things in the budget. We have to talk about all of them. We have to decide which ones are really important. For me, the Community Grants Program is a really important one. And I think what we've seen so far is that the demand is always outstripping the amount of money we're allocating. We just dealt with a request from the Children's Museum that was way beyond the capacity. We have later in the budget process another request that's way beyond the capacity of the capital program as it is designed now. So we have a small capital program that's always being oversubscribed. We have nonprofits, many of whom are being turned away because we don't have enough money in the grant program to accommodate all of their requests. And I think it is providing a small portion from the municipality that allows people to do a lot of other work with other money from the province and the feds and private sector donors, which I think in the long run is actually saving the municipality a lot of money because the nonprofit organizations are doing a lot of great work at a lower cost. We're putting in a fraction of what it would cost the city to do on its own. So I think for a lot of reasons, this is an important program. I'm not going to support reducing it by 50%, which is cutting $1.25 million out of that budget. And I'm not going to support getting rid of the capital program, which is $500,000 in a city of 400,000 people to cover off all the capital requests that are coming into the city. And we know it's not sufficient. We've had to go over and beyond that already.
Councillor Sully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know we've had conversations about this before, and in the past I've expressed, not necessarily being satisfied with how all the funds are necessarily dispersed to our community. I think there is, for the majority, there's a lot of benefit. I don't support the motion. If someone wanted to just look at the policy or who's qualifying or who's getting those grants. I know every year we technically have an option when it comes to us through staff to vote against who's getting those funds, and so I can appreciate some of the conversation, but I think a lot of these community organizations provide a service that the city can't do, or the city doesn't have an expertise to do, and I think they really kind of augment what the city work is, and I think we need to continue to invest in that area. I'd be more inclined, again, to put more funds in this area because I think there's a lot of external community organizations that do a lot of great work that the city just doesn't have the capacity or the knowledge to do or the time, and especially the expertise even though we have a lot of expertise in a lot of areas. So I'm not supportive of slashing this budget in the area, but I'm always happy to have a conversation more about if we want to look at who's necessarily getting some of the funding, because that's always kind of, I want to make sure that there's fairness and everyone's getting opportunity, and we're not necessarily fixing things that aren't our necessarily core responsibilities.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I guess to Ms. Smith, when the community grants programs are assessed by the panel, some of the criteria that they look at include their ability to leverage other sources of funding, what sources of funding they've explored and exhausted prior to coming to us. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. It's written right in the policy that the City of London will not be the sole funder. So it's a requirement that they have other sources of funding and other sources of revenue, and they must lay that out. And we equate that to what is the percent then of each project they apply for, what is the percent of municipal funding, and we also ask for a sustainability plan moving forward.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Do we have a sense of what that multiplier is in general? I'd imagine there is one, and it's a tangible one, and it's quite identifiable that we're not the large funder or the proportionate funder. We're one fraction of their total source of funding.
Through the chair, that's correct. We don't fund organizations. We fund projects or initiatives. So sometimes the organizations can be very large, and they're trying out a new project or initiative, and so their request could be for only $10,000. So it could be very small. However, so there's a difference between supporting organizations and projects. Some are grassroots organizations, like neighborhood resource centers and other programs, who some of the only sources of funding are small sources from other levels of government, or they generate their own revenues.
Thank you. A question I would have, but I don't think there's any real way to calculate it, is what the value of that service delivery would be if a level of government delivered it. It would be infinitely more expensive, I'd imagine. Councillor Helmer and Councillor Sally identified some of the benefits to this. When we take a look at our budget and our approach to this, there are going to be some things that are where we seek cost reductions that are going to have nominal impact to community members. And there are going to be ones that are going to have profound impact to community members. I think this proposal will have a very profound impact to the community. I'm trying to find the most diplomatic words I can as I go through this, because I find it an incredibly poor proposal and a risky one. When you take a look at the organizations and the projects specifically being funded, they are very much in line with our strategic plan. They have to be. It's another one of the criteria that they're measured against. So when you take a look at ANOVA, funding will support sexual assault counseling, which provides support and intervention and services to women that have experienced sexual violence, as well as their families and partners. This is a very clear strategic priority we have about making it a safe city for women. When we talk about the Canadian Mental Health Association, funding will support the coordinated services response for the crystal methamphetamine project, which will create a system of care, training, and resources for those servicing people involved with crystal methamphetamine, such as first responders, healthcare, and social service workers, enforcement personnel, and business owners. This is pretty clear alignment with our addictions and mental health strategy and our core area informed response program. And we can't be the sole delivery of these services. In fact, Canadian Mental Health Association are the people who are specialized in being able to help us achieve our goals as a city. Look at the Boys and Girls Club. Funding will support seniors programming, children, youth recreation, social and nutritional programs, children and youth education and leadership initiatives. And Boys and Girls Club, Big Brothers, Big Sisters. Those of you who saw me speak at AMO about the naloxone pilot heard me talk about the Icelandic model of how they managed to get their youth addictions rates to amongst the lowest in the world because of activation of children and their activities, their participation in sports and recreation, and having things for them to do other than getting involved in substances. I cannot underemphasize the profound, profound effect that this cut would have for a nominal return on our budget at 0.06% average over the 4 years. I urge you to quickly dismiss this one.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues that have made comments so far. I understand Councillor Lewis, I know he's talked about this fund before and the need to change it around, and was very supportive of one of his recommendations about putting limits on the fund. I'm going to sound like Councillor Squire here when it comes to receiving motions. And I feel like I'm at a disadvantage because motions, this is the first time I've even heard about it. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage here. And that concerns me. We're making important decisions here, and that really concerns me. I heard Councillor Lehman talk about the reductions and the need that we have in our community for housing and mental health, et cetera. So so my question through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, from this motion that is presented to us now, are the savings, what happens with the savings if this is supported by council? Is this money earmarked for housing, or I just want to know what happens to it?
Mr. Murray.
Through the chair, as it stands right now, without a separate motion, this would simply be a reduction to the tax levy based on the recommendation that's in front of you.
Which is 0.06%, right? And that's all we're doing with this motion. Well, therefore, I'm not going to be supporting it. It's a pretty tiny amount, and what we're giving up and what this fund does provide in the community is, to me, I would urge all of you not to support this.
Councillor Squire.
I'm going to try to channel Councillor Hopkins. I don't know if I can, if I could do that. I think it's really important to look at the history of this program. The first year we were here as a council, we were met with this procession of people who would stand in the gallery and say, give us 50,000, give us 100,000, give us 30,000. And we had to make a judgment on the spot as a council which ones we were going to fund and which we weren't. And I remember Councillor Turner, and he may not remember this, but he called it the Dragon's Den of funding. In other words, people would make a really short pitch, and we would have to make a decision. And it was a bizarre sort of thing. And I think Councillor Turner immediately thereafter said, we need to do something different. I remember that clearly, and we came up with this program. So you've heard me already talk about matters where the province is responsible, but this is a program we came up with for local initiatives that we support as a council. And I think I've always been supportive of it, and I will continue to support it. I think the real value to me as a councillor is I'm not making that judgment. I don't think I'm qualified to make that judgment on all of these different proposals. So I like the fact that it's independent. I also like the fact that we have put a cap on how much we're providing. So for instance, when you run into the situation in my ward where Marymount came and said, we would like this amount of money, it was perfectly legitimate to say, you got to go through the community grants program. And so I like this program, and I think it is one way that we as a council have decided we're going to get involved in different areas. And I'm not gonna support this because I think there's a huge benefit to it.
Other speakers. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I always appreciate ideas coming forward. We were asked of our agency boards and commissions to come back with ideas. This is one more. My question on this one for you to staff, yesterday I brought up the pillar of creating a safe place in London for women and girls and how there was no new money accounted for it in the budget. Staff did come back to me from my fellow colleagues saying that we are doing things, just that number and resources they're giving are in multi-year grant funding of about $600,000 per year. So just looking through you to staff of, is this one of the programs that money is in? So it's like a hidden investment to actually support one of our pillars.
Through the chair, that is correct. There are 4 organizations that are directly in line with creating a safe London for women and girls, and all 4 are in the multi-year budget stream.
Recognizing that at this point, I won't be able to support as it stands, as we don't know how we're going to affect key strategies that we've already lined out as a council.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll circle back around to what I said right at the beginning. There's no doubt that a lot of these organizations do extremely good work. That's why I'm not suggesting that we remove all the funding. Yes, London Abused Women's Centre, ANOVA, great programs and great organizations that are doing really important work in the community. So it's easy to pick some off the list that we say, well, look at the important investment we're getting out of these. But then we can look down the list and, you know, we can see funding that's been approved every year for the next 4 years for one-day community events. We can look down here and see that there are more dollars not built into base budgets. For example, there's a satellite project space hosted by Museum London, and I appreciate my colleagues saying, you know, it's only a tiny bit. But so far, we've not been willing to give up a tiny bit on anything. And when you start adding up all of those tiny bits, they do start to make a difference at the end of the day. This motion's separated out, and certainly there's 5 clauses here. So to Councillor Saleh, I said to him, well, I suggest you at least support Part E, because one of the things I'll ask you now, Chair, through you to staff, because we heard, you know, are we asking organizations if they have other funders? Yes, they are. But is that in fact cross-reference with funding programs that are available through senior levels of government? So when we have an application that comes forward and says, for example, we want to renovate our washrooms, are we specifically asking them, did you ask the Federal Enabling Accessibility Fund first?
Ms. Smith.
Through the chair, part of the application does divide out onto other government sources of potential funding or revenue, and it asks for that funds that are committed and funds that are asked for. However, we don't ask for specific funds, and our plan was to come back later this year and tightening that up in our community grants policy as requested by council later last year.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair, and that's what I wanted to reconfirm, is that in fact, right now, we don't have a process that is actually confirming whether an ask has been made of a senior level of government. And I pointed these out before when this came before us at the end of November. This year, it's the John Howard Society in the Capital Fund. John Howard Society does great work, but we're being asked to repair their roof and pave their parking lot for them. In the previous multi-year budget cycle, it was Youth for Christ and paving their parking lot. And colleagues, I submit to you that those are not the kind of grants that are an investment of public dollars. Those are organizations that we should be saying, you need to pave your parking lot, you need to go ask your donors. You need to go ask your congregation. You need to go ask other sources, because public dollars shouldn't be used for those kind of purposes. And that's why in this motion, colleagues, if you don't want to reduce the multi-year stream funding, I understand that, because I understand that these organizations, some of them are doing very good work. There are others I could point out where I really would question the dollar value. And I know they're doing good work because I've volunteered with Urban Roots London. I enjoy getting my hands dirty on the farm there at the end of Norland Ave in Councillor Van Holt's ward. But there's $30,000 a year, essentially, each year in the next 4 years that's being asked. And if that was reduced in part, would the organization disappear? I don't think they would. So it's that trade-off. Not all of these things have value. The question is there value in our public dollar for it? And, you know, again, I submit to you, it's not a criticism of these organizations. Of course, they're gonna come and ask us for money when they need help. But that does not mean that the public purse is always the best place to pull these dollars from. And whether that's for a parking lot or a roof repair or a washroom renovation, there are other options. And I say what I've said a couple of times before, we shouldn't be the first ask. In this case, we're not always the first ask, but we're not confirming whether or not they have approached other sources of funding. So at the very least, I would encourage you to consider suspending the capital fund until that's further reviewed, because I don't think anyone here, I would hope that no one here feels that paving a parking lot is a good use of public dollars.
Just 1 second. I just need, I'll go to Councillor Turner, who's on the speaker's list, but I'm just working out if people want this divided, how we properly do that. So go ahead, Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to provide you some opportunity to work it out, I'll talk a little longer.
I'll let you know when I'm done.
I do, through you, I wish to just address the comments about parking lots and other infrastructure that might be sought from us. The nonprofits in that sector do everything they can to squeeze a dollar out of a stone. It's an incredibly challenging and ongoing cycle for them to try and find sources of funding. I think it's erroneous to imply that a nonprofit hasn't tapped on every door possible to try and find every possible source of funding to finance, whether that's an accessible washroom or a parking lot or a roof. And whether or not that piece of infrastructure itself is in the delivery directly in the public interest, there's an opportunity cost associated with that. It's funds associated with their programming that have to be diverted to go and address some of these life cycle things or some of these regulatory compliance pieces. I have a big challenge with the statement that these aren't in the public interest, because really the programming that's provided by those organizations are absolutely in the public interest. This allows them to have some latitude within their budget rather than diverting direct programming dollars to address these other things. So I did want to address that. I thought it was a really important point, and thank you for the opportunity to do that. Hopefully I gave you enough time, Mr. Chair.
So I'm going to ask the mover and the seconder, and I'll explain why, just to simplify this if people want it divided up. A and C, which are the approval of the first 2 years as already contemplated within the budget, and C, which is the approval of the 2020 years, are already contemplated in the main motion we're seeking. So really the functional pieces of this are the reduction in 2022 and 2023, the discontinuation after 2020 of the capital, and then there's the other direction to review this. So if the mover and the seconder are okay with it, we would like to remove A and C from your motion, because if B and D are defeated, everything else is just contained within the main motion. Otherwise, they would look for us to move a motion to potentially approve the other years, and I'd like to just keep it as clean as possible. So are both of you okay with that? It doesn't change the intent of your direction? Okay, we're gonna make that change. Other speakers? Okay. Give us a sec just to get that fixed. We need just a couple of minutes too. The concern has been raised that E may or may not be contrary to previous council direction about the review of the program, and we just want to confirm that before we vote on this. So the clerk's just going to need a minute to have a look and give some advice on E. Go ahead, Councillor Lewis.
If it simplifies things in this process, Your Worship, with the consent of my secretary.
Your Worship is over there. I'm just the chair.
My apologies, Your Worship. I gave the chair a wrong title there. Chair, if it makes the process simpler, and my seconder will concur, then we can simply withdraw E at this time and address it through committee.
That would be helpful, if that's the case. We can determine and get back to you on what motion would be contrary to the directions already set, and if you want to set additional directions, you can work that out with staff and take it through the committee. So that is also helpful If the seconder concurs, the seconder concurs. Okay, so we're going to get that adjustment up, and then we'll have you refresh your screen. I'll let you know when that's ready. Is there any other speakers on this while we're just finishing that off? No? Okay, okay. Councillor Van Holst.
Yeah, I did want to address this too. I appreciate the councillors attempting to reduce our budget. These things are interesting at a high level. It's a great idea. As we look into it, we see some conflicts because we would be pulling out, in order to help people, we're pulling out things that are clearly helping people. So it's almost as if you do need a review where we look at every individual thing to see what it's accomplishing. I'm afraid that I can't support a motion that could potentially reduce funding, say, to the Crouch Neighborhood Resource Center. There's a group that does tremendous amounts for the community on a very small budget and leverages it greatly. You're all welcome to come out to the Fun and Food Fridays. That's a community dinner happening this evening at 5:30. This is at the Hamilton Road Senior Center. But there's one that they're providing for the community on a monthly basis, and they've got funding for that from outside sources. So they're doing a great job. I would like to see groups like that get more funding because of the amount they're able to do with each dollar. So they stretch things far more than we're able to do at the city level. So, however, I see some other things which may not be as significant as that. But in this case, I think I'll keep supporting the budgetary portion, the capital. I think that review would be worthwhile. I see that we're renovating quite a few washrooms here. That might be another way to deal with that and have that happen. But I may talk about that at a future time in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Holst. Councillor Morgan.
Yes, I wanted to provide a couple of comments on this one, not because the clerk needs any more time, but because I've listened to the debate and I was involved with Councillor Turner in the work on establishing this process to move away from what was not a good process of people standing up in the gallery and us having a lot of awkward pressure on approving projects without sitting down and dealing with the components of them through a process that is fair and judges the merits of the programs and ensures that they align with our strategic plan. And Councillor Turner listed a bunch of projects that align with our strategic plan because that's the point of the program. So no matter what size the program is, whether it's 2.3 million or 1.8 million or 5 million, you're going to see projects the kind that have been mentioned and the kind that are getting approved because, you know, that is meant to be part of the process. And the more we can clean that up and ensure that things are aligning with our strategic plan, the more you'll see projects that people will want to sit here and defend. I respect the councillors who've brought this forward because I understand what colleagues are trying to do in this process, and that is there are things later on in the business cases that people may want to support and vote for, and so they're trying to make space in the operating budget. They're trying to be creative and adjust programs, and some people may be okay with just approving everything. Others may want to look for savings and then approve things. So I think as long as we continue to be respectful of people's ideas, our ultimate judgment on them is with our votes on whether or not we support their ideas. I think we'll do well in this budget process as long as we stick with that. This is a very awkward one for us to deal with because of the nature of the process that we follow. We basically got into a position where we've kind of made promises on the programs already before we've gotten into the budget cycle, and we had a bit of this conversation when this first came up that this is kind of awkward. It is legitimate for colleagues to want to make adjustments to the budget during the multi-year budget, and this is one of the few areas where, guess what, we've made some commitments on this particular program before we actually got to the budget approval. So I recognize that's awkward. I would like to see that corrected. On the multi-year stream, this is probably, in my opinion, not the time to correct it because of the commitments that were made. Now, I will say, the capital funding component is different. There aren't commitments made beyond 2020 on the capital funding component. And so, I mean, that's one that colleagues could consider without, you know, abandoning the commitments, recognizing that Deputy Mayor Helmer and others have made comments on, you know, the interest and uptake on that particular program. So I think this is a reasonable thing to be put forward, despite the fact that I'm not going to support all the components of it, because I think, you know, colleagues are just trying to look to be creative in finding some space so that they can support the things they'd like to support in the budget process. And I would expect nothing less of that of all of our colleagues. And the more we can, you know, keep this focused on the budget and not, you know, the value of each individual program that may or may not be in a budget process or applied to in the future because of the process, I think the better we'll do. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? We may go back to the clerk to clarify which pieces are which, but I'll turn the chair back over to Councillor Morgan.
So this will be divided into the two components of the vote that is left. That will be, I don't think. Sorry, I haven't refreshed, and if you haven't either, you can click the current item. I wasn't in my chair, my apologies. Okay, so there are two components, A and B, they'll be dealt with separately. So the first is component A. I assume the same mover and seconders are comfortable moving both. No, there's just A and B. If you refresh, there's only an A and B left. A is that the funding set out in the draft multi-year budget for the 2022 and 2023 multi-year stream be reduced by 50%. So that is what we will vote on first, and there's no further members on the speakers list, so I'll put that up for a vote.
Closing the vote, the motion is lost, 4-11.
And same mover and seconder for Part B, the capital funding program be discontinued after 2020. Sorry, Councillor Van Holst, do you want to speak on this one?
Yes, I'm just going to offer what might be a friendly amendment is rather than discontinue the program, which means it ends, if we were just to suspend the funding or defund that for the 2 years, that after the review that would allow us to continue on or not. So maybe I change the wording that we suspend the funding after 2021 or for 2022 and 2023.
The mover and seconder, you've got some suggestion on wording. If you could speak into your microphone and let me know how you feel about that.
If the councillor is suggesting that the language be altered to say the capital funding program be suspended rather than discontinued, I would see that as a friendly amendment. I could accept that. I'd have to look to my seconder for confirmation.
The treasurer is looking at me, so I'm going to see what she has to say about this.
Through the chair, I just want to make sure that everybody's clear on the impact. So when you reduce that out of the budget, when you add it back in, it will be a budget increase that you will reflect in that year, and you will see that go up. So just want to make sure people are aware of that.
Okay, you're good? You're good. Okay, so we'll have that language adjusted. You're aware of the consequences. Deputy Mayor Helmer now would like to speak.
Yeah, I want to clarify. So now the language is going to be that it's suspended. So we're not going to collect the taxes, but we're going to tell people the program might be available. Is that the idea with the suspension instead of discontinuing? So
I have to go to the mover and the seconder on that because I don't know.
I'm not asking either of them. I'm asking our staff.
Okay.
How are you going to communicate what's going on with the capital grants program if there's no budget for it, but it's not canceled, it's just suspended?
Okay, Ms. Smith.
Through the chair, we would say that effective 2021, there is no capital program until such time as it's approved by council, if and when.
Okay, any other questions? We got this moved and seconded with a little bit of an alternate language here, so I'm just going to refresh my screen and read it so everybody's clear, especially those. It's still saving, so for those watching at home, one moment, the internet is working. So this is now a motion moved and seconded. The capital funding program be suspended after 2020. No other discussion? We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion is lost, 6-9.
Okay, so now we're back to the main motion, which is the part of the Neighborhood and Recreation Services budget excluding provincial impacts, excluding children's services, and excluding golf. Discussion on that overall budget. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open that for voting. It's already moved and seconded.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
So the next component of this is we're still in the neighborhood recreational services budget, but now we're going to deal with just children's services, excluding provincial impacts in children's services. So all the children's services that do not have provincial impacts. Moved by Councillor Sali, seconded by Councillor Kaibaga. Any discussion on this piece? And someone wanted this separated for a conflict purpose. Okay, seeing none, we'll open that piece for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 13-0 with 2 recused.
Okay, next, I'll look for a mover of the golf section within Neighborhood and Recreation Services, excluding any provincial impacts. Moved by Councillor Van Hol, seconded by Councillor Sali. Any discussion on the golf component? Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just through you, recent reports, the KPMG report identifying River Road as being in deficit position, recognizing comments from staff have stated that there's a desire to look a little deeper into the situation. Wondering, 1A, I guess a little bit more about that and how it affects the budget, and B, how it affects the budget.
Just before you do that, I need a different seconder. Councillor Slee was stretching, and I counted that as a second. So, Councillor Hopkins. we will have a break in a little bit, and, but stretch as much as you like. It's like an auction, though. Sometimes you end up seconding something. So sorry about interrupting your train of thought, Councillor Turner. We'll go to our staff.
Through the chair, the golf budget that's presented is a $0 net golf budget. The revenue that comes into the golf system is the revenue that goes out for the expenses in the golf system as well. So it's a zero budget going forward. As far as the report on Tuesday, certainly I'm expecting more fulsome discussion on Tuesday. But if whatever decisions happen in the discussions on Tuesday, we're looking, as you mentioned, a report back so we can do a thorough review of the option and a thorough review of what our recommendations are, and some public engagement and a variety of other things. But a budget amendment could happen at that time, but as I say, it is a zero tax levy budget. The repercussions of the findings going forward would be more of a sustainability issue from a capital perspective, or it would be a disposition of property discussion that would be a further amendment to the budget at that time. But there's a little bit of work left to be done there, and the discussion today is around a zero tax levy budget for golf.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that's kind of what I was looking towards. Certainly sounds like early days. This is being identified right in the middle of the budget process. And any changes would probably be reflected in the updates in subsequent years rather than in this current fiscal year. Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion on golf? Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you. Well, I was happy to move this because we have a situation where golf pays for golf, so that's great. It's nice when we can pare things down to a point where they're self-sustaining. If everything we did was self-sustaining, and everything can't be, but if we could, then that's a great model. So I hope this stands as an excellent model of what's possible, and you all support it.
Anyone else? No? Seeing none, it's moved and seconded, so we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Squire? Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-1 with one recused.
I had one of our colleagues ask me if I could ask our staff to clarify the next several motions and what's contained within each of them, because what we have now is neighborhood and recreation services recommended provincial impacts, neighborhood and recreation services provincial impacts, and then neighborhood and recreation services recommended provincial impacts unrelated to children's services, and then neighborhood and recreation services provincial impacts related to children's services. So I think the point is people want to understand exactly what they're voting on, so I had a request if our staff could clarify what is contained within those particular items.
Thank you, through the chair. So on page 90 of your budget document, where you look at the Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services Provincial Impacts breakdown. So the second line, the recommended, is specific to the administrative municipal cost sharing changes that we are mandated to pay, where they've increased the cost sharing. And so that's the first motion that is there. The second portion is the provincial impacts for consideration, which has been identified as the additional expansion funding, which we have a choice for municipality whether you wish to put that money into the system, and as well as the community safety and well-being plan, which is the third component. So those are all being voted on separately.
Sorry, there's 4 components. So can you just articulate the differences between the last two? And I just want colleagues to really understand, some have conflicts on parts of these, so I really want people to understand the delineation between them so that they don't, we don't get into needing a reconsideration.
Thank you. So specific to the motion through the chair, the A and B parts that are broken out are specific to recognize the conflicts. Otherwise, we would have normally added them together so that we could break out the portion that is related to the community safety and well-being plan in Part A.
Is everybody clear on that? Or does any, no? No. Okay, not clear yet. You're gonna need to go through it again. So really, there's the cost sharing part, which is the 1.206 million, the mandated cost sharing part. And then there's a second piece, which is this 5.190 million. And there's an A and a B below that. Just clearly articulate what is each of those segments.
So through the chair, Part A, the $5.1 million is the total of the provincial impacts for consideration. And those are been broken down specifically between Part A is the 300, which is related to the mandated implementation of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. So 75 times 4. And the remainder is Part B of that motion, which is the expansion funding for municipal cost-sharing changes.
So should those two items add together to be 5.190 million? Because there's a small error. Oh no, they're good now. Okay, so 300,000 and 4.890. So colleagues, there's really just an A and a B, and that's just the 5.190 broken out. Recommended and not recommended. Is everybody okay with that now? Okay, so that's not the one we're going to do first. The first one we're going to do is Neighborhood and Recreation Services recommended provincial impacts, 1.206 million. I'll look for a mover and a seconder of that one. Councillor Lewis, Deputy Mayor Helmer. Discussion on that one. And again, sorry, Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Chair. I just want just some clarification. I just want to, because of my conflict, you're going to call A and B. What I'm reading before me related to children's services, So I don't vote on either of those.
Sorry, I provided a correction before. There was just a typo in the document. A is excluding children's services and B is children's services. So if you had a conflict on children's services, you could vote on A, but you would declare on B. Correct. So, but we're not on that now. What we're on is the first one, which is the 1.206 million, which no one has declared any conflicts on. And it's moved and seconded. I didn't have anybody else. Mr. Murray, though, go ahead.
Through the chair, that just to clarify, the vote you're voting on right now does relate to childcare.
Okay, yes, so this one does relate to childcare administration cost sharing. Thank you. So don't vote on this one. No, this is not A or B. This is the item that comes before those two. No. Not if you've declared. Okay? Deputy Mayor Helmer.
I'm sure that the chair does not want any advice, but I would suggest that if we could use the names of things, it will make it easier to follow what we're doing. I know that the numbers and all that stuff is helpful when we're actually voting, and we certainly need to coordinate, but I think if we say we're talking about the recommended provincial impacts for childcare cost sharing, people will identify that they have a conflict or not, and then we can avoid discussing it that way. It's just some advice. I think this is an important one. I mean, I think if anyone's interested in what the impact of not going ahead with, I think we should hear from our staff on that. But essentially, this is the province changing the fiscal sharing arrangements around this, and we're having to pick up 20% where it used to be 100% covered by the province. I think if we want to participate in the expansion funding, then we need to cover 20%. I think it's really important, and like many of these other provincial impacts that I've spoken to, I think it's an important service in the community. We're really faced with this choice. Do you want to expand it or not? If you do, it's going to cost you 20%, and I think it's a good use of property tax money.
Sorry, Councillor Lewis.
Yeah, I'm actually going to just follow up on what Deputy Mayor Helmer was just saying there, and actually ask our staff, because I still see some question marks floating above people's heads, if they could just comment briefly on what this cost impact is for specifically.
Through the chair, so I'm speaking to the request for 1.6 million annually, starting effective January 1st, 2021. So this is where the province has said that municipalities are asked to cost share the expansion funding, which means we will still receive our 80%, even if we don't put in our 20%. However, the impact of us not receiving that $1.6 million annually affects our childcare system across London. These funds go to support childcare fee subsidies, which in turn support families to access licensed childcare so they can go to work and go to school. In addition, these funds would impact the operating grants that we provide to childcare operators across London. We would then have to reduce the amount we currently provide to each operator, which means childcare operators would have to find these funds in other ways. Potentially, this may impact the childcare rates that parents have to pay every day. So overall, it would affect both the affordability and quality of childcare in London.
So now, my apologies, but now I'm confused. So are we required to match the province's funding or not? Like, as Deputy Mayor Helmer said, if you don't put in our share, we lose the provincial share, and what you said is some language that was slightly different. And now I'm not understanding the difference between the larger amount, 4.89 million, and the 1.2. So
Through the chair, sorry for the confusion. I was responding to the question, which is your second one. So that is correct. For the one that is up on the board right now, the $1.2 million, this is where the province has said that municipalities are required to cost share 50% of all provincial administrative funding. So we have no choice in this. We are required as of January 1st, 2021 to cost share administration 50-50 with the province.
thank you. That is now very clear to me. My apologies for having to clarify that. Does anybody have any questions, or are you okay on this now? Okay. Moved and seconded. I'll open it for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-0 with 2 recuse.
Okay, next we have the A portion, which is, and please articulate what the word is. This is the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, I believe, but I don't want to get the wording wrong because I didn't write it down. So can you identify what this program is? This is the $300,000.
Yes, through the chair. This is a mandated expectation of municipalities that has been set through the Police Services Act. So we must, what is mandated, we must do a plan. We must update that plan annually, engage with the community, undertake ongoing monitoring with a number of metrics. So what is mandated is to do that work. What we've put in front of you for consideration is how we are supported to do that work. So because of the timelines, we have currently done this on the side of the desk of a very busy staff person and using one-time dollars to support the development of the plan that is expected to be in place by the end of this year. We do not view that as a sustainable approach, which is why we have put for your consideration resources to be able to support the ongoing mandated obligation.
Mover and a seconder for that. Moved by Mayor Holder, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Discussion? No. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
I think this is interesting that this one is in the maybe pile. We're going to have to do this for the foreseeable future. I think it's important that it's done well. I've actually been to some of these meetings. There's a lot of people who are working on it, and I think it needs to be properly resourced. I actually think that 75,000 is maybe a very low estimate of the kind of work that's actually required to make the plan successful. I think this has the potential, if it's done well, to really change how we're approaching community safety and well-being in the community. And so I think this is a very small amount that is easily justifiable in terms of the impact it could have. It has impacts on, a $110 million budget, plus all the other things that are around community safety and well-being. So I think for a small investment, we could get some pretty good results.
Councillor Sully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And question just after you. Are we comfortable with the amount of money being asked? Because I asked this question because I know when I talked to the province in the past, when I was at the chair of the Police Service Board, they said a lot of the funding requests might be modeled around our community well-being plan and kind of those results. So I just want to make sure that we're 150% confident with this number, because if not, I'm happy to support more, just because I know that it could have a result on how much we get as a city versus other communities from the conversations I had in the province in the past.
Through the chair, what you see in front of you is an amount to support our development and delivery of the plan. It is not the amount to implement the plan. And for that, we don't have that at this point in time, nor do we have an understanding of where the province might step in to support aspects of that. What this is are the resources to support the ongoing work around what I call care and feeding, of having the plan in place and then monitoring it in doing all of the engagement work. So to your question, do we feel this is an adequate amount? We do. We've talked as a staff team. We're going to try and leverage some of the expertise in Ms. Smith's area around community development and community work. So that's why you see the amount as it is right now.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whereas in the previous item, we were budgeting for amounts that we have to pay, and this one, we're budgeting creating a budget for something we have to do. And the questions my colleagues have asked are good. I just wanted to follow up with a little more clarity. So is this largely for an FTE or a portion of an FTE, a person, or is there funds? Is this mostly for funds, or is it a combination?
Through the chair, we've not determined exactly whether this would be an FTE or not. I can tell you that right now, a third of an FTE is dedicated to this work, along with one-time resources to engage a consultant to assist us so we can meet the timelines. What this funding does is give us the flexibility to determine whether it is a dedicated person or a combination thereof of a dedicated person and other resources.
I don't have any other speakers. It's moved and seconded. I'm going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, and this is the expansion funding. Could you explain what that means? And this, Ms. Smith, this is where your comment, I think, last time meant to land. So could you please explain, and I know you and I have talked about this once, but I think there's benefit to colleagues to understand the history on how this one has kind of changed from the provincial's perspective.
Thank you. Through the chair. So over the past almost year, the province has changed direction on this file several times. So when we originally wrote this budget document, the direction from the province was that effective January 1st, 2021, the 80% provincial share was contingent upon municipalities providing 20%. When we just received our 2020 guidelines, the direction from the province is that now, effective January 1st, 2021, municipalities are asked to cost share the 20% of the provincial funding. This means we will receive the 80%, even if council chooses not to support it through 20%. However, there is an impact if we don't receive the $1.6 million, which is the 20% cost share from the municipality.
Okay, I need a mover and a seconder for this one. Moved by Deputy Mayor Helmer, seconded by Councillor Slee. Discussion on this one. Councillor Van Holst.
Yes. So previously, the impact was described. Could we have maybe a little more detail on the ongoing of this, particularly the term expansion, maybe what that means to us?
So through the chair, this funding goes specifically to support two key areas in our childcare system. The first, it supports childcare fee subsidies, which in turn support families to access licensed childcare so they can go to work or go to school. Currently, we support just over 3,000 children through childcare fee subsidy, and this is around $25 million a year. So for example, to support approximately 100 children through fee subsidy, it costs us approximately $750,000 a year. So what expansion funding does is it supports, builds, and it supports us to increase capacity in our childcare system. For example, in 2021, we will be building 3 new childcares, which is approximately 284 spaces. So to support fee subsidy in just a third of those, it's going to cost us an additional $750,000. Without this fee subsidy, young children will not be able to access childcare, therefore parents can't access work or school. The other part of this expansion funding is we provide operating grants to childcare operators. This helps them to, it supports them to meet the daily needs and supporting staff. It supports them to purchase play-based materials, supplies. It supports special needs resourcing for young children, repairs, maintenance, et cetera. So without this additional 1.6, we will have to go back to all of our current operators across the system and redo the formula for the operating grant, which means that our current operators will receive less on an annual basis. This could potentially impact how they operate their child cares, which in turn could potentially, they could potentially increase their child care rates.
Thank you. And perhaps you could, through the chair, give us an idea of who gets these fee subsidies and how much they're subsidized.
Childcare fee subsidies are based on the availability or the income of the family or caregiver and their ability to pay. So it is a sliding scale and it's based on family income.
Are you good, Councillor Van Holst? Councillor Lewis. Just others on the speakers list? Okay, Councillor Slee, I have you after Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So we're looking at another provincial impact here where the province allocated money for this and then decided they were going to exit part of the funding, pretty significant chunk of it. When you're talking about the childcare providers who are providing these subsidized spaces, are they also providing spaces that are at market value in there, or are these exclusively childcare providers who are providing only subsidized spaces?
Through the chair, the childcare fee subsidy goes with the child. So the childcare operator provides a daily rate, regardless of whether the spot is subsidized or not. It is typically those families who are living in low income that apply through the City of London through our Children's Services for childcare fee subsidy. It is the choice of what childcare and the availability of childcare in their neighborhood or where they work to access that space.
Okay, I have myself on the speakers list, so maybe I'll switch with the mayor.
Councillor Morgan.
So this one really bothers me. Because what we have is a provincial government who has established a fully funded program to expand needed childcare spaces in our city. And as a provincial responsibility, they responsibly fund 100% of the program. And then the government comes along and says, if you want to access part of that program, you're going to have to kick in 20%. And guess what? If you don't, you're going to lose all of it. I assume they receive some pushback on that decision, and then say, okay, you're not going to lose our portion of this, which is 5 million plus, but we'd really like you to kick in your portion on your own, despite the fact that this is, again, a provincial responsibility and a provincial program that was meant to put needed childcare spaces in our city. So I'll tell you why this really bothers me, is because this is one where the provincial government has exited the space and then stuck a municipal council with an impossible decision to say, if you're not going to fill the space with your municipal property tax dollars, you're going to be the one who faces the heat on potentially reducing and creating all the consequences that Ms. Smith basically outlined in her comments, which is not fair. It's not really a fair spot to put a municipal government in when people's childcare matters. So we talked a lot about drawing the line on things. This is one where we should draw the line on it. It's going to be very difficult to do so. I know people are really going to struggle with this vote. Not really happy about this one. It's not a good spot for government to put another government in.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Squire.
I agree with Councillor Morgan. I didn't want to speak first. I didn't want to be the guy again who says the same thing, and then people start saying you don't want to provide something that's of huge value to people, and that's really, really difficult. And I'm learning through this budget process that when you do what I'm doing, you end up hearing from people who accuse you of taking away something that quite frankly isn't the responsibility of this municipal government. But I think there's a high risk in jumping into this program. I think then what's going to happen next? Are we going to be told as we move forward that our share is going to increase, that it's going to go up, or we might lose the money? And I just can't acquiesce to that. So I'm in the same position as Councillor Morgan, but I have to be consistent in what I'm doing and how I'm dealing with these particular matters, because to not do so would be unfair of me. I would be saying, well, I stood on principle on these things, but I'm gonna waive my principles on this one, and I can't do that.
Other speakers? Deputy Mayor Helmer.
So I feel like sometimes we're having just a repeat of the same argument with different specific content, but this is a really important program for families who can't afford childcare. And the situation we're in right now, just using the numbers that Ms. Smith was providing, she said $750,000 for 100 kids. So we're talking about $1.6 million. So that's 217. It's 217 kids. So, and all these things, every time we're allocating property tax money for anything, we have to decide, is this worth paying for with property tax money or not? And, this ranks pretty high on my list of things that are supportable from property tax. So, I'd cut a road project before I'd cut this. I cut all kinds of things before I was getting into cutting the childcare fee subsidies. I do think how the province is making the fiscal changes across a whole variety of things that are shared responsibility is problematic. And we as a municipality have to communicate to them that changing everything all at once and unilaterally and just sticking us with these things on a bunch of different fronts, that's not a good way of making those changes. So that's the sort of high level issue I think everyone's having with how the changes are happening. But then we also have to deal with what are the consequences, and the choice always is, do you want to raise taxes to cover this? Do you want to get rid of some other thing instead of this? Or do you want to just let the service disappear? And I'm not on this one going to let the service disappear. I think it's critically important. I mean, my own nephew accessed childcare subsidy when he was a kid. Like, that was how he was able to go to childcare, and his mom was able to go to university. So, I mean, there's no way I'm gonna go along with cutting, this particular kind of funding. I think we have to work it out with the province across all these different things, who's paying for what and how we're gonna pay for it, because, you know, they have access to income tax and sales tax, which is a much better source of financing for a lot of these things. And we do not. And property tax is a difficult source of financing for a lot of these programs. It's not elastic. It doesn't really respond to changes, especially in income, that people may be experiencing in the community. So is it the ideal source of financing? No. But in the meantime, you know, people who receive the childcare subsidy and are applying for it, in the real world, what they're going to experience is fewer opportunities for the kids to go to childcare, or less subsidy, or some combination of those things. And, you know, on the website of the City of London, it says childcare subsidies, City of London. People do not keep track of who's responsible for what in federalism. And assigning responsibility to people is a complicated thing that most people don't bother to do. They just look at it and they say, this thing that was available is gone now. Right? And so at the end of the day, we're responsible for the decisions we're making at this council. I'm suggesting we should cover this because I think it's an important service in the community.
Councillor Squire.
I just wanted to clarify, the program is not going to be gone, as I understand it. It's just going to be funded to a lesser extent because we're putting more money into it. Is that not the case?
Through the chair, that is correct. We will have less funding to support the program.
Reason I mention that because several times it was said the program will be gone. The program will not be gone. It will be funded to a lesser extent because of what the province has decided to do, not what, in my view, we decided to do.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did clarify that this speaks specifically only to childcare funding. It has nothing to do with any transfers that might be associated with the early on funding and child reach. So I do not have a conflict on this item. Councillor Helmer articulated the points really well. Councillor Squire identified that the program doesn't dissolve, but what does happen is fewer people receive funding. There will be fewer spots associated with funding as a result of our withdrawal or not entry into this space. The mayor has made a very key point, and I think probably his marquee point in his State of the City address, that we have a challenge with participation rate in the workforce. And not being able to provide childcare for those who are eligible and able to be working is a severe impediment to being able to make sure that we have full participation in our workforce. That's all I really want to say. I think we need to recognize what the impacts of our decision here will be, and I think that's a rather large one.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you. So just jumping off of what Councillor Turner said, as I was writing notes of things I wanted to talk about, he was saying all the things that I was writing down. So, but I just want to go directly to what the councillor said, and that is that less funding can and probably would equal fewer spaces. So the program overall will not be gone, but for those who are unable to access the program, for them, it's gone because there are fewer spaces. So, you know, we knew going into this budget, we knew for probably over a year that this was going to be a really, really tough budget, and we were going to be put into some very tough positions, making some really hard decisions. Again, what Councillor Turner said is, you know, we have a low labor participation rate. We also have a number of jobs in London that are unfilled. We know that there are employers in London looking for people to fill those positions. When a parent, especially a single parent, or a family that's relying on two incomes just to survive, when they don't have access to quality daycare, it makes it pretty much impossible for them to fill those unfilled positions, for them to join the labor force and increase the participation rate. That's what we're looking to do here in London. one of the most common things that we hear is there's one taxpayer. There's one taxpayer. Yeah, there's one taxpayer. So what happens when we have people in London that would choose to work if they could, but they can't afford to work because childcare is out of their reach? They're forced to be subsidized in other ways. So if they are not getting subsidized childcare spaces, they are subsidized through Ontario Works or programs like that. And I want to bring that up specifically because I sat in on a circles discussion one day. And this is a program of mentoring with people from the community and people that are on Ontario Works and other kinds of social assistance that come together and network and work on helping people that are in those kinds of situations. So at the end of the circle was over and we were getting ready to move on and leave for the night. There was a young mother, and it wasn't related to daycare, but it's a similar subject. This young mother was working a job that was very difficult for her. There were a lot of obstacles in the way of transportation for getting to this job. And then she was recently off of Ontario Works and had a child who was ill and required medication. And on Ontario Works, you have coverage for the kinds of medications that she needed for her child. Working for an employer where she did not qualify for benefits, she no longer had access to those medications. So she had to make that decision to continue working and the dignity that comes with work and being self-sufficient, yet unable to provide the medications on a regular basis that her child required. She was actually having to make a decision whether to quit her job and go back to Ontario Works. That's a cost for the taxpayer, the single taxpayer that's out there. And so everything we do has, as other councillors have said, there is a ripple effect. And the decisions we make here affect a lot of people's lives in very profound ways. I will be supporting this as much as I do believe the province should stick to their commitments, but I will be supporting this.
Councillor Lehman.
I think this will be the hardest vote I'll have to do. I was up all night thinking about it. For reasons I think that you've heard around the horseshoe today. The Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services for the province of Ontario decided to get into decide to subsidize daycare. It was their decision and their debate process that resulted in that decision. They asked cities to administer the funds to provide that service. In the same way, they are responsible for healthcare and they provide funds to hospitals to provide that service. When funding for healthcare changes, the hospitals have to make adjustments, and hospitals don't come to the city to fund those deficits. And I think Councillor Helmer made a very good point when he talked about the ability of provinces, the tools they have to raise revenue. The cities have one, besides user fees, is property taxes, which is a regressive tax. The province has a number of revenue streams, the biggest one being income tax, which can be applied in various abilities to pay. I really want to support this, but I can't. At the end of the day, I just can't. This is a provincial responsibility, and I feel they backdoored this by forcing. We never debated whether we should be subsidizing childcare, and to all of a sudden to be accepting that responsibility. Given our means of taxing folks in the city, I don't think is proper. Then for that reason, I will not support this.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important for us to realize that this decision is a dilemma like it's a, it's a legitimate dilemma. This is hard, this is a difficult decision. We're weighing two things. I'd prefer if we didn't refer to it as a cut, because I don't think that's fair, because it sounds like the people who would vote against this are cutting something, and it's not what we're doing. So that's unfair to couch it in those terms. What's going to happen? Well, a number of things, but there's 3,000 children that are being provided this program. If we cut it by 20%, or by the province cutting, and I'll use cut in their terms, because that's what they've done, that will bring it down to 2,400. If we just use those numbers, so 600 fewer people may be unable to access the program, or the funds will run out by the time they get there. Part of the problem for us is that we can't, with property taxes, do a good job of redistributing wealth at this point, because some of our taxpayers, and I've mentioned it again, are retirees on fixed incomes who are trying to hold on to their home. When we raise their taxes, they're going to have a more difficult time. We're taking food out of their mouth to put into somebody else's. The province, however, can do a great job of redistributing wealth, because they've got various tax brackets. They can say these people can afford it, and we can provide it to those who can't. We're not able to do that. So we're stuck in this case in this dilemma of either choice is going to be difficult. Either way you vote, you're going to be criticized or open to criticism. I know for me, when I say, hey, there's two options and they're both terrible, what to do? Look for something different. So I would ask, is there a different way that we can provide these services? Is there something else the city can do to help with this? I don't know what that is yet. I haven't put my mind to it. But the point I would make is that if we decide to fill in the gap, then nothing's going to really happen. Things will just move forward, except we will have a bigger burden on ourselves. If we don't fill in the gap, then there's going to be some outrage. There's going to be, we will see the effect of the province's decision, and maybe that's the better thing. Maybe it's better in the long run that we actually see the effect of what this is, and then try to cope with that, rather than just patch it up, because we're essentially throwing a Band-Aid onto something that's not sustainable. So I'm not sure in the long run which is the better choice, but I put it out to you that we may be serving our community and Ontario in the broader sense better by letting the cards fall where they may, see what's happening, and perhaps a better solution than us just filling in the gap will happen.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and I know that this one bothers you personally. I'd echo a lot of what Councillor Lehman just said, and got it right here in front of me. The current Minister of Children is Todd Smith. There's no Councillor of Children around this horseshoe. There is a provincial minister who has decided to cut this funding. We have a Minister of Health in Ontario too, and as a colleague has referenced, when they've put hospitals in the situation of having to close beds, we can't fill that gap off of property taxes. It's not sustainable. People should be mad about this, but they need to be mad at the right level of government, and it's not this level of government. the provincial government has decided they are going to fund childcare spaces less. And you're right, Councillor Cassidy, there's only one taxpayer. But the way that the province collects taxes from that one taxpayer is based on their ability to pay. The way we collect taxes from that one taxpayer has nothing to do with their income. It has nothing to do with their ability to afford to stay in their house. It's based on an MPAC assessment of their home value. It doesn't matter that that assessment's gone up. As we've seen through our finance flicks, their share of the pie gets adjusted to reflect the assessed value of all the homes in the city. It's maybe increased their equity. It hasn't increased their household budget at the end of the month. So, yeah, I'm mad about this too. I'm mad that the provincial government has put this on us because they've decided they don't want to continue to fund childcare at the rate that they were funding. I have no problem with how we put in our percent of the administrative funding. That's reasonable when we're doing the paperwork that we're helping with some of the funding of the administrative costs. But to defund spaces like this, well, you know, we said that the line had to be drawn, and Councillor Morgan said a line had to be drawn in the sand about some of this, and this is where people should be protesting in front of their MPP's offices, frankly.
Councillor Sally.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for all my colleagues that have spoken before, you know, and I respect all the perspectives that's shared here today, but I really find this opportunity, and why I decided to second the motion with Councillor Helmer, is I do believe it's an investment. It's an investment in building a stronger local economy because more people are at work. It's a better quality of life for everyone who's impacted, and we're building stronger families. And I can't control what happens outside of London. I care about what happens outside of London. My responsibility is here, and I feel like this is an investment that's worth every opportunity to make that direct investment. The moms, the grandparents, the guardians, the dads, I think we have a responsibility to them to do everything we can, recognizing that there's a gap, and maybe not us that has brought that gap, but we have an opportunity to fill that void. There's other opportunities within the budget where maybe we could explore and find some savings, but I think in this one area, we need to do our part and maybe even do a little bit more. And I encourage my colleagues who maybe previously said that they aren't considering supporting this to reconsider that, because I think this will be a close vote. And I think this is an important thing that we can do. And I know there's a line in the sand that has been drawn, but the great thing about lines and sands is they can easily be removed, and you can bring that line a little bit further ahead or behind.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, and I wasn't going to weigh in because to me this is not a tough decision at all. And I want to echo what Councillor Sully said about children are our investment. And drawing a line in the sand, I think we should be very careful about doing that. I know Councillor Lehman and I get into trouble quite often when we draw the line here, no paper on this side, no paper on there. But we end up sharing regardless. Because I think when you do draw that line, you're setting yourself up. And I am not going to set myself up. Children are one of the biggest investments that we can make in our communities.
Mayor Holder.
I will support this motion going forward. It wasn't a decision I take lightly because I'm mindful of the business that we're in, but you know what, we're in the business of people. And I think what we have to understand is that we have that obligation as a caring community to care for those who are less able to take care of themselves. I've said that time and again. This is one of those things that the people who are the beneficiaries of this program didn't ask for changes in the funding arrangements. But I do believe that is our obligation. And you've heard me say in the past before that the importance and dignity of a job, and if this enables someone to be able to do that, to be able to be employable because they have the time and space. You know, it's an irony that with the London Jobs Now board that we have in place, that it not only shows there are several thousand jobs currently on that, in that jobs board, but it also shows the bus routes that are currently available when you touch a button. But you know what happens when you touch the third button? It shows all the daycare spaces that are available around the community, because that's an important component for people being able to work. So it strikes me from my perspective that while we don't have to support this and we don't have to do this extra part, my concern is what happens if we don't. So in that respect, I will be supporting this going forward.
Further discussion, colleagues? Oh, Councillor Van Holst?
Yeah, sorry, I guess I'm going to make a last statement because I have to make a decision. So here's how it's going to be. I'll point out that the reason the province is making cutbacks in various things is because how we've been moving forward as a province is unsustainable. Again, we're $350 billion in debt. We've got $12 billion in debt financing services or payments, and boy, that $12 billion could be used in a lot of ways if we'd made better decisions before, made better investments before. I think we're getting to a point where we're unsustainable as a municipal government at 4.5%, 5% tax increases, where our residents are getting 2% for their pensions. That's difficult. My colleagues have said you can change the line in the sand. So I think what I'm going to do is vote against this now, knowing that were it to fail, we could always change our minds a little later in the process. But if we do vote against this, there'll be some discussion in the public, and we may see some new ideas, and we may see some new pressures. We'll see something coming from them. If we just step in and cover it, I don't think there's going to be much of a discussion. So believing that something else is possible, something other than what the province has provided us as options is available, I'm going to make the decision that maybe stirs a conversation to get to that point. Thanks.
Thank you. I have Councillor Morgan on the list.
Sorry, colleagues, I don't usually speak twice of something because I usually speak long enough the first time. You're used to that. But I really wanted to listen to the debate on this. I know I spoke early in the debate, and I stand by the words that I said. This is really not a good position for one level of government to put another level of government in. But I've listened to my colleagues, and I've heard they have reminded me about the people who did not ask for us to be put in this position. They've reminded us that although this is not a fair position for a municipality to be put in, it's also not fair to try to unintentionally hurt a vulnerable population because one level of government is not behaving in a fair way towards another level of government by working very hard to meet a community need and then backing away from that obligation and expecting the municipality to fill in for it. So I will vote on this one. This will be a rare vote on this, to fill in for where the provincial government has vacated. But I'm not going to be quiet about this. I'm going to be very vocal about how this is wrong, how this should not have been put in, we should not have been put in the position we were. These positions should be long-term funded by the proper level of government, and that this idea of creating impossible decisions on municipalities needs to end. It is not a good position to put other levels of government in when we are trying our best to work on behalf of our citizens to make the best possible decisions. And so, I'm going to support filling in this funding for the province. This wasn't a cut. This was a decision to fill in for a space vacated on a very important service that is valuable to very vulnerable members of our community. And so So I'm gonna vote a little different on this one, and I'm gonna have that line in the sand is this is not the spot for me, because I don't want to hurt really vulnerable people unintentionally, so.
Any other comments or questions? We'll see none, we'll call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 12-2 with 1 recuse.
Okay, that brings us to item 4. And colleagues, I'm going to take a break at 2:30, but we could probably make a little bit of progress through the remaining items in the Parks and Rec before that time, hopefully. We've got the Parks and Urban Forestry budget. So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder of that particular budget. Moved by Councillor Pelosa, seconded by somebody. Parks and Urban Forestry, seconded by Councillor Salee. Discussion. Okay, no discussion on the Parks and Urban Forestry base budget. I'll open that for voting.
Councillor Cassidy? Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
Okay, we have 3 items in the capital budget for 3 different segments. Would anybody like the 3 segments of the capital budget for this service area dealt with separately? No, a yes. Deputy Mayor Helmer, all of them separate? Okay. All of them separate. So I'll put the first one on the floor. I'll look for a mover for the life cycle renewal and capital budget. Mover. Someone wants to. Councillor Pelosa, seconder. We don't get a break if people don't. Councillor Salee. Discussion on this piece. No, not the one looking to discuss? Okay, we'll open that one for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
Okay, I need a mover and a seconder for the growth capital budget. Moved by Councillor Salee, seconded by Mayor Holder. Discussion on the growth capital budget. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. So I have two sort of related questions, which is about the cost estimates in the budget for the recreation centers. So there's the northwest and then there's the southeast, the one that's arena anchored. I just wanted to check in. Are we comfortable with the estimates that we've got in the budget? I know we've had some price escalations over the last little while. Some of those have led to delays and having to accommodate some changes in the capital side, within the last multi-year budget. I just want to make sure that this is our best estimate of where we think the prices are going to be at, given all the changes we've seen and the kind of increasing costs we've seen on the facility side.
Through the chair, these are estimates that we had in preparing this budget. It was scoured closely in coming up with the ask that we had to come up with the additional cost for the Southeast Center. We made it closely along with bids that we put into the province and the recreation funding program that's recently out there as well. So we looked at them very closely. They're very tight, but we believe these are the accurate estimates that we brought forward.
I'm glad you brought up the recreation infrastructure funding, because right now there's sort of placeholders around how this stuff is going to be paid for. But if we are successful on the recreation infrastructure funding streams for some of these things, not necessarily these specific projects, but we will see updates in the multi-year budget process where we say, hey, we've freed up some other kind of capital, either debt or a capital levy or what have you, that's available for other projects. Is that what we're going to expect in update years?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wasn't sure if there's a question or a statement there, but yes, there'll be budget amendments if we receive the federal and provincial funding that we're hoping to receive with those proposals.
Anything further?
Well, one other question. So I'm glad to hear that, because when you look at the total project cost for just a few projects in recreation, right, it's $180 million across a couple of different projects over a longer period of time, and so it's going to be critically important that we get provincial and federal support for these things to lower the cost for the property taxpayers. In terms of the price for the spray pads, we talked about it earlier. This is where they live in terms of the expansion part. Is $500,000 still the right number for a spray pad? It's been that way for a while. I think I remember it being $400,000 at one point, and it's been creeping up. But is $500,000 still a good amount to be budgeting for spray pads, given what people's expectations are in terms of how fancy they might be?
Through the chair, I think there's opportunity, as you mentioned, people's expectation, excitement around the spray pads. There's certainly opportunity for community engagement to enhance the spray pad that we're providing. The number is still a good estimate. Sometimes that number depends on the location chosen and where the water service can come from and what type of amenities we have to put with it and how long a pathway would take to get to the pad or spray pad that goes there. So they are a fluctuating number, but we do believe 500 is an accurate number at this point.
Good. Okay. Any other discussion on this one? It's Councillor Van Holst.
Yeah, looking at the new pedestrian bridges and tunnels, perhaps staff could let us know what's in store. Looks like we're building something substantial in 2020 and 2023. What should we expect with those investments? Looking at the bottom of page 92.
Go ahead, Mr.
Through the
Stafford.
chair, I'd like to pass this on to my colleague Andrew McPherson at the top to explain a little bit further on those items.
Mr. McPherson.
Sure, through the chair. Thanks for the question. These are all growth projects tied to development. Of course, we've had a lot of development in the last few years, so there are a significant number of projects coming along. There are 10 development sites in 2020 coming along through that process. And so these are included in conducting these bridges that are required for the open space system that are a separate item than just the pathways. As we go, that funding is spent when the development happens. So we are somewhat flexible when that does happen. It's kind of planned and anticipated, but it is subject to the development processes.
Okay, thanks. Any further questions on a growth capital budget? Seeing none, we will open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, I know we have one more item in this section and then three more, but it's 2:30. I want to stick to my plan of taking breaks. There's no harm in stopping now and picking up where we left off. So I'm going to look for a motion to recess for 15 minutes. Deputy Mayor Helmer, Councillor Van Holst, all in favor? All right, see you back in 15 minutes. Oh, one thing before you leave the room. The clerk has confidential packages for members of council, for every member of council for a meeting next week. She'd like to hand those to you individually so that you get them. So if you could see the clerk, she'll make sure you receive them.
Good job, man.
Okay, everybody please take their seats. We're gonna get back started. Okay, so we have one more item in the 4.4B, which is the capital portion of the Parks and Recreation Neighborhood Services budget. I'll look for a motion to put item 3, which is the service improvement capital budget, on the floor. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Mayor Holder. Discussion. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about UF 2044. This is management of Emerald Ash Borer. So I'm not too concerned that this is insufficient to accommodate the ash borer problem, but we've had a couple of reports about other potential infestations and threats to the urban forest, and I'm wondering, especially over the longer time horizon, if 400,000 a year is really going to be enough. I think it's sort of barely on the line for emerald ash borer, and then we got these other things that are potentially coming too. So I wanted to ask about that before voting on the budget.
Ms. Chair.
Thank you, through the chair. So the amount that is identified correctly, as the councillor noted, is for our emerald ash borer. We do also have money set aside in the urban forest strategy related to tree preservation programs, which will allow us to do some studies related to new and emerging species. Primarily what we're seeing is Asian longhorn beetle, oak wilt, and a maple, what they call maple tree decline based on some fungal infection. We also have seen an infestation of gypsy moth, but we're dealing with that through our regular operational budgets. Through that urban forest strategy money, we will be able to address anything emerging. If we require a specific line item for a specific pest, we would see that come forward in a future year. But we are confident that we're ahead of these things to the extent any community can be.
Good. Okay, any other questions on this? Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Chair. Mr. Stafford. With respect to RC 2602 with the Parkinson Arena decommissioning and renovation. I recognize this has been on the horizon for the Parks Master Plan for some time. The discussion has been around community consultations and what form it might take as that moves forward. Having a line item identified as $2,186,000 is a rather precise amount, so I'm wondering how that was derived and what opportunities there are for community input.
Yes, through the chair. So there's still opportunity for community involvement in the project. The number was a number chosen working with our facilities division as to what a sample project might be and where it would fit in a funding envelope, and to give us something to say that this is where we're at and this is the type of design that could happen there. But we are currently also involved with discussions with the school board as well, as there's some joint agreements with the school board in that facility. So there's ongoing talks. The one thing that I can say here today for sure is that 2020 it needs to move into a 2023 as far as needing the money for that. It's in the window, but it wouldn't be utilized before 2023 in conjunction with the work at the Southeast Multipurpose Rec and Arena Anchored Center, as you see in the document just above there. So we will adjust and move that line a little bit further out, but certainly the community and yourself will be involved as we go into talks along the way.
Great. Any further discussion on this? No, it's moved and seconded. Then we'll open it for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's carried 14-0.
If there's no objections, and I'll look for them in a second, I'd like to move the multi-year capital forecast for this division together all at the same time. No? No problem with that? Okay, I'll look for a mover for that. Counselor Lehman, seconder. Counselor Van Holst. Any discussion? No? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 14-0.
All right, on to planning and development services. 4.5A. There are 3 items in this: building approvals, planning services, and development services. Would any colleagues like those components of the operating budget dealt with separately? Seeing none, I'd look for a mover of those 3 components together. Councillor Sali, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Any discussion? Okay, I will open up those 3 items for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
Okay, the life cycle renewal capital and service improvement capital budget. Would anybody like those dealt with separately? Seeing none, then I'll look for a mover for those 3 segments together as well. Councillor Van Holst, Councillor Hopkins. Any discussion? Councillor Turner.
Just with a question with respect to development services, the DC process consultant on growth there, GG 1036 and 1035. With the necessity of taking another look at our current DC bylaw, are we sufficiently resourced to be able to go back and open it up to address the changes and assumptions that have occurred since the bylaw was passed?
Mr. Yeoman.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we believe we are. We do have a very robust group in the development finance area with the staffing complement that we have. We've also retained Hemson Consulting as well to provide us with some professional advice given the significant changes the province has made to the DC world and the community benefits charges world through the Planning Act with Bill 108. So we're able to fund them with the existing projects that we currently have.
That's helpful to note. I noticed 2022 is when they first come online here, and that's in anticipation of the 2024 bylaw for the 2-year process. Okay, thanks.
Further questions? Okay, those items are moved and seconded. We will open them for voting.
Councillor Van Meerbergen?
Could you just say it into your microphone for me? Just turn on your mic.
I vote yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 14-0.
And the capital forecasts, is there a mover for all of those items together? Councillor Hillier, Seconder, Councillor Cassidy. Any discussion on the forecasts? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting too. Oh, wait, Councillor Hopkins, go ahead. Nope.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question through you to staff about the, I'm pretty sure I'm on the right one, the PD 2179 new ESA Conservation Master Plan. Just want to know a little bit more about that, or...
Mr. Barrett. Councillor Hopkins, can we have your mic? Thanks.
Through the chair, those are funds that are set aside so that we have monies available to undertake new conservation master plans for ESAs that would be expanded or ones that might be added as development comes on in the future.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, we will open this for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, that concludes Planning and Development Services. Back row got an easy ride there. Protective Services is next. So there is, so 4.6A contains multiple items: animal services, bylaw enforcement, property standards, corporate services, corporate security and emergency management, fire services, London Police Services, both without provincial impacts and aligned for provincial impacts. I'd like to know what items colleagues would like dealt with separately. None? Everybody wants them all together?
Could I have a moment?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Okay to do them all together? Okay. Councillor Solis willing to move all of those together? Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Lewis. So this is everything in 4.6A. So all of the operating budgets for all of the protective services components. Discussion? Councillor Squire and then Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, this is one of those issues where when you look at the London Police Services, there's issues with regard to provincial impacts. And this is important, I think, that I mentioned that I'm satisfied after hearing from the members of the Police Services Board that a lot of diligence went into the preparation of their budget. And I'm very mindful of that. I'm also really mindful of the increasing responsibility of police services in all areas of the City of London. And I know in the area that I represent, which is Ward 6, an evening doesn't go by where the police services aren't involved in matters that in years past they probably wouldn't be involved in. So in this particular case, I'm supportive of the police services budget. And will continue to support the City of London Police and the work they do.
Councillor Lewis. Councillor Squire, your mic.
Speak again later.
I'll get you back on the list. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I do want to recognize that members of our police services are in the gallery today. I want to take this opportunity to thank them for the work they do, and while they do get called upon to often respond to things that are not policing calls, they're also called upon to respond to policing calls, and it was only a couple weekends ago that they actually had to respond to a break-in and help our Parks and Recreation Department with an attempt to remove equipment from the East Lions Community Center build. So, and they handled themselves very professionally in that, and they handled themselves pretty professionally day in and day out. I really wanted to single them out because I appreciate the fact that through the Police Services Board, they heard our concerns about the budget impacts, and they worked with us to address those. And I know that the chief, made a commitment to do whatever it was going to take to make sure that London was safe and that we were really living within what reasonably we could expect to live within in terms of the means for our budget. So I want to thank them for coming back with some ways to bring their ask to us down a little bit without compromising community safety. And I would frankly say the same thing about our fire services. I appreciate the work that they do. Where I live, I see those engines go out on calls, well, pretty much every day. And on top of that, they are doing things like vacant building inspections for us to make sure vacant buildings are secure. And that's an incredibly important value-added service that our fire services is giving us. So I want to recognize those two departments in particular. Through you, Chair, I did have a question. I'm sure that the answer will be, well, we could always have more, but through you to our staff and Mr. Katolik in particular, with bylaw enforcement and property standards, I sometimes hear some frustrations from residents who feel that we're not responding to some things in as timely a manner as they might like. But are we, in your opinion, adequately staffed to respond to the volume of calls that the city is getting? And are we seeing any sort of increase in those calls that's concerning to you?
Mr. Katolik.
Through the chair, on an annual basis, we respond to approximately 8,000 complaints, and we investigate each and every one of them for their validity and take appropriate actions to ensure compliance with City Council's bylaws. Currently, we have 17 municipal law enforcement officers that are on the road every day. I feel that this is consistent with other municipalities in responding to complaints. However, when we get into proactive enforcement, so work such as the Community Informed Response Team, and also in our additional programming with core area, we are asking for additional MLEOs, and that's specifically for proactive enforcement.
Good. At this time, I don't have others on the speakers list. I'd like to go to the mayor at this time, though.
Thanks very much. Colleagues, I have a conflict with the budget relating to the London Fire Service, as my son-in-law is a member of the London Professional Firefighters, so I'll ask if that could be dealt with appropriately.
Okay, so we're going to pull fire services out of the motion. I wanted to go to the mayor, so colleagues, no, don't comment on the fire service because we're going to take it out of this motion. I assume the mover and the seconder are okay with that? Good. Okay. So everything now in protective services except fire. I will return to the speakers list, and Councillor Lehman is next.
I try not to repeat what other councillors have said, but in this case, I feel I must. The number one budget item for London is our police services. We're fortunate to have a body of professionals that have shown amazing care and innovation as they deal with issues that they never thought they would have to deal with 4 or 5 years ago. My recent community meeting with Councillor Morgan, public safety was number one on my ward's list of concerns, and the police were generous enough to come out and take blunt talk from audience members, but also look for ways to address their concerns as opposed to just nodding their heads and getting on to business as usual. We're fortunate in the City of London to have made a transition to a new police chief who I think is outstanding. I think we've had a lot of tough discussions on a number of things, and there's things to come forward. And for the number one budget item, I think we are unanimous in thinking that we are fortunate to have you. So thank you.
Councillor Sali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and happy to have moved this motion with my colleague. I think obviously these budgets are always difficult, and I think the fact that, you know, civic administration has worked with London Police Services as well as working with the chair of the London Police Service Board Budget Committee, Councillor Deputy Mayor Helmer, who's really done a lot of work, and I know he's worked with some people who've reached around him around this horseshoe to educate you on the budget that's before you here today. And I also wanted to thank the chiefs, the deputy, and their staff, and as well as Jennifer here and board member Jeff Lang as well, and the other board members. Definitely, they looked everywhere. They turned every corner, looked under every stone to find as many efficiencies. I know sometimes when we talk about policing budgets or emergency services or protective services budgets, they kind of get lumped in when we're talking about them across the province. But really, London is unique because London has done a lot of work in previous years and in this year to find innovative ways of filling gaps and addressing our budgets and looking at what the local challenges are. I'm hopeful that, we'll have a lot of support around the horseshoe here today for the budget, but I think in the years to come, we also need to be mindful that unless the formula changes in the relationship we have with the province, with some of the funding mechanism and some of the challenges we're faced, there's little room to change with how the funding looks, and I think we need to continue to advocate. So my colleagues on AMO and FCM, and I know Councillor Morgan and I know Councillor Hopkins continue to have those conversations, but I continue to encourage them to continue having those conversations because we need the support, we need the funding, because our officers, I know, are constantly dealing with queues of calls and are waiting, and ultimately Londoners are contacting the board councillors and telling them about the services that are needed, and then that's a taxing item on the members who are providing the service on the London Police Service, so it's challenging for them and on their mental health. So, I want us to all consider that and continue to advocate at every level and every chance we get. So thanks to the chiefs and deputies and their team, and Jennifer and Jeff for coming today.
Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Chair, and I too would like to thank the police service here in London, who quite often are on the front line of the social ills that plague us in our modern society here in London. One of the things that we used to get during budget time from the police was a metric that dealt with cities over 100,000 and the per capita cost for policing. And it was always one of the most competitive in terms of that cost. And I'm wondering, do we have access to that now in terms of that that particular metric?
We'll go to the chief.
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's a great question. We're pulling that number up now. I can tell you we remain the lowest, or at least within the top two or three, or the lowest two or three in the province in the cost per capita. And we can get that figure for you. And the second metric, which we're quite often asked about, is the police to population ratio. And we are the second lowest in the province among all Tier 1 municipalities, so 100,000 or more, but not regional services.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't need to know the exact number, but it's certainly in the top 5 anyway.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just comments, I guess, in brief on the police services budget. At least for myself as a councillor, personal safety and the feeling of being safe is one of my residents' top concerns. Would like to thank our officers for helping host community conversations around these topics and what they do, and recognizing, having done a ride along with them, that a lot of what they do ideally wouldn't be what they're doing, but they do so by leading in public service with compassion, and just thank you for that, and for the budget and for making it as lean as you saw possible. The question I do have to staff, sorry, is in regards to animal services. It's 3.6% for operations, with a note made that there's a contract renewal and uncertainty with the London Animal Shelter Services being set to expire. is a potential increase or uncertainty already captured in that 3.6% increase?
Is it Mr. Kosovich? Oh, Mr. Katolik.
Yes, through the chair, that is within the base, and that was approved by council in August of this year with a new budget that's been combined with both the shelter and the caddy shack.
Good. Any further comments? I just want to make just one quick one from the chair, actually two quick ones, if colleagues are okay with that. First, it's nice to have all of our emergency services personnel arrive. I know we went through the last portion of the budget pretty quick. The response times on getting here was excellent. I know I can't talk about fire because we pulled that out, but I will say, echo some of what my colleagues have said. I think in the previous years, the relationship and the collaboration between council and the Police Services Board has obviously improved greatly, and I think you see today with the treatment of your budget that we appreciate the work that you've done in finding efficiencies in your budget, and we recognize the importance of the investments in police service and protecting our community and all the things that you're tasked with do and all the things you do beyond traditional police services that you end up having to do. And I think Councillor Sully said it right. And, you know, certainly I know there are changes at the provincial level that could certainly help with the cost of policing. But for today, I think you've submitted a very reasonable and responsible budget, and I'm happy to support it. Mayor Holder.
Just very briefly, there's certainly one of the areas of our protective services that I cannot talk about. So let me say in general, in terms of all of our first responders, I think Woodman Avenue is a great example of everyone coming together and standing strong. In fact, we were London proud, and what all our first responders did was exemplary. I know that's been said and that's been heard before, but I think particularly as we go forward, this is my opportunity to say thank you to them as well.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Just briefly, it appears like we're dealing with the London Police Services budget, both the base and the provincial impacts. Is that right? Okay, that's great. So on the bylaw enforcement piece, I wanted to say good work trying to fit it all into zeros essentially across the board. You know, I know that there's pressure on the personnel side, but that there's offsets throughout the rest of the budget. Certainly not happening in every service area, and I really appreciate that. It's helping us in the rest of the budget in a substantial way. When it comes to some of the other areas, I think my colleagues have covered them off. When it comes to policing, I'm glad that there seems to be support for not just covering the base budget, which includes 5 new officers, 4 in foot patrol area and 1 in human trafficking, but also absorbing the provincial impacts, which is another 5 officers. And that's what it would work out to. And unfortunately, this is an area where we do need to add more people. There's going to be assessment growth, business case coming forward in the future. And I just wanted to flag in the budget, this is obviously $475 million, you know, whether we count the provincial impacts or not. This is a substantial amount of the overall budget for the City of London. I think the board has tried to be very reasonable, but prioritize the things that really have to be done, both on the capital side and on the operating side. I'm hopeful that we can convince the province in the longer term to pick up some of these things, to expand some of their grant programs, because this pressure coming at the time that it does is very difficult. You know, we have really significant, urgent, acute needs in policing, and having to pick up the extra costs without really changing the service level at all, that's very difficult for the municipality. So I'm hopeful we can move the needle a little bit that way. We're going to need the support of council in doing that in terms of advocating to the province, I think. I would also say that on the last year of the budget, it looks quite low, and I just want to flag for you that it's not quite as good as it appears. The collective agreement goes to 2022, and so there will be a new collective agreement negotiated for 2023, and we'll have to factor in whatever the employment impacts on the personnel side will be in that year. So I just want to flag that that is not accounted for in that last year of the multi-year budget. The collective agreements only go to 2022, and so we'll have to have some updates in the future about what's happening overall. But it sounds like a lot of support for the police budget, and I'm glad to hear that.
That's all the speakers I have. And again, except for Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have questions about animal services, actually. So I'm wondering if the budget that we're presented with here also includes all the services, including the catch and spay, neuter, and release portion of.
Mr. Katolik.
Through the chair, yes, it does.
Thank you. So do we anticipate, as we go forward with that, we have a no-kill policy, so we're catching these feral and stray animals, spay and neutering them, then releasing them back to their natural habitat. Do we see that eventually that budget will start to come down or do we expect, or are we seeing a reduction in the number of strays because we are effectively reducing the population growth in the future?
Through the chair, so for 2019, we spayed neuter just around 2,000 cats, both from the shelter, from rescues, and from the low-income spay neuter program. So that's now done in-house. Previously, that was done under a separate budget item where the owners of the cats had a choice to go to any veterinarian they wished, and then we paid the veterinarian bills. So that is a cost savings, and we will continue to work with that program. I also want to mention that we did receive a grant from Cats, not Cats R Us, a pet store, it's just not coming to my mind right now, for $150,000. And that was to pay for a spay-neuter program, and we have an agreement with that store to do spay-neuters of a high volume.
Okay. All right, I don't have anybody else on the speakers list. Just so colleagues know, this is everything in the operating side of the protective services budget except for the fire services, which we pulled out for a conflict. Okay, no other discussion. That is already moved and seconded. I will open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
And now we will bring forward fire services. A mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Van Holst, Councillor Lewis. Discussion on fire services. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. I noticed in the base budget that there's no change in the number of positions, and so I'm sort of asking about what we might expect to see in assessment growth over the period, because it seems unlikely to me that we're going to maintain the same complement over that long period of time. And I just wonder if we should expect things coming forward this year or in future years in the multi-year budget in terms of growth-related cases.
Through the chair, I'll speak first and then I'll turn it over to the chief. However, yes, you will see that through assessment growth, particularly as we build our new stations.
I don't think the chief has anything further. Just waving us off. Okay, so good. Any further questions?
I have a brief question about the change in purchase services, specifically within fire rescue. So there seems to be something happening in 2020. That's not really explained in the notes exactly what's going on there, but it basically is going up by 10%. It's a fairly substantial increase. It seems to be sustained over the whole period. So I'm wondering what's happening in terms of purchase service. It's going from 400,000 to 450.
Through the chair, I'm going to turn that one over to the chief.
Oh, could you repeat the question? It was a little hard to hear.
I'm wondering what's going on in purchase service line. In 2020, it's going from 398,000 in 2019 to about 447,000. It's on page, let's see, 115 of the budget.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I didn't have the information in front of me, but I do now. It's for bunker gear repair. That is the increase. The costs are increasing in order to repair the bunker gear.
Okay, Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions. I recognize in 2020, a new fire master plan is being developed. There's a few notes in here talking about the need to increase aerial support for, especially for, it states, high rises, particularly at the periphery of the urban growth boundary, which we're trying to kind of limit how many high rises we put at the urban, in the periphery of the urban growth boundary. We're trying to keep them within the growth boundary, or the our built area boundary. And so hopefully our policies, especially in the London plan, help to avoid such impacts such as these, is necessitating further aerial support and fire crews out at the edge of town. What I'm wondering is what is going to be incorporated in the Fire Master Plan scope of purview. Will it be taking a look at identifying ideal response times, identifying whether there's differentials for response times between kind of the old built area and the newer built areas of the city, urban versus suburban versus industrial, and whether there's a requirement for re-rationalization of the placement of the resources as they currently sit?
So through the chair, I'll start, and then I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Chief Hayes. We will be coming to you in the spring with the first step in that, which is the community risk assessment. And following that, we will come later in the year with the fire master plan. Really, it's going to be looking at the service gaps from the risk assessment and bringing them forward to you. It'll set the direction and guidance for you to make decisions about service improvements, enhancement through fire hall locations, fleet configuration, and any other elements that affect the delivery of fire services to meet the needs of our growing community. So I will turn it over to Deputy Chief Hayes if he has more to add.
Welcome.
Thank you for your question through the chair. What's been covered is pretty exhaustive in the list and in the process of doing so, I might add. We are looking also in there as to what is the current location of the stations and the response matrix and the response times that fall within the current location. So all of that will come before council for their consideration, as it's council that sets the level of service. So also wanted to go back to that previous question from the Deputy Mayor as well, and just to add a section that the standards have changed, that we have to certify our gear now twice a year instead of once a year. And so that's the impact that comes from there.
Thanks, Deputy Chief. Don't run away too far yet, because I have a couple follow-ups, if I might. Through you, Mr. Chair, my primary concerns and questions are going to be specifically around setting a response time for the municipality. We have not done that yet. From my understanding, is we run from kind of best practices and guidance from the Ontario Fire Marshal as well as the NFPA standards, but the municipality of London has not set one yet. They are variable across the country, though. They're not consistent from municipality to municipality. Most follow with the NFPA, with the 4 and 4 and those standards, but cities like Edmonton have a variable response rate depending on urban versus suburban, based on fire risk. So I think it's really important. I've raised this a few times through previous budgets and discussions about fire services. If we're doing a fire master plan, I think it's essential that that is examined during the scope of that report, and that's something that's a deliverable when it comes back to us. I think there's other opportunities in this. I'm excited to hear that we're doing a fire master plan and taking a look at that, because it's been some time since we've done a thorough examination and tested the assumptions of what we have in the City of London. But when we also take a look at our current urban design and the way we build cities, a lot of our road allowances and clearances and turning circles are all based on the size of fire apparatus. And a lot of municipalities are starting to experiment with smaller fire apparatus so that we don't have to clear large swaths of land to be able to provide as much road clearance as necessary for the size of the vehicles that we're currently running. So I hope that's also in the scope, is that if there's opportunities for potential reductions in size and right-sizing the fleet, especially with respect to energy consumption as well and fuel. The apparatus consumes significant amounts of fuel, and I'm quite aware just running them and their frequencies. The last question I might have through you, Mr. Chair, is with the stations 15 and 16, the design criteria that are going into those. Several years ago, multiple years ago, maybe a decade or two ago, they experimented with the idea of using a house on Fanshawe Park Road. And I'm not sure what the results of that were, because I think subsequent fire halls were built back to the original spec and what those opportunities are for right-sizing the fire hall.
That was just comments, or were you looking for a response to
that was a question with respect to the success or failure or learnings from using a house-designed and smaller design on Fanshawe Park Road.
Through the chair, I'm going to turn that over to Tim Wellhauser to respond to.
Thank you, through the chair. A number of years ago, we did do a house design style for a future sale. That was Station 13 on Fanshawe Park Road. And Station 14 was also built with those same principles that were joined with EMS on. I think in the future, Fire Services is looking towards any kind of option we can do, but a typical station that we built, station number 11 just recently, that's more in the traditional lines of a permanent base station. Station 13 was built in a way that we could possibly resell it as a home in the future if another station came up. So I think through the master plan, they would look at those locations, and if we did want to dispose of that station, we could sell it that way.
Thank you. Reselling a home with a big garage, like a really big one. I do have one final question. That's with respect. Sorry, I might be jumping out of turn a little bit because it's a capital question, but since I've got the mic, I'm going to ask it. Has a site been identified for the relocation of the tower? I imagine again through the fire master plan that might be something that's examined for its site suitability. It's just as a comment more than anything. The current site is really close to environmentally significant area, has potential impacts, especially from runoff from the sites as well. And I hope that site consideration keeps those principles in mind that we're separated from sensitive uses. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why you want to relocate it. So, okay, thanks.
Okay, great. And Councillor Turner, in Ward 7, all the garages are full with stuff, so I think there would be people who would look for a bigger garage so they can park their cars in it. I don't have any other speakers on the speakers list for the fire budget. Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if we've ever looked at the idea of a composite department, and by that I mean professional firefighters with volunteer firefighters. I think Niagara Falls, at least up until a few years ago, had such a department. Is that within the realm of possibility to maintain service levels but also contain cost? I'm throwing that out there. Is there have we looked at that?
Through the chair, it is not, to my knowledge, as of date. However, I am new to this position. However, this is a good question. When we come back with the fire master plan, we will be bringing with you a number of decision points. And when you look at the recommendations from the plan and the resources available, it may be a good time to talk about potential opportunities at that time.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. It's an interesting concept, and it may or may not work here in London, but I think it's worth looking at.
Okay, any other speakers on the fire operating budget? Or sneaking in questions on the capital budget? And I appreciate that there's other colleagues who have questions on the capital budget. We'll get to that. We'll get to that in a sec. Operating budget questions, though? No, seeing none. So this is moved and seconded? Okay. I'll bring this up for voting now.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-0 with 1 recuse.
Okay, so that's the operating portions of the emergency services budget. We're going to move into the capital budget, and I believe our finance staff have been working on pulling out the fire portions of that budget for the conflict. I don't know, maybe you can give me some guidance. Are there components of each of the life cycle growth and service improvement capitals? I don't have that page open in front of me. Okay, so we have the clerks are already prepared. Everybody's prepared except me. So we have that pulled out. And I think the easiest way to deal with this is to put the items up on the screen so colleagues can see, and then I can read them. So when we exclude fire services, is everybody comfortable with moving the 3 components of the capital budgets together? Okay, so we're going to put a motion on the floor. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Pelosa, seconder. Councillor Cassidy. So on the floor, you will see the 3 components of the capital budget of all of the emergency services, our protective services capital budgets, with the exception of fire in these. Are there questions on those? Okay, there are none, so we will get that up on the screen.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, next, if there are no objections, I'm going to put the same 3 classifications of capital budget, but only for fire services on the floor. I don't see any objections to that. I need a mover for that. Councillor Pelosa, Councillor Hillier. I know there is a question on that, and I think Councillor Hopkins, you had a question on this piece.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thought I'd take advantage of all the experience that there is in this room with the question that I have around the replacement and relocation of the fire training tower. I assume this is the one that's on Wellington near the Westminster Ponds. And when I look at the numbers, we're looking at doing something in 2023. I'd like to know a little bit more about why we're waiting, and is there anything that we can be doing to mitigate the concerns that I've heard around the water runoff into the ponds?
Go ahead, Chief.
Hi, through the chair. We're waiting until 2023, mainly because the training tower that's out at Station 9 now, we were looking at kind of its lifespan as well and trying to put that out. And we're also looking at the possibility of coming together with some other services as well to build a training tower or a training area for everyone, similar to what you've seen in Kingston and Mississauga. And as far as the ESA lands, we have tried to work with them, and we're continuing to work with them to help. I know for our pump testing, we've put up a special board so that now instead of the water going out, it's more of a rainfall that goes on the lands because of the way that we do it. And we're really trying to mitigate the water that goes into that land.
That's good to hear. If I may, Mr. Chair, just as a follow-up question, do we know what lands we're looking at as where we're going to go with the training station, or is this sort of still to be determined?
Still to be determined until we know if agencies are going to come together and what size of a training center we need. we have to wait to look at the land.
Okay, any other questions on the components of the fire capital budget? No, seeing none, this is moved and seconded, so I'll open the vote.
Closing the vote. The motion's passed 13-1 with 1 recuse.
Okay, now I will look for a mover for the 2024 to 2029 forecasts for all of the protective services budgets with the exclusion of fire. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Mayor Holder. Any discussion on those? Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you. Just a question for the police services. So from 2021 to 2023, we're investing $40 million in the police headquarters expansion, and then another $40 million in the next 4 or 5 years. Is it just a long process? Are we doing this in two phases? Perhaps you just comment on that expense, because it's a large $80 million item.
Good question. They're incremental investments for what's going to be a very large investment. It was already in the capital budget, I think, beginning in 2023, and we just moved it forward. So it's spread out over 8 years.
Any further questions? Okay, so I will open the vote for all of the protective services future forecasts with the exclusion of fire.
Closing the vote. The motion's carried 15-0.
Okay, we now have the future forecast 2024 to 2029 forecasts for fire. I'll look for a mover of all three of those components together. Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Hillier. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Van Holst. Closing the vote. The motion's carried 14-0 with 1 recuse.
Okay, if you were measuring success by size of the budget, we just made a whole bunch of progress. We're on to social and health services. 4.7A has a number of those services contained within this. So I'm going to look to colleagues to examine the list, the 4.7A list. I'm not going to read all of the components out because there's a good number of them, and let me know which components you would like dealt with separately. I do know that we have to deal with the Middlesex London Health Unit separately due to a conflict, so there are two components related to that piece. We will pull those out. Those are already out. What else are you looking to deal with separately beyond that? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing in this group that I need to deal with separately. I was, however, wondering, considering the pieces of the budget that we've just gone through, if our finance team might be able to give us a quick update on their property tax levy graphics
Yes, that's fine. How about you, I'm just gonna conclude to see who else wants something pulled out, and then we'll do that after we get those pieces pulled out.
If I may, then could I just ask maybe the staff prepare that for us before we adjourn today?
No, I'll do that I'll do that in a moment.
Okay.
I'm in the middle of asking people for what they want pulled out. I'm just gonna complete that process. Counselor Turner.
Land ambulance, if we could, please. V, 121.
Others? Do you want the provincial impacts of social and community support services dealt with separately? Yes? Okay. So that leaves Housing Service, Housing Development Corporation, London Middlesex Community Housing, Long-Term Care, and the social and community support services excluding provincial impacts. Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Long-term care, separately.
Okay, long-term care separate. Anyone else? Okay, so I'm going to recap that again so people who are not in the room can follow along too. I'm going to look for a motion to approve the Housing Services, Housing Development Corporation, London Middlesex Housing, London Middlesex Community Housing. Hold on. Yes. Oh, okay. London Middlesex Community Housing, and the social and community support services excluding the provincial impacts portion. Who would like to move that? Councillor Kayabaga, seconded by Councillor Sali. Discussion on those pieces. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you. Just a question about London Middlesex Community Housing. I'm looking at their more detailed budget, page 132, under the mortgages. It's about, it goes from 46 in most years down to 13. I'm wondering, have we paid off? Will we be paying off those mortgages in 2023?
Ms. Statersbear.
Through the chair, that's correct. We're retiring debts on properties that the LMCH owns.
And would it be almost zero for 2024 then?
Through the chair, we're getting very close to that. We only have I think it's one project at this point in time, one community project at this point. I'm just looking up to my colleagues now, LMCH, but yes, it will be that way by 2024.
Okay, well, that's great. Maybe you could have your mortgage burning at the new fire, facility.
Other speakers to this segment of budgets? Okay, I don't see any, so I'm going to open those pieces for voting. I think everybody's clear on the components we're voting on. They'll be on the screen, so take a read before you vote if you're unclear. Okay, we have to count. Okay, thanks. I needed the mover in the room for.
Closing the vote, the motion's carried 15-0.
Okay, let's put long-term care on the floor. Who's willing to move that component? Councillor Pelosa, seconded by seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Van Meerbergen, you're first on the list.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting this proposed budget for the Dearness Home. But as a few of my colleagues have ably expressed earlier, the way the property tax is structured, it simply isn't sustainable that we go into these directions, these multiple directions, where we try to be everything to everybody and get increasingly more and more and more into social areas that the property tax was really never designed or contemplated to be because of its regressive nature and its original rationale to be a tax for property. I guess my point here with the Dearness home is that, and this is the same for all municipally run homes across Ontario, the vast majority of long-term care residents are given care through private sector, specialized companies that provide the service. It's probably here in London in the range that 95% are provided through various facilities. The mayor and I just recently were at a sod turning for a Rivera home that will be opening in about 18 months in my ward. So again, the majority are provided service through private companies that specialize and are expert in this field. The rates that are charged between a municipally owned home and a private home are identical, or more or less identical. The standard of care that is demanded by the province, the standards given by the province, are identical. So it begs the question, why are we supplementing year in and year out millions of dollars to the municipally run home when that's not the case with these others that are providing the majority of care? According to this budget, we're looking at about $5.3 million each and every year as a subsidy from the city taxpayers to this particular facility. So it just makes sense, I think, to at least, and this, it may be doable, it may not be doable. I know the biggest hurdle for us to be in this business is the fact that the province mandates it and have done so since the turn of the 1900s. I believe this requirement came in around 1908. Now, things have changed a lot since that time. In those days, there really wasn't any service provided by anywhere else. So the province required cities of a certain size to have at least one long-term care facility operation. Well, again, things have drastically changed. We now have multitudes or certainly several of these facilities offered through these companies that don't require municipal taxpayer subsidies to the tune of millions of dollars each and every year. So all I'm suggesting is that we at least explore the feasibility with the province. Let's go to the province and see, does this have to stay in place? Are they willing to take a look at it? To transition the ownership for qualified care going off municipal ownership and with the rest of the majority of long-term care here in London through these companies that provide this alternative care. So I'm throwing it out there that our staff contact the province and see, is it doable? Can we do it? Are there other hindrances? But I think it's certainly worth exploring when you see that this subsidy is at the rate that it's at, 5.3 million each and every year. Again, I'm certainly not suggesting that for a moment that we look at closing the Dearness home. I'm only looking at the possibility or feasibility of transferring ownership to qualified operators.
I think that was just a statement. Were you looking for a response from our staff?
Certainly. Yeah, I'd like to hear a response from the staff, but I mean, I think if we could just, I don't know if we need a motion to give them direction to talk to the province, but certainly that would be a step that I'd be looking for.
I would suggest we can hear from our staff, and as you are supportive of the budget, and that doesn't hinge on this, you could take a properly worded motion through the proper standing committee to, as we do often with our lobbying efforts, and it could be properly debated by that committee. But I'll go to Ms. Staters-Bear first.
Through the chair, thank you, and thank you for the question. The provincial government requires us, under the Long-Term Care Health Act, to have a long-term care home because we are an upper tier municipality. So the Act is specific, Section 119 requires that. I certainly appreciate the comments made. I would like to say that while we are part of a system of long-term care services in this community, I think that we provide a great service. We have the benefit of, and have had the benefit of, using municipal dollars to do that. We have good staffing ratios and good quality of care, and I would say good compliance in our home currently. So while I appreciate the question, I'm happy with council's direction, either through CAPS or some other way, to take that back to the province.
Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wasn't planning on speaking on this one. As chair of the Dearness Home Committee right now, for anyone who ever wants to see what we're doing, you're always welcome to come out. We have around a 98% approval rating from residents and their families. It's an accredited facility, very well run. Our residents seem happy. We go, I would say, above and beyond to do extra programming, community groups coming in and bringing service and joy into the home, whether it be our local fire services coming in, service groups. I know I had the Cub Scouts out caroling at Christmas. When we had our delegate meetings with the minister, we were discussing Campus of Care, a slightly different model, looking for ways to leverage what we're doing. We have a lot of property there as well, looking for ways to have economy of scale, to have a higher investment of what we're doing, but very pleased personally with what we're doing there in that space. Though always happy to look for savings, but for now we have a 2-year wait list. The adult day program is also overprescribed with a 2-year wait list, and the need is still great within the community.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, and I appreciate Councillor Van Meerbergen's comments about looking at different opportunities at with the home that we own, and that's always, I guess, available to us to see and explore. I want to sort of ask a follow-up question to his question around different ways of administering the home. And I know we've made some changes at Dearness on how we administer the home, and I wonder, through you, Mr. Chair, if staff could just briefly comment on what changes we've made the past couple of years and how things are going.
Through the chair, in 2012, council approved the creation of a service contract for administrator services and consulting services to support the operation of the home. The home continues to be a City of London service, and all the staff were City of London staff and continue to be that way. We did a review of that service provision, and within the last 2 years, put a city staff person in to run the home. I think there are benefits of both realities. The benefit for us right now is we have a service area that includes many staff, as you know from the budget, that are led by a city staff person. There's opportunities for us to collaborate in ways across my service area with housing and social services in ways that we might not have been able to before. And I think we continue to have compliance activities that are appropriate. We train our staff in appropriate ways, and they are seen to be led by a city staff person, which has been a positive thing for staff as well.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Councillor Cassidy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ms. Staters-Bear. First of all, well done. Great job to you and your staff at the Dearness Home. I know it is a home of choice, and I know there's a long waiting list. I want to talk in particular about the adult day program. It says that we increased the spaces from 30 to 32, but but we continue to experience a deficit. So knowing that there's a wait list there, it's a very popular program, belonging to the sandwich generation, I recognize the importance of these kinds of programs for elderly folks to have a chance to get out into the community and socialize and participate. But I'm wondering if there is a possibility of raising revenues, raising the fees associated with that program, and would we be able to be at a revenue cost neutral stage, or would it put the program out of reach for people? I'm wondering your thoughts on that.
Through the chair, thank you. We are one of 3 adult day program services in the community. There's 2 other offered by 2 other agencies. We obviously have the space within our home, and it was purposely built for the adult day program. We have the ability to add more spaces. It's really about when we want to provide the service. Right now, our program is day service. There's a possibility, it would be a discussion with Ontario Health about whether or not they would consider, and whether or not we could provide more services on different hours, like in the evenings or perhaps even on weekends. It's things we've been exploring. It's ways to increase revenue, but in increasing those revenues also comes increase of costs, so staffing costs as well. Through the service review process, it was identified that Dearness Home should look at fundraising in different ways. And so we've been exploring that. As you may know, the complexities of fundraising usually means you need staff to support fundraising. So we've been looking at foundations that have been set up by other homes as well, and we may come back to you with that. The challenge for us is that in as much as we get a certain amount of money from the province to run the adult day program, our costs go up, our staffing costs go up. We think it's a great program, and for that reason, we continue to offer it, and people love it and come to it. So I think there's value in additional investment of municipal dollars to do it.
Good, thanks. I just Googled what sandwich generation was. Wasn't what I first thought, but now I know. Any other discussion on this? Nope, seeing none. Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder for the long-term care operating budget. I will open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Next up is land ambulance. I will look for a mover and a seconder for the land ambulance portion of the budget. Yeah, moved by the mayor, seconder. I'll second it. We have to discuss the budget, so. That's on the floor. Discussion. Councillor Turner.
Well, let's kick things off. I think this might be one of the main events of the budget. So if I could ask just a few starting questions. The assumptions that are put in front of us on the 2020 to 24, or sorry, to 2023 budget, how are those derived? Through you to staff.
Go ahead, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, through the chair. So we did receive forecasted gross expenditure numbers from the County of Middlesex in their capacity as the service delivery manager for land ambulance. Based on our review of those figures and some assumptions with respect to anticipated provincial funding levels or possible provincial funding levels going forward, as well as historical cost share information, we made our best attempt at deriving what we believe the City of London's share of the land ambulance budget to be based on those gross expenditure figures that were provided by the county.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Through you, just to follow up on the provincial funding levels, the the county made some assumptions on what those funding levels would be from the province. Could you articulate what those might be for the 4 years?
Certainly through the chair, our assumption is a 3% annual increase in provincial funding going forward for the next 4 years.
And thank you. As for you, was there any basis for that, or are they just assuming perhaps they might get, or had they made any communications with the ministry that might have indicated that that might be the way they might fund?
So through the chair, there is no communications. We have based it on what we have seen historically and on the most recent announcement where they did in fact receive 4% for the previous year. So there is an element of risk in that, but we think that it's small and we have made, if we're off, we would do an adjustment through the budget update. So certainly we have voiced our I think concerns about the higher level. This is the only information that we have at this point, so we've made some assumptions, and if there is, we know that the county budgets will be passed in April, and that they have indicated to us that when they are passed and they receive their certainty with respect to their provincial funding, they will indicate what our share will be, and we will need to adjust up or down accordingly.
Thank you. I'm going to have a whole series of questions, if that's okay, and all of them will be through you, of course.
Colleagues, I'm going to give Councillor Turner some leeway. He's got a number of questions, and I think if someone else wants to get on the speakers list, please signal, but I'm going to let him ask a few in a row here.
Thanks. Timing is an important point to all of this. Do we know when they'll table their draft budget at the county, so that we'll have some indication of what numbers the authority is actually referred to the county for consideration?
So through the chair, based on the last calendar that I saw, it specifically noted a date in April for budget deliberations. I don't know if that was specifically for tabling or if it was previous to that. Mr. Murray is just looking that up to see if we have any more information, but I don't have a specific tabling date other than the one date that I know they have set aside in their political calendar for the April discussions.
Okay, thanks. So the year one increase from 2019 to 2020 is about $4.5 million, which represents probably about, what is that, 16% or something like that in a jump, fairly significant. Actually, that might be closer to 20% to 25%, I think. I should do the math there. So our current funding ratio between the province and the municipalities is, are we in the ballpark of the 50-50 provincial municipal funding ratio in 2019? And with this, I think this significantly skews the funding ratio to about 43-57 afterwards, if that's somewhere in the neighborhood.
Through the chair, based on our forecast, you are correct. It's about a 43-57 ratio for 2020. So everybody had a lot of reluctance to second this and get this even on the table for discussion. I'm very concerned about throwing the ratio off on this. A lot of discussion's been had so far about moving into provincial realm, and this is getting into it in a big way, without even the province asking us. This is us voluntarily stepping into their realm if we were to accept this budget. I don't think we can do that. And I'm not sure, I think we're in an interesting position here because one, a formal budget hasn't been tabled, not even a draft to the County of Middlesex. We don't have a lot of latitude in our dispute resolution options with the county on what's passed forward to us. When Mr. Rayburn came to speak with us, I do not agree with his assessment of what is necessary in order to augment the service at this time. I think those are really concerning points, and I think we haven't been presented with good arguments as to why there needs to be a service augmentation to that level.
The biggest challenge is that the province, even their predictions and our predictions are that the province would come to the table with 3%, while we were increasing at a rate of about 16 to 17, well, I guess about 15%. What that means is that the actual ratio, or the increase in funding from one year to the next, is in the order of 25 to 30%, because the province won't match the funding. Worse so is that in the year that a budget is passed where there are service augmentations, and there is a one-year lag typically from ministry funding to catch up to the budget that was passed, where a new service was enhanced at the municipal level, which means that the municipalities are left carrying that increase on their own for the year. I guess I would ask through you or to you, Mr. Chair, what our options are to defer this for a little bit later in the budget process, maybe the 2 weeks, in order to get further clarity to understand what's being put forward officially to the county for their budgeting, and for us to make some pretty clear indications that that this is not supportive. I think it would be reasonable for us to look in the neighborhood of 7% increase, because that's what the average has been. I think what we'd take a look at, there's cost of living and cost of inflationary pressures that will exist on the ambulance service. But on top of that, the biggest pressures are call volume increases. And so over the past, we would expect the call volume increases to be at that same rate, between 7 to 10%, and that the resources required to that would match as well. I think it's appropriate. I think we have funded at a high level. We've matched their request year on year, but this one goes a bit of a step too far. And I'd like some ideas on strategies to deal with this, because at this time, the budget is somewhat still theoretical.
So let me address two things from the chair's position. The first is completely unrelated to what you've said. And that is, I said I was going to start a new item after 4:15. We're in this component, and we're going to continue on in the social and house services area. There are people here and staff still in the building from the transportation area. My intention is not to start the transportation component of the discussion, because I think we're going to spend the rest of our time through this. So I just want to be clear that colleagues are okay with that, so that people can go home on a Friday afternoon and not have to stick around on the maybe chance that we get into the transportation segment. If everybody's okay with that. If anybody objects to that, speak now, or the staff are going to be allowed to go when their day ends. Okay. Ms. Scher, you can let people know. So on the direct question about the land ambulance budget, I've conferred with the clerks, and what we could do in the agenda, it wouldn't be referring it to a specific date, because I am unsure on how many days we will need. We could refer it to a later portion in the agenda. So you could refer discussion of the land ambulance budget until, say, after the business cases. Would still be contained within our operating budget. There's nothing in the business cases that I'm aware of that would impact the land ambulance budget, and so that would be an option available to you should you want to move that motion. It would obviously require the support of colleagues, and then it would come up at whatever point we reach that point in the debate, whether that's 2 sessions from now or on our very last day on the 14th. I'm not sure yet, but that would be the option available to you if you didn't want to decide on this now with my conference with the clerks.
In your wisdom, that sounds like a good idea. I think when we saw the reluctance of council to even second this motion, it almost sounded like we wouldn't even pass it. And I think I'm of two minds of almost not wanting to pass it, to actually let it go to vote and letting it be defeated. And sending a pretty clear message that the information given to us and the service plan that has not been given to us is not acceptable on the basis of our budgeting right now.
Councillor, the other option that was discussed, so I'm very transparent about everything that we contemplated, is it could be referred later into the committee process. If at that point council is still uncomfortable with it, should that motion succeed, they could refer it actually to the council day of the budget on March 2nd, which is when we'd be debating the budget. We would have to make sure that you know, there might be a little more time required that day to finalize numbers if we made adjustments to that, but both of those options are available to us, and maybe you do one and then potentially the other, but that's the other option that was identified to me that we could consider.
Okay, thank you. I think right now at this point, I'd want this just to go to a vote. Let us defeat this and then let it be referred. I think it needs to have that clear indication to the county that this needs more work, and we need to work as partners, and we're not ready to step into the provincial realm anywhere close to the degree that's being asked of us at this point.
Just so you're clear, letting it go to a defeat would be different than referring it. You would then require reconsideration to potentially bring it back up. I believe that's what the clerk has told me, and then potentially refer it. But let me just confirm that that is the case, because you'd be voting down a portion of the budget in the budget.
So at that point, if it defeated, it would have no recommendation. And so then it wouldn't need to be reconsidered. Another option would have to go forward. If the same amount were to come forward, then that would need to be reconsidered. But it would need some motion to dispose of it appropriately, and that referral would be that option, I would think, at that time.
1 second, please. See, I knew we would have another procedural thing. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say to this. If committee votes to defeat the motion is defeated. You have decided not to approve the budget. There is not necessarily an obligation to make an additional motion. We may get billed for the service, and there would be some consequences to that. But there's no obligation to then pass another motion to fulfill the land ambulance budget. But if you wanted to do that and you made a motion for a different amount, the advice given to me is that would not require reconsideration. If you wanted to raise the exact same motion and the exact same amount that was defeated, that would require reconsideration before raising the exact same motion, the exact same amount. But I'm the chair, and now I'm saying that is my ruling, so now it can be challenged away, right? So that is how I would proceed with managing the meeting that way. Oh boy, is this a challenge or is this a comment?
No, just
Okay.
just a further clarity. So because we're at committee, reconsideration would only need a simple majority, is that correct?
That's correct. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. So we have the budget documents that are in front of us, and then we also had the presentation from Mr. Rayburn earlier. Is there any new information at all that we're aware of that would impact the budget request? One of the reasons I ask is I went back and looked at the budget request that we had for land ambulance in 2016-2019 multi-year budget, and the difference between the two in terms of the amount of information that's provided, the detail. It's broken down the revenues, the sources of financing, the FTE impacts. There's all these kind of detail in the 2016-19 budget, and in this one, it's just one line across the top and nothing else. And so I just wonder if there's been any more information provided by the county about the budget.
Go ahead, Ms. Purple.
Thank you through the chair. So since December 17th, when we had the tabling and we had our explanation of the land ambulance budget, we have received no information, nothing from our perspective. They have indicated when they've completed their budget, they would provide that to us. Their budget process, Mr. Murray's looked it up on the process and on the county website. The first date appears to be March the 10th. So I don't expect to receive any information until well after our budget is passed. and we need to move forward. So there is no detail because no detail has been provided. It has been very clearly indicated to us that as municipality, we pay the bill. And that is the way the legislation reads currently, based on their discussions with us so far, that they send us the bill and are not obligated to provide any additional information. So they've provided the gross numbers in terms of what budget they are planning to proceed. I have no new information and don't expect to bring any unless the province would provide any clarity as to a funding increase potentially before that date. But I don't expect to receive that at this point in time.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. I know we made some adjustments in 2019 to the previously approved operating budget, and they were quite substantial. Do we have any sense, I know the province can take quite a long time actually to approve these budgets, but what actually happened with the province in 2019 in terms of funding for land ambulance? Because we went up about 10 or 11%, and I'm just wondering if the province matched that or if they did some lower amount.
Ms. Barbon.
Thank you, through the chair. So the announcement that was provided for the 2019 land ambulance funding was received in, I think it was about November approximately, and it was a 4% increase that they received at that time. So whether that's going to be indicative of what's going forward, that was the commitment that they had announced, the government had announced at the AMO conference that they were going to provide a bit of an increase. So they did receive the 4%. That is typically late in the year when they do receive their official allocations. So I'm not sure when we will receive 2020, if it will be approximately the same time frame, and I don't know what specific assumptions the county has made with respect to what they may receive for provincial funding, because they haven't indicated what that level will be to us.
Go ahead.
Well, just some comments from my colleagues, and I'm considering the idea of tabling the motion that's on the floor now, so we can pick it back up some other point in the process. On the motion that's on the floor, I said this when Mr. Rayburn is in here, I really have a hard time with this budget. Like, this is an extremely high rate of increase for multiple years. We already have, in the past few years, we've had pretty significant increases in this area. And although they're above normal, I think they were required, based on the information we were getting, the call volume increases, the kind of response times that they need to maintain. I thought that made sense, and I approved the 2016-19 budget, even though it was around 5% annual increase every time, which was quite a lot. Then we added to it quite a bit in 2019, and I supported that as well. But I just don't think the information is there to support why it is so high. 16% a year, every year. The call volumes are not growing at 16% a year every year, even with the offload delays, all the things. And I think we just have to clearly see, like, what is going on here. How many more people are we adding? How many more paramedics are going to be on the road? How many more vehicles? Like, just the basics of what should be in the budget. And for some reason, there's this big barrier in providing the information. We used to have it. 2016, 2019, we had this basic information about what was happening. And I know that they're the service manager, but it's just not enough information, I don't think, for us to make an informed decision. So, it'd be one thing if it was very much information at a low amount, but it's not very much information at a very high amount. So, I'm not willing to support it today. If we do vote on it, I'm going to vote no. I think probably tabling it is the better thing to do, which is give them a bit more time to be reasonable and provide more information about what exactly is going on. Like, we don't even have the most basic information in the budget before us about what's happening with personnel costs. So I think we need to insist on some basic level of disclosure, some basic level of financial information, so we can make an informed decision. And if the request is going to be double digits every year for 4 years, then we can make a decision knowing what we're dealing with. But in the absence of the information, I don't know how really anybody could support it. So I'm going to listen to the rest of my colleagues. I do think tabling is probably the best way forward. If we do vote on it, I'm not going to support it.
Yeah, so at the appropriate time when a colleague is prepared, we prepared some language for a referral to later in the budget, and whoever moves that can identify the time frame. But at this point, we've prepared a motion for after the business cases. So if you have something different in mind, whoever makes that motion, if they choose to, just let us know so we can make sure the wording is prepared. I have Councillor Cassidy, Hopkins, and Mayor Holder.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Chair, in 2019, the province gave them a 4% increase. Ours was higher. Did that skew that 50-50 cost sharing ratio, given that the province gave them less of an increase than we did?
Through the chair, the 2019 cost sharing ratio is approximately 48-52, give or take.
So through you to the treasurer, you mentioned that the legislation says that we pay. Does the legislation stipulate the cost sharing? Is that written right in there, that it should be cost shared at a 50-50 ratio?
So through the chair, the legislation does not stipulate specifically the 50%. It speaks to the grant that is received from the province. So it's not exactly a specific ratio that is referred to. They receive the majority of the funding through the province through a grant allocation that they receive each year.
So it's just been past practice that it's been 50-50. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just want clarification. When we say we're tabling, are we voting yay or nay to the increase asked by Land Ambulance? I just want to know what we're saying and how we're going to proceed forward with our vote. What's the question?
Well, there is no question on the floor at the moment. What we have before us is the entire Land Ambulance budget as articulated in the multi-year budget. And so if colleagues are going to move a referral, I will let you know the content of that motion when someone does so. But until then, I don't want to speculate on exactly what that would look like. We prepared some options, but it's up to colleagues on council.
Thank you for that. So referring this for sure, I'm disappointed to hear that the county, after its presentation back to us in December, and from what I recall, there was going to be some information provided. And that somehow is difficult for me to understand why we aren't getting the information that we need to support their budget. So referring this, as the province is also going through a review, I think there's a lot of uncertainty. I heard the budget, the county budget will probably be sometime in April as we get closer to their budget. Hopefully they'll be able to provide us with a bit more information. I think the conversation we'll have at a later date what that percentage will be. And I'm looking forward to having that debate and discussing the percentage, but hoping we can get a bit more information. So pushing this back as far as we can, I'm very supportive of.
Mayor Holder.
Thank you. I thought it was important that I put this, that I moved the motion to put this on the table because it's a critically important discussion. We can't be nervous about discussing this issue because frankly, there's a pretty big bill to pay if we don't. The implications of ignoring this are incredibly impactful and not positive from a financial standpoint. So discussing it is something we need to do fully. And I think if I can, we all know, and we heard earlier that that we had the CAO from the county come in and talk to us, and it sounded like everything was fine. It sounded like the information we needed was there. It sounded like whatever we required they would do, and was, if I recall, was the representative there was somewhat surprised that we felt we were somehow, that he wasn't forthcoming in information. So, and that's the sense I had, and I can't speak to how others felt, but that's certainly the perception that I had. But my practical question is, firstly, is on what financial or contractual basis have we paid our share or our portion? I'm not even sure I want to call it fair share yet, but our portion in prior years before this. May I ask that through you, Chair, to Ms. Barbone?
Go ahead. Oh, no question? What? Oh, you need the microphone. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Through the chair. So generally what takes place, the billing comes in on a monthly basis based on the budget that is set by the county. And there's a monthly invoice that comes in for the City of London to pay for our share of the allocation that we would then proceed to make payment upon that receipt.
Thank you. But surely there has to have been some base level of where we came into our portion, our share. So that started the world on the first day. And did we just simply then, whatever that process was, did we then just, whatever our budget was, increased by that? And I'm coming back to the question, was there ever the question put to the county, appreciating that I know there have been a lot of questions put to the county, but has there been the question put to the county that we want some reckoning based on some formula? Because is the issue based on some proportionate, we have so many land ambulance calls in London, has there been consideration that if it's a county call, it's a longer distance? I'm just trying to get a feel for this, the logic of how this, maybe the genesis, and then the, and what got us to this point.
Ms. Barbon.
Thank you. Through the chair. So the way it works is the county is the service manager, so they set the budget. They have a board that they would go through and meet, and they would set the budget and approve it. The budget is based on gross delivery of those services on the gross cost. The apportionment is specifically, so of course, the legislation refers to weighted assessment apportionment between the two, the county and the city. So the City of London negotiated an agreement with Middlesex County that sets out the cost-sharing allocation specifically based on the gross costs of the service delivery between the county and the City of London. So the city negotiated an agreement that, and this goes back quite a number of years, which we've just recently, about a year ago, had ratified again. So the apportionment is based on a blended formula where it's based on a percentage of the location of calls and a percentage based on the weighted assessment. So based on that, then it's just a calculation based on the gross budget after the provincial share comes out, and the remainder is apportioned between the county and the city on that blended formula. So once the gross budget is set and we know what the provincial allocation is, then it's simply just a calculation to define what the difference is between the City of London and the County of Middlesex. So the county's provided us the gross budget. That is what I have. The unknown is the provincial share, which we've made an estimate on based on our risk tolerance to come up with the 3% based on what we've seen historical. And then we've applied the formula to do the calculation.
So thank you for that. So what I hear you say is that you look at the gross cost of, we look at the gross cost of service delivery, and this blended formula is based on call frequency or quantity, as well as some weighted assessment. That's what I've heard. And the missing piece then is the provincial share. So is our argument then or our discussion with the county, or is our discussion with the province based on that missing component, please?
Through the chair. So at this point, the county's provided us what the gross budget is at this point in time. I have a number, which is the total that is to be cost shared between the three parties. So the provincial number, I know that in the original estimates that the county had provided, I believe they had used a 1% increase. So we've actually taken a little bit more of a risk to up it to the 3% that we have based our calculations on. That magnitude would be a couple percentage points, but it wouldn't be significant in the grand scheme of things. And so we don't have, the province, the county nor us has confirmation of what that provincial share is. And I believe when Mr. Rayburn was here in December, he clearly said, we don't know what that allocation is going to be. And when we find out, we'll let you know. So typically that number is not provided with certainty from the province till much later in the year.
So that didn't quite, that was helpful, but didn't quite answer my question. I guess where I'm trying to take this is our issue then with the province, it sounds, and perhaps the question, to the best of your ability to respond, has the county been as forthright as it can be in providing us with the information that we require at this point? Through you, Chair.
So through the chair, in the past, the county has provided a great deal of detail with respect to what the breakdowns and the costs are between personnel, purchase services, et cetera. This year, I've received one number and a potential number based on what they historically received in 2019 for their provincial cost. So even the county at this point has an element of uncertainty with respect to certainty on the provincial share, but I've also received limited information with respect to how the county has done that, because I think, as Councillor Turner had pointed out, in the first year, there are some costs that are not necessarily allowable either, and the county would make a submission to the province for their costs based on their budget that they've submitted. So there may be a little bit of other nuances potentially that could alter it. So there are two elements that are still outstanding and unknown at this point.
Chair, from what I've heard from our treasurer, and it certainly builds on the questions that have come from colleagues prior to my own questions, there's enough out there in terms of speculation when we need clarity. Some we won't get, I don't think, from the province for any period of time, but there's certainly some information that may well be very useful from the county, so I would move to table.
The motion would be to refer if you're going to put it to a different point in the agenda, and we can bring up the language on that. So we're going to refer it to...
Let's refer it then,
yeah.
shall we?
That's what I was told by the clerk, so I'm going to follow that language. A seconder, Councillor Lehman. So let's just get some language up, and then colleagues can see it. I want the mover and the seconder to read the language and just confirm they're okay with it, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Turner. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it would be really important if we are getting some extra time, that there be some liaison with the county. And perhaps it might be prudent for us to ask for an ad hoc meeting of the County City Liaison Committee so that there can be some face-to-face discussions between county and city political representatives.
Did you get it up on the screen? Okay, just put the current motion up on the screen so people can read that. Mayor Holder, this is your motion, so I'll go back to you because you wanted to add something.
Just from the what I had meant to make comment in prior to referring is the big question: what happens if we don't get the information? I'm respectful of Councillor Turner's suggestion. I think it's a good one. But if we don't get the information we need, I think we need to be prepared to, we've got to do something. We've got to put some skin in the game in this and make sure that we do this. So I'd suggest that the treasurer may want to consider a plan B if we don't get the information, knowing that there's another variable out there, which is the provincial share. But I would think that if past practice is an indicator of future performance, we may not get a satisfactory response from the county. And if that's the case, it might be well to have that plan B. Maybe it's plan D by then, I'm not sure. But I'll put that back to you, Chair.
Okay, so the language is up. The Mayor Holder and Councillor Lehman have seconded it. That's, if they're okay with that, that's kind of currently what we're working from that we can add to or change. So if I could just have the Mayor and Councillor Lehman just take a peek at the language and make sure they're okay with it. Councillor Lehman is. Mayor, are you okay with the language that is on the screen for now, and then we'll work from that? Okay. Councillor Van Holst, before I go to Councillor Turner, I had you on the speakers list before this motion came up. We're on this motion now. I'm just going to give you the courtesy of, did you want to still be on the speakers list, or did you?
Sure, I'm happy to
on
speak
this?
to referral as well.
Okay, so we're on this now, okay.
Okay, so thank you. I'm happy to support the referral. We've had quite a few pressures from outside. I'm pleased that we're willing to push back a little, at least a little bit, on this one. I think it's important that we do, for a couple of reasons. One, when we had our guests here, I had a sense that the solution to the problem that we were being presented wasn't a great one. Essentially, we've got a bottleneck of ambulances landing at our emergency rooms, and that's where the problem is. And then we're going to solve that by adding some more ambulances to be in a bigger lineup, to get in there. And I think we would be better off somehow dealing with the bottleneck. So, I mean, if we could, even just as a city, that's where I would rather put our resources to deal with that, because then we could have the same number of ambulances doing more work. I don't think that this solution is a good one. Also point out that one of the solutions our guests at the time proposed in terms of budget, there was cost savings and efficiencies available if we could run our own call center or the dispatch, and that was an important thing as well. So hopefully we'll get some information that might move us along those lines, because simply by having us pour more money into the situation, it's not a great one. And it's just, I see this just becoming an unsustainable thing. We could keep adding ambulances, and if we've got this bottleneck, it's not going to be great. If we don't have the efficiencies necessary to move them around the community, that's just another big problem that will keep costing us money. So I hope that we can get at a better idea, because that's where I see the solution, as opposed to us coughing up a very large increase in prices.
Councillor Turner, I wanted to go back to you, because I know that you were speaking about the tabling and then adding stuff to it. Did you want to speak now, or I got Councillor Lehman as well? I can come to you after.
No, Mr. Chair, I just thought that if we were going to defer this to or table it or refer it to a future point in the meeting, that between now and then it would be important for us to sit down with the representatives of the county so that we can ask for very specific clarity and impress upon the need for information in order for us to make our decision making.
Okay, Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. Yeah, this whole process right from the beginning has raised red flags in two ways. One is the amount of the ask, but also the reluctance to come forward with a modicum of information. My understanding, the last time around, we got a full budget, which I would expect. I think anything less is concerning, and I agree with Councillor Turner. Between now and when we look at this again, we have to reach out to them and say, look, we're taking this very seriously. I think the mayor mentioned a plan B, and I would like to have staff begin work on that as well. I don't feel comfortable in giving this amount of money with a one-line ask, regardless of our mandate. I think implied in a mandate is certain background information, and historical practices would speak to that. So I'm glad to see we are raising this to another level, and that's why I've seconded the motion.
Further discussion? Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Ms. Barbon. Are we aware of any other municipality in Ontario that is getting hit with such a large hike as London is?
Ms. Barbon.
So through the chair, the last meeting that we had with our regional treasurers, I had asked that question. That was in, I think, September. So we do have a meeting again next Friday, and I will have someone attending on my behalf. So that was one of the questions we were going to ask, as now there's been some time past that may have potentially changed. But certainly at that time, we were the only ones in the province that are facing significant asks through their land ambulance providers. So we were going to be asking that question next week when we meet with our regional treasurers again, to see if anything has come forward that is different. Certainly we have seen a number of changes, but I think ours is to the extreme with the significant increase in 2020 that we're seeing that others are not.
So, I mean, that in and of itself is also concerning.
Other speakers? On this related matter, if council will indulge me, I want to make council aware of a meeting that occurred between myself and the warden, stemming from the previous council debate on this. After the council debate, I made some comments about working together on potential cost savings related to the land ambulance budget, and that there should be a desire to work together to talk to the province about this. The warden, as an individual member of county council, asked me as an individual member of city council if we would meet and have a discussion. I made it very clear that I could not meet on behalf of council. I have no direction to do that, although I did make the mayor aware of the meeting as a courtesy, because I was meeting with the warden of the county. We had a discussion as individual elected representatives, and I made it clear in that there would be no decisions that we could be made despite what we discuss or agree on at that meeting without the proper avenues for discussion, and I suggested the county city liaison committee would be the proper avenue for discussion, at which point, and Ms. Barbon was with me, and so was Mr. Rayburn in the meeting, at which point we brought in our Clerk Saunders into the discussion to have her and Mr. Rayburn review the terms of reference for the county liaison committee to determine how a meeting would be struck and the appropriate times of when. The clerk was actively working on that possibility, but given the county liaison committee discussion came up, I just wanted to make colleagues aware that I certainly wasn't trying to have a county liaison committee, but I want to be very transparent in a discussion that I had as an individual councillor related to the need for a county liaison committee, as I would be a member and so would the warden, and that we thought that there might be some areas of discussion that we could talk about on a number of matters in that proper forum, because that would be the forum that could make recommendations to both decision-making bodies properly, as we were only meeting as two individual elected officials from different governments, and nothing beyond that, with no direction from our councils. So the discussions that we talked about when might a liaison committee be good, although this would not be up to us to call it, was March. So that would have been too late. But I want colleagues to be aware that a meeting of the county liaison committee has been contemplated by a couple of members of that county liaison committee, and so I don't foresee us being able to not move that process forward, but I would have to defer to Clerk Saunders on exactly how that meeting gets called, because I don't have the terms of reference in front of me, and it would not be certainly my responsibility to call a meeting of the county liaison committee. I don't think we can make a motion of SPPC, since this meeting will report into municipal council on March 2nd, but I'm not sure that was required based on the discussions that Clerk Saunders and I had on how that would work. And again, this was a few steps down the road. It's just because this came up, I felt this was an important piece of information for colleagues to have. So I don't have any other speakers on the motion to refer to a later portion in the agenda, which you can see the motion is after the consideration of 4.13, which is the business cases for additional assessment. So are there any further speakers on that? No? Okay, see, nice fake. Okay, we'll open that for voting then.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Councillor Turner.
If I might, just to kind of clarify some earlier comments, I think it's just important to note that when Mr. Rayburn came to present to us, he quite rightly stated that he could not give us a ratified budget from anybody yet, and that he was out on a limb presenting the information that he did have. The Ambulance Authority had not yet met to format a formal budget for submission to council. It had not been seen by council yet. I can completely appreciate that, but it's really important that the information we have comes from the authority so that we have a good understanding of the same information that the county will have as it makes its decision-making process too.
Appreciate the comments. As I stated, I didn't want to start a new item after 4:15. It is now 4:50 on a Friday afternoon. I think we could adjourn here until recess here until 9:30 next Thursday, correct? If there are no objections to that, I would look for a motion to do just that. Everybody. We'll go Councillor Squire and Councillor Cassidy. Sorry? Oh, sorry,
Councillor.
before we vote on that, one of our colleagues asked for a brief update from our staff on where we got to date, so I want to respect that if colleagues will give me that indulgence before we vote on the recess for Mr. Murray, just to give an update. Is everybody okay with that? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. So just to recap where we currently stand, based on the decisions that have been made so far, we're sitting at a 2.4% average annual increase. And just referring back to page 34 of your budget document, that specifically relates to portions of decision points 1A, 2, and 3.
There's your quick update. See, not so painful. Now we have a motion to recess on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time today.